Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tempe TV. This is your political and open forum political discussion show that seeks to give you an opportunity to air what is on your heart and mind concerning the latest development on our political front. And to talk about the political front, much has happened today. It is now official. Mutua and Kingi have dumped Baba. They have gone for DP Ruto. What does that mean? And what is does their move have a significant damage to Baba's bid for the State House? What is your take on the same? And of course, Ngilu is back in the ring. She joins Baba today in Kajiado. And of course, the interview was today. Some attended, some did not attend. What is your take? This is a moment for you to come in strongly and let us know what you feel and think. What is becoming of our leaders? Today is this, tomorrow is the other. Today they are against, today they are for. Is that people that we can entrust with our future? I invite your input even as we start out today. Of course, we started out early because we want to give you an opportunity to air what is on your mind before the day runs old on you, or, the time runs out for you. I want to bring in everybody to weigh on this latest development because it's about time for us to find out who is who, where, and why. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on the link. On the link, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to discuss. Well, I want to salute those that are joining us fast and furious. Kuna Faisal Lumwaji, thank you so much. Kuna Olelaken Bakare, karibu kwa show. Rose Farar, thank you so much. Kuna nani huyu Mark Pesa, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna General Isaiah Mathenge, Mathenge, following live from Oman, karibu kwa show sana sana, tunakaribisha. Tunashukuru kwamba umepata time ya kutujoin. Naomba kila mmoja ukitupata hakikisha umealika mtu pia atazame na wewe na fuate kwa makini, kwa sababu kuna mambo ambayo lazima tuyazungumze kwa kina na tuelewe mbivu na mbichi jinsi mambo yanavyoendelea. Nashukuru sana. Lastborn ndio huyu, anaitwa Kangombes Lastborn, asante sana. Sila Ndulut, thank you so much. Ndalut I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. If not, begin by forgiving me. Samson Othiambo, karibu kwa show. Meya MJ Sato, karibu sana. Kuna Chererai Samuel, link ndio hiyo inakuja. Nishapeana link, tafuta, ingia, tuongee mapana na marefu. Manmato, karibu kwa show. Med Amson, Amos, asante sana, karibu, nashukuru. Michael Seruri, asante sana. Ominde Carlton, Baba Clyde, this is Ukambani Supremacy Battle. Asante sana kwa maoni yako, karibu. Kuna Belinda Ogweno, thank you for joining. Kuna nani huyu Kadenge Babake mtarajiwa, hi. Asante sana, nakwambia leo majina yapo. Now, nashukuru kwa wote ambao mnaingia studio. Please make sure that you have configured your camera and your audio. Like Mike Mereu, your gadget is not well configured. We can't be added to the studio. Also, remember, if you don't appear with your camera, we cannot add you to the studio. It is the current standing order. We must see the person who is speaking. So to participate, make sure that your camera is on, your audio is on. We are not admitting people behind the curtains because it is the current requirement. So whether your camera is bad or not, we want your camera on, and that is the only way you'll be able to be added and be able to follow and participate into the debate. So ukifika kama uko nyuma ya curtain, tunakuweka kwa waiting lounge. Kama au improve, basi tunakung'atua ili to create nafasi ya mwingine kuingia achangie. So when you are on the screen, you remain on the camera. Keep your camera on. If you can't, it is now not possible for us to add you. It is the current requirement. So please make sure that you cooperate completely. There are no exception. Thank you very much. Nashukuru nani mwingine huyu ametujoin, Matilda Khalid Leruk. Thank you so much. Anasema niko Lempi, karibu kwa show. Anita Mwas, thank you. Patrick Kariuki, karibu kwa show. Brian Mambili, karibu kwa show. Kuna nani huyu? Edgar Handsome wa Nyahururu, asante sana. Kirui Philip, karibu. Judith Richards, Dennis Mtundura Nyangao, karibu kwa show sana. Na wakaribisha kila mmoja. Francis Njeru, na kama unatupata tafadhali karibisha mtu. Tunataka kwe nyumba kubwa ambayo inazungumza masuala na yanaeleweka na kila mmoja anapata nafasi ya kuchangia. Kumbuka sheria mpya unafika ukiwa kwa kamera. Kama uko nyuma ya kamera, uko nyuma ya curtain, hautaongezwa kwa show, ili we retain quality broadcast for people who come in later to view the broadcast and follow what transpired while they were away. A dark screen is not the best for any broadcast anywhere. So please let us all comply and see to it that we do the right thing. The only way for us to be right is to love what is right and go for it all the way, ready to pay whatever price that is required for us to do what is needful. So thank you, those that are joining. And please, those who are viewing, invite somebody to join. Those in the studio already, invite somebody to join the discussion. We started a bit early today because we needed to get as many people to participate as possible. There has been an outcry that we are minding more of the people in the diaspora than the locals. So tumeanza mapema. Locals mko wapi? Njooni mkaseme mbivu na mbichi yanayohusika na yanayoendelea na siasa za Kenya. Viongozi ndio hao wameamua leo, wametoka Azimio, wanajiunga na nini? Na Kenya Kwanza. Nini kinachoendelea? Yale wanayosema ndio kweli ama yale walioambiwa ndio kweli? Hiyo ndio tungependa kuchangia, kuiangalia kwa kina, alafu tuendelee mbele. Bwana Samuel Cheraisi, habari ya leo?
Salama, habari yako?
Salama kabisa, nashukuru. Naona umefika na uniform kamili.
Yeah, I had to represent bwana. You know, I just didn't want to be mistaken, you know. Sasa ya ni kushukuru. Namshukuru sana kwa kazi yako. It's a lot of work. Media work ni kazi kubwa sana. Anyway, let me just changia haraka as we move on.
Yes.
Yangu ni furaha on this side. I see a lot of confusion, a lot of people leaving Azimio as expected, and more to come. You know, Dr. Mutua Leo left. That was the toughest guy to, you know, I didn't expect him to even think about leaving Azimio. And number 2 is Governor Mutua Kingi is leaving. He will be joining in officially tomorrow. And then I'm sure Kina Kibuta Gibwana are on the way. And then when Martha Karua is named, or Sabina Jege is named as a DP, then Kalonzo will bolt out. If he doesn't bolt out as an individual, his people are already out of the way. So they're coming to Kenya Kwanza. So our Kenya Kwanza team is expanding. It's expanding. As you Uliuliza, you know, why are they leaving? You know, they're straight out. Mutua said he didn't like the zoning thing that Azimio are doing, trying to completely choke the other small parties out of their strongholds. He didn't like that. And also he has been complaining about the document, which has been secretive to all of them. They're suspecting that kuna additions and subtractions of things inside that document, which they're not being told. So they are upset. For Kalonzo, I think he's insistent on being the running mate. And that one is not a secret. He's been saying that throughout. And also, what else? I think that's it. I think that's it for today. We can continue. Sisi tunashukuru as Kenya Kwanza.
Sawa celebration yenu ndio hiyo. I hope it is long lived. Mr. Kuko, unmute and speak. Everybody keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak.
Hello, everyone.
Hello to you. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm saying like, yeah, for these things of Mutua living and the celebrated UDA and Kenya Kwanza, it's just something which was seen coming, because ever since Mutua has been on the other side, he's only on this side because he's trying to measure the kind of politics around. But one thing is that dume wawili hawezi kaa kwa nyumba moja. So since Kalonzo joined this part of Azimio, kuna watu wengi wenye hawajakuwa na amani, kama Kibudha Kibwana. Kuna time yenye alisema like venye Kalonzo alijoin Azimio au wakawekwa kando. And the same this governor Mutua anataka pia akue na uzito Ukambani. So the best thing is to be on the other side, where you don't fit with the same person you are trying to compete with. So this thing of UDA celebrating like Mutula Kilonzo and other parties leaving, it's obvious Azimio did something which was good but was not good for them. It's good for the country but not good for them, because politicians are always there for their interest. Now this governor of Kilifi also pia anataka kuwa na uzito huko party ya Coast, na party ya Coast tayari walisha chukua njia yao yenye ni mostly wanafuata governor Joho. So for governor wa Kilifi to survive, you also need to be on the other part. That's when you can compete together. So this is just a game where politicians get into somewhere, they try to see if they can survive. If there is no surviving mode, they jump to another side. Just to be seen, there is nothing new. Just to be seen, there is nothing new. And then, voters pia wanafika time yenye wanaona these politicians are just playing with us, because juzi ndio Mutula Kilonzo, not Mutua alituambia venye kampi ya Ruto iko na uwizi, na Ruto ni mtu mwenye hajui kufanya kazi, alipewa kazi na hakufanya, na Uhuru ni rafiki yake. So this time amejump the other side, ameanza kusema venye yule ni mzuri. Politicians are just like players. If you leave Arsenal, you go to Liverpool, you play as Liverpool player and you want fans to follow you. But Arsenal fans will remain Arsenal fans. If you go to Liverpool, you will just guess Liverpool and they will love you. So Mutua hata akienda huko atakuwa celebrated by watu wa UDA na Kenya Kwanza. But this game is a game which is being played by the people up there. So hata Mutua Kilonzo akienda Governor Mutua akienda huko na hao wengine waende huko, hao small parties, they are still not going to survive, because it is too late. Wange jump mapema kama wale wenye walikuwa wanaenda independent hawajaenda, at least wangekuwa mahali. But saa hii wale watu wa independence wasachukua njia yao, so whom are they going to get? There is nothing. Yeah, kuna venye wataenda kusurvive. Yeah.
Sawa sawa,
Yeah, that's my
malizia.
case. Yeah, that's my case. I don't see any change.
Asante sana Mr. Kuko, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na uchambuzi wako. Naomba tuendelee. Bwana Ngilu, unasema unang'atuka. Sema nisikie.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Bernard. It has been a long time. I've not been able to join the program for some time because of some activities here and there. So let me go straight to the discussion. Lakini nasalimia kila mtu, hoping that we are still happy with what is happening. First of all, ningetaka kuambia watu hawa watu ambao wanatoka in Azimio or what, people should not feel hopeless. Unajua hata ile wakati jahazi inaenda, there is always the take-in and the take-out. So number one, let me talk about Mutua. Today I've doubted Mutua ideology. Sababu I do not see the reason. I wish hata angesema ameachana na Azimio aende kivyake. But does it mean that ametoka Azimio akaenda Kenya Kwanza because Kenya Kwanza wako na policies ambazo zinaweza saidia Kenya? So that is the question we need to ask ourselves. Has Mutua gone to Kenya Kwanza because Kenya Kwanza is giving us policies which can solve Kenya or which can solve our issues in Kenya? And the biggest answer is Mutua has not gone to Kenya Kwanza because Kenya Kwanza has changed their policy. Mutua has gone to Kenya Kwanza because probably there could have been issues he wanted Azimio to do for him, which Azimio thought they cannot do for other parties also, because we have to be uniform. So unaweza kuta zile demands Mutua anawekea Azimio, Azimio iwezi fanyia ODM, Azimio itafanyia Jubilee, Azimio itafanyia chama ingine hiyo. So na ndio unakuta some of these wrangles or these issues which we are having in managing the coalition ni sababu ya watu wengine kutaka vitu mingi ziko juu sana. Ni kama mtoto. For example, I want to give an example of a kid. Uko na watoto wawili. Mmoja anaitisha kiatu ya sport na mwingine anataka ya raba. Mwingine anataka kiatu ya sport na mwingine ya raba. So, if you buy the two shoes together, automatically there will be a problem. So, kama kiatu ni ya raba, kila mtu avae raba. So, hakuna historia, we treat people differently. So, me, from the issue, from what I see Mutua here doing is that Mutua has killed his political destiny. Why? Because number one, personally, nime discredit Mutua as somebody who doesn't have a it is not about Ukambani politics here. Mutua has knocked himself out from the Kenyan politics. Mimi hata ile siku nitawahi sema I want to have politics in Kenya. Maybe hata kama nitasema I want to become a politician in Kenya. From today, I will never follow Mutua because number one, me, this is what I even want to tell people here in Azimio. No matter what happens, hata kama ni lose, we have to lose in dignity. But sioni ati vile Azimio ita lose. Lakini ati historia watu kusema ati wanataka kurukaruka, it also shows how your life behaves. Unaona hata vile unaona Mutua pia maisha yake ikuwa na mashida. Sorry to say, si ati vile ati na muingililia. Hii inaoneshana the difficulty of Mutua to make simple decisions. Ndio unaona sasa hata mambo yake kwa maisha sio mzuri. So these things we can connect them and we can see people who are not stable in life, how they behave. So Mr. Mutua is not stable in life and I think our team will be strong. We are wale watu tuko na wao by the way wanatosha because already Baba is relying on two things. Baba is relying on history, experience, and goodwill. And that goodwill was not coming from Mutua. The goodwill is coming from other people who are within Azimio. So, Mutua kuenda Kenya Kwanza, he has actually lowered himself because hata kama ni zoning alikuwa anataka Ukambani, that zoning he will not receive it in UDA. Still UDA will fill the people. Other parties in KKA. So he has gone to KKA to compete. Unless sasa aniambie Ruto has promised him a seat. So in other words, like tunajaribu kusema Mutua ameenda KKA as an individual. He is not representing the Kamba people. He is not representing the aspirations of anyone. He has just gone there because there are some issues he wants them done in Azimio for his party, which cannot be done. Lastly, let me talk about that how watu wengine wanataka kutoka kwa akina Kingi and the rest. One thing which I can tell you, hawa watu ambao wanatoka Azimio saa hii, we know their history in terms of they have not been solid guys. I can tell you wale watu ambao wanasupport Raila vizuri, even hata kama hiyo nini that coalition agreement hawajaiona, they will not get out. Lakini hawa watu nasikia wakisema ati wanatoka Azimio wanaenda, they are people ambao they came to Azimio because of the wave, but hawakukuja kwa Azimio sababu ya the ideologies which are in their head. And I can tell you, Deputy President has not changed because he has received Mutua, he will receive Kingi, he will receive the other person. The Deputy President remains as a corrupt individual, he remains as somebody who is spreading hate. The hustler narrative has not changed, he is splitting the rich and the poor. So hizo vitu zote hazijabadilika. And now Mutua has now gone to push another agenda ya Wilumbaru, ili ambayo for so long nimekuwa nikiangalia messages zake, amekuwa akisema Wakamba hawawezi fuata Wilumbaru. Sasa yeye ameingia kwa Wilumbaru, meaning that hata wale Wakamba ambao ni wadogo kule, wale Wakamba ni mama mboga, they can even think more strongly than their educated guy who has a PhD, yule ambaye sasa hata yeye ameamua kurukia Wilumbaru. So in brief, nikisummarize, there is no concept to Azimio here. Azimio is going, the track of Azimio is pushing and going well. So watu Azimio nataka kuambia musiogope. Kenya Kwanza cannot win this election. There is no in which Kenya Kwanza, they have no policy. How can somebody with no policy, mtu ambaye kazi yake tu ni kusimama kwa gari, afanyi kazi, he has abducted kazi, ametoroka kazi, he can win a Kenyan election? I think in Kenya, unless if we want a third to lead us, lakini there is no way in which somebody who is criticizing his own government na anataka aongezewe kazi, already he is in the government, number 2, na anasema mkiniongeza ile iko juu ndio nitafanya vizuri. You know, let's be serious. Saa zingine nafunzanga, ukiangalia mwanafunzi ameshindwa na kumaliza assignment, mtihani atafanya aje? So kuna vitu zingine we engage. Already we have given Mr. Ruto a very simple assignment to deputize our president, ili ambayo tu ni kazi yake tu ni kusimama, anaambiwa fanya hivi, tengeneza hii, fanya hapa, organize this. Already the deputy president has scored 0. And you guys, some of our people even from some localities, munafuata mtu ambaye as a deputy president he has scored 0. I know Mr. Uhuru has his own force. Personally, mimi, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta met me supporting Raila Odinga. So I am even in a better stake of even telling Uhuru Kenyatta who Raila Odinga is than him himself. Yeye amekuja kusupport Raila Odinga in 2017-2018. I started supporting Raila Odinga in 2013. So I have more history of Raila Odinga even than Uhuru. So mimi kusupport Raila Odinga ni Uhuru amekuja kukubaliana na my ideology. It is not vice versa. So mimi sifuati Uhuru. Sorry to say this. Kuna wale watu wanafuata Uhuru. But personally, I'm supporting Raila Odinga as somebody who has a track record. He has a history. From 1992 tumemuona kwa siasa ya Kenya. He has not gotten president in Kenya, amedhulumiwa, but still he has been on the track, and that is what we need to follow. So wale watu wanafuata Kenya Kwanza hapa, kama nimetia mtu kama Chiraisi, tell me one record ya deputy president apart from kukua kwa serikali ya Moi, then kukuja hapa tena akakuwa elected as a deputy president using Uhuru Kenyatta. Tell me his record, tell me what this guy has done, and let's not panic. I can tell you without fear or favor, the people who are supporting deputy president, I doubt some of our people who are supporting the deputy president, they want sanitization, they want to follow the wrong side of the history. Ndio wale watu ambao wanataka kuharibu Kenya, but we want to leave a better Kenya for our kids. We want to leave a better Kenya for the people who will come before us, our generation. We need Kenya in 2100, we need Kenya in 2050, and the people who can safeguard our future we have them in Azimio. And I can tell you, kutakuwa na represent Mutua ataenda, we will receive other good people of goodwill. So Bwana Bernard, wacha nimalizie hapo, sitaki kuongea mambo mingi. Our boat is on track and Mutua hawezi tutishia. In any case, Mutua ana kura hata inaweza fika 100,000. So Mutua the only votes alipata pale, hata Mutua he is part of the vifaranga ya computer. Maybe nikimaliza, Mutua is among the people wale walipata 54%. Tunawajua Mutua, Sonko, Waiguru, vifaranga za computer 54. Computer ilisetiwa pale, kura ikaingia tu, kura ikaingia. We know them. So this is a guy who on his own, he can't deliver. He was a system. We know in Ukambani, it was the wave of wiper. Yes,
okay. Malizia, please. Time bad.
Okay, sawa. Thank you. You can give another person. So that was, so I will leave, but nitakuwa nikisikiliza kwa background. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Ngilu. We appreciate your givings. Cheraisi, you can respond in a half a minute before Sami comes in. Half a minute strictly.
Okay, he asked me a question. What's the record of the deputy president? The deputy president has a very exemplary record when he was the minister. We can tell you about them when he was the minister of agriculture. He did wonderful. He was vetted by President Kibaki. When he was the minister of education, he did excellent. He was able to implement a program of admission. Students used to wait for 2 years or 3 years to get to the university.
Na uongee story ya Kimwarero na Arol pia na ile shamba ya Mutesi.
Usiongee tu out of order. Ngilu, you're out of order.
Okay, when he was the Minister of Higher Education, he worked hard to reduce that admission time, and which is in effect right now. Okay, most recently, when the issue of BBI, he said he did not assist the president. He's been on the side. He has been doing that until the executive order number 1, which the president said he wanted to cook his legacy the way he wanted, and he appointed Matiang'i to take most responsibilities of the DP. And the DP took it with calmness. He did not scream and run around. But now they are trying to.
Matiang'i is on record to reporting that there is no duty he's doing that belongs to one William Ruto. So which one is this?
Let's leave that then. Let me add, because I have 1 minute. I don't want to take all the time for everybody. So number 2, when it came to the issue of BPI, one big role of the DP is to advise the president. So he stood there in public. He did it in private, and he stood in public to give his solid advice. Everybody saw it in the Bomas about the unconstitutionality of the BBI and suggested ways it can be fixed so that it can pass the constitutional muster. Nobody listened to it, but the BBI sank in the court. So he did his part. In fact, everybody, and I'm sure everybody among you is agreeing that he did that part. So since I have 1 minute, I cannot narrate everything.
Thank you, Samuel. That is it. But I'll take it from you that what you're reporting is what you want us to hear, not what exactly was said in Bomas. The BPI being unconstitutional is a matter that came up in court. It was not on the Bomas floor. But let us leave it there. Sami, are you ready? Everybody keep your mic mute. Ngoja Jakindu Bey, subiri kwanza. Tunakuja. Sami. Nitami yako. Endelea.
Good afternoon.
Good evening to you. How are you?
Good evening, all. What I want to say, thank you all. I just want to comment about Mutua. I don't know what has changed. The way Mutua has been talking and up to now, I'm not maybe I think in politics, there's something wrong. They're not ideological about what they stand for. It's just about them, not the common mwananchi. For Mutua, I can't express much about it, because the same guy that I've said a lot of things, bad things about William, but I was very much, let me just say, frustrated today when I saw a man like him lack ideology to stand firm on his stand. What I can say, they're just tumbocrats. I'll call it tumbocrats. On the issue of funding, he was alleging about funding and zoning. I don't remember if that guy even has an MP. Where was to be zoned that he was complaining about? Was it Machakos or which place? I'll leave it to Jakindu Bay. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sami. We appreciate your givings. Let's keep the conversation going. Kelly Mumo, it's against the law to display children on the screen. Please, it is YouTube requirement. Salamia Mjunior, lakini ficha yeye tafadhali.
Wacha amefichwa sasa. Amefichwa kabisa ndugu yangu.
Please. Salamia yeye lakini akae kando tafadhali.
Alikuwa anataka kuona daktari. Alikuwa anataka kuona daktari wa Mutembei. Karibu ndugu yangu.
Sawa, thank you. Jakindu Bey, ulikuwa la kusema kabla nini kwa masuala ya Cheraisi? Karibu.
Addressing campaign rallies in Samburu County on Monday, Deputy President William Ruto stated development projects.
Jakindu Bey, unmute. Your mic is off.
Nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza huu Cherichir ambaye amezungumzia juu ya Bwana Ruto juu ya BBI. Mimi sikumbuki BBI zile maswala Bwana Ruto alitaka ziliwekwa kwa BBI. Ziliwekwa ambapo baadaye walisema sasa wamekubaliana na hayo maneno. So hii mambo ya kukubali alafu nyumaye unaenda unageuka, sio haki hiyo, au haikuweko. Kwa hiyo kitu ambacho nashangaa ni kwamba huyu anasema record. Nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza, anaweza kusema rekodi ya Raila, ana rekodi ya Raila kidogo wakati akiwa na nafasi, anaweza kutuambia?
Okay, you can respond half a minute.
Okay, real quick. On the BBI, Deputy President, I'll just give one thing because I'll not go through the whole thing. He was so consistent on the issue of the ombudsman, like the executive controlling the judiciary. He was strong on that, and it was not addressed, and that's the reason he was ruled out. And then the addition of constituencies, he was strong on that regarding the role of IBC as a sole discretionary power to choose where the constituencies should be based. It cannot be put in a constitutional amendment, and the courts upheld that. So I think we all agree on that, you know. Okay, on Raila. Okay, yeah, Raila has a good record. You know, I supported Raila myself in 2007. Yes, good sides to it. Yes, a good history of fighting for democracy, freedom, and all that. That's a public record. I cannot take that away from him. The only problem I have with him is he has cancelled all that, you know, just because you did something 20 years ago, and then right now you are embracing something else different. You know, you are for the BBI, which proposed the executive control on judiciary. It's against his historical stand, and then and many more, you know. So yes, good things, a lot of good things, but he has cancelled it with his recent moves. Asante sana.
Cheraisi, I will come back to you later because I want everybody to speak in the first hour so that we don't carry anything to the next hour. So na kuwa strict, kila moja ukipata dakika zako 2 tumia vizuri kwa njia iliyo sawa. Na shukuru wale watu wa comments, asante sana. Nimepewa kongole hapa ati nimeanza show mapema. Mnataka iwe ikianza mapema, basi mtatuma sadaka mapema pia. But it's good. So I want 2 minutes. We want in the first hour everybody has spoken. Wale wana drop wamedrop, alafu tusonge mbele. Sawa sawa. Bwana Kenywa, dakika zako 2, endelea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. I hope everyone can hear me. Yeah. Na wasalimu nyinyi wote. First and foremost, what I may say, the only person that can run away from Azimio ni kuwe na stress. It's only Baba. If Baba dumps Azimio and go to UDA, at least I will be depressed. The other people, like the likes of Mutua, if it's Baba, I can be a bit depressed. But as long as we have Baba in Azimio, the rest it's a joke. The rest are jokers. And you know, Baba doesn't pay people, and people should know that. The people from UDA, they should know that Baba doesn't pay people. That's point number 1. Baba will just show you, will tell you, work for the people, and they will re-elect you again. You work for them, but not I pay you, I give you money for campaign. Baba doesn't give money. You want someone who will go and work, because if he gives you use money for this bribe and all sort of things. Once you get that leadership, the first thing is to return your money back. How will you get that money from, and your salary is very low? That's why you find most of the people, they have, the corruption issues was too high, because they wanted to reimburse themselves the fund that they spend. Because if you spend like 50 million in a campaign and you are governor, then you count your salary for 5 years, that money you cannot receive, you cannot recover. So you have to do other shoddy businesses with our fund so that you reimburse yourself the money. So I'm very much okay. Na tunajaribu tu Azimio, we are trying to wipe out wale watu wote wabaya, watajitoa tu akiendanga. We just need leadership. That's all we need, a leadership. Si hatutaki mambo ya leadership, a good leadership and governance. That's what we need in Azimio. Hatutaki mambo ya threats, ati nilipe hii ndio nikae hapa. Si uende. And Junet told them very well today. Milango iko wazi. Baba ana pesa ya kupeana ati ndio umsupport, because Baba doesn't believe in giving out people money. Ati niko na kesi niongelelee iishe ndio nikusupport. He was alone the time he was getting that money. So for that purpose, if Kingi hata yeye mlango iko wazi, wao waende. Wote waende, mtu yote anataka kutoka aende. And the best part, the people who are running away from Azimio, they are the weaker people. The people who they want to harvest money from Azimio. And you know, I think they should think very wise, because if they think going to UDA they will have anything in UDA, my friend, UDA ukienda unyamaze, ukiongea Ruto anakutoa nje. Faruka ako huko, Faruka hataki mchezo. Ukienda UDA ni unyamaze, utakuwa unaambiwa vile unafaa kusema. Unaambiwa usema hivi, utasema hivi, si atuende huko atuanze kufanya. UDA wataki kuja, lakini ukae kwa bench. So hizo ni threat zenye hazitusumbui na wakina Alfred Mutua. So na kuna kitu moja najua, sasa Kalonzo haezi enda Azimio sasa, because Mutua ameenda huko na hawezi kaa nyumba moja. Mutua ameenda huko. So Kenya Kwanza, they were very eager Kalonzo akose kupewa hii nini deputy aende huko before Mutua. Even they didn't want Mutua, they needed Kalonzo, but Mutua akachomoka mbele akaenda. You know the way Girishi and Waiguru did. That's the game. So Mutua amekimbia kwanza, ndiye at least ya kuenda kausemi kidogo, ni mimi nimekuja mbele ya Kalonzo. Na kitu moja, Kalonzo it's a senior. Haezi enda huko kukaliwa na kina Mutua for God's sake, na kina Ndindi Nyoro wenye wanaongea vitu hata hawajui, matusi, wanasema tu ni watoto wa maumau, and that is useless. I think sijui kama wao ndio tunataka wakiwa leaders kwa hii dunia yetu. Those are not such leaders we need. Na alafu watu wenye wanaitwa hustler, mtu anaongea kitu kama hiyo alafu wanapiga makofi na wanashangilia, na hawajui kukiharibika, huyo Ndindi Nyoro atakuwa kwa mansion yake na ako na polisi kwa gate wamemkalisha. You understand? Those are the things that people should listen and look at. Tusibebwe mchezo. Sisi Azimio tunataka leadership na good governance, na tupeani pesa sisi. Kama utaki kukaa kwetu unataka kulipwa, tembeza kiatu. Hiyo nimemaliza. Next round. Thank you.
Asante Bwana Eric, tunashukuru. Cutting it the way it is, we really appreciate it. Na naomba hivi tutaenda kwa Mama Selina, dakika zako 2 ndio kama uko ready.
Alex, niko na simu ya Africa. 1 minute, let me finish. Nasherekea mambo ya interview, so napata feedback and then I will come back.
Okay, thank you. Kelly. Kelly, wewe tutakufungia kwa sababu ya mjunior, tafadhali. Sheria unaenda kinyume na sheria. Jakindu Bay, take it. Is that junior ama ni mada? Hold on, Kelly. Oh, it's not a minor. Okay, Kelly, unmute. Your mic is off, Bwana Kelly. Acha mpupa. Relax. No,
sasa.
Yes.
Ilikuwa ni muted sasa eh?
Yes.
Iko salama lakini. Sasa huyu anaitwa Karaoke, ni rafiki yangu kutoka upande wa Murang'a. Ni baba supporter mbaya mbovu huyu.
Aha.
Leo ni siku yake ya kwanza kushuhudia mambo ya Mutembe TV. Nilikuwa tu nimemwitia kinywaji kidogo katika nyumba yangu na akasema kwamba nataka kusikiliza kile tunaendeleza, kwa sababu hajapata kukutana na platform ambayo inaongea mambo ya siasa. Na nikamkaribisha ili aweze akasikiza na aone kile tunaendeleza katika Mutembe TV under Mutembe manager Mr. Bernard. Twashukuru sana na yale ambayo mnafanya. Na waambieni watu wangu, baba amekita mizizi Central. Huyu ni mmoja wao die hard, anaitwa Karaoke mwenyewe huyu. Upande wa Mutua, mimi kama Mkamba nasema tuko nyuma ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Yule anataka kuhepa mambo ya Azimio, ahepe mapema, kwa sababu sisi ni watu wako na msimamo kama Wakamba. Mtu asituharibie jina. Ati kila wakati tukikutana na watu huko wanasema kwamba ati Wakamba hawana msimamo, ati Wakamba hawana msimamo. Sisi tuko na msimamo. Leaders wetu ndio hawana msimamo, lakini sisi kindani chetu katika Ukambani tuko nyuma ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Na tupigiangi Raila Amolo Odinga kura kwa sababu Kalonzo ako katika ako deputy. Ama Mutua ako deputy, ama leader wetu ako deputy, ama nani katika Ukambani ako katika nyuma ya baba. Hapana. Tunaangalia ule msimamo ambao huyo mzee ako nao wa kumake Kenya ikuwe nchi ambayo itakuwa ya manufaa katika mwananchi wa kawaida, kutoka tajiri, maskini hadi yule ambaye hajiwezi, the lame people. Hata kiwete aweze akaenjoy hiyo government. That is the leader that we want in this country of Kenya. Mutua amenishangaza sana siku ya leo. Hauwezi ukajiingiza katika mrengo wa Azimio unatuadaa hapo, unatuadaa, mwishowe unapatiwa pesa. I don't know whether he was given money, I don't know what kind of money was handed over by Ruto, but it's okay. Mutua yeye akitaka kwenda aende, akiendanga. Lakini sisi Wakamba ni watu, jamii ya Wakamba ni watu wako na msimamo bwana Bedan, na tuko nyuma ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Hakuna mahali pengine tunaenda, tuko Azimio. Vile ndugu yangu Kinyua amesema, kitu kile kinaweza tia sisi wasiwasi kama jamii ya Wakamba ama jamii yangu na familia yangu ni kusikia kwamba Raila Amolo Odinga ameama Azimio na ameenda kusimama peke yake. Hiyo tu ndio inaweza tupatia pressure na mshtuko wa moyo, lakini mtu mwingine hiyo isiwababaisha ndugu zangu. Baba must be the president of this country. Believe you me, by fire by force. Tuko nyuma ya mzee na tutaendelea kusimama nyuma ya mzee. We will die with Raila Amolo Odinga come 2022 date 8 mwezi wa 9. Tuko hapa kusimama na huyo mzee ili aweze akatupatia uongozi mwema, ili jamii zetu ziweze zikakaa katika dunia ambayo inataka heshima, nchi ambayo inataka maendeleo na nchi ambayo inataka to go forward. Angalia vile saizi anafanya baba. Amekaribisha kila mtu, kila kiongozi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya ambaye ako katika mrengo wa Azimio. Ni watu ambao wako na ambition, si watu wa tamaa. Vile ndugu yangu mwingine hapa amesema ya kwamba usitarajie baba akununue. Ununuliwe, mwananchi atakula nini? Wakati mafuta iko juu, kila kitu kiko juu. Viongozi wengine wanafanya biashara na mambo ya siasa. Wanafanya biashara, wanataka kufanya biashara na jamii ya Wakamba. Kama Alfred Mutua, sisi si watu wa kununuliwa. Mkamba ni mtu mwenye msimamo. Na naongea hivyo niko na ghadhabu kwa sababu sijaona mtu kigeugeu kama Mutua. Alianza vizuri lakini amemalizia na mwili. Na hata akisimama gavana hakuna kitu ataipata. Hata hao watu wake ambao wanataka kusimama na hiyo chama yake inaitwa chap wote wataanguka, because what he has done amewaharibia sifa hata Ukambani. I'm very sad kwa sababu singetarajia kiongozi mwingine wa Ukambani afanye vile Mutua amefanya. Tunataka watu wako na msimamo. Upande wa Kalonzo namwambia kwamba kama kiongozi wa Kamba ambaye anaitwa Kingpin asijaribu kusikia any leader, kiongozi mwingine ambaye anamdirect in wrong direction. Kile atapatiwa katika mrengo wa Azimio aridhike nacho, kwa sababu hii Kenya tunataka endelee mbele. Tunataka mkate wa serikali ugawanyishwe, kila jamii wakale nchini wapate share yao, kila jamii ipate share yao, Wakikuyu wapate share yao, watu ambao hawawezi wakajiweza wapate share yao. Hiyo ndio Kenya ambayo tunataka. Upande huu mwingine ambao nimesikia leo, kama umesikia clip na umesikia vile Ndindi Nyoro ameongea, mbunge wa Kiaru akisema ati sijui Matiang'i yako hivi sijui nini. Hao si watu ambao wanataka Kenya iende mbele. Hao ni watu wanataka kuleta vitina na kuvitini wananchi ili waweze wakapigane. And we Kenyans, I urge you Kenyans, tusijaribu kusikiza kiongozi yeyote ambaye atatuletea vita, atavuruga nchi yetu. Wakati tuko na shida ya gharama ya chakula, tuko na shida ya gharama ya shule, tuko na shida ya kila kitu ambacho kiko juu kwa sababu za vita za Ukraine na Russia. Kitu kitokee hapa bwana Bernard kiweze kutuletea ghadhabu katika maisha yetu na tuanze kupigana sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Hiyo sio ile nchi tunataka. Tunataka nchi yenye amani. Vile mzee Raila anasimama na kusema ya kwamba anataka nchi iendelee, iwe na umoja. Umri wa baba mahali amefika, si umri wa kujitakia madaraka ama pesa ama wizi. Mahali mzee amefika ni mahali ambapo anataka wananchi wakuwe pamoja. Atuachie baraka, aingie kwa hiyo kiti, atengeneze serikali, atengeneze watu ambao wameiba, waregeshe rasilimali za Kenya. Watu ambao wameiba zaidi kama bwana Ruto na wale wengine wawekwe ndani, tuache kuona katika face ya Kenya, kwa sababu hao ndio wanatuharibia nchi. Mtu yote ni mfisadi ambaye ameiba mali ya umma. He should stand to be accountable for what he has done as a Kenyan. Hatutaendelea kuzika watu Ukambani kwa ajili ya njaa na watu wanaendelea kujitakia makubwa. We don't want that. Tunataka nchi ambayo itasimamiwa na mzee, nchi ambayo itakaa vile anasema. Tuwe na umoja, tuwe na undugu. Huu tano zitumike katika nchi ya Kenya ili nchi yetu iendelee mbele. Niko na hayo tu Bwana Bernard.
Okay.
Tutaendelea kuongea.
Asante Bwana Kelly. Kariuki kando yako anasemaje?
Kariuki ongea kidogo.
Raila Amolo Odinga ndio yako ndani sasa.
Okay. Hiyo ndio msimamo ya Murang'a.
Ndio.
Asante sana kutupatia hiyo habari. Naomba tutaendelea na mazungumzo kadhaa. Tuko hapa masaa 8. Kwa hivyo tegea hapo utapata muda wa kuongea.
Raila juu zaidi.
Asante.
Tunashukuru Bwana Bernard.
Okay.
Asante.
Jakindu Bey karibu. Asante sana Bernard. Asante sana na wasalimia wote. Nimefurahi kuwa na ninyi, lakini nataka kuzungumzia mambo mawili kabla sijasahau. Jambo la kwanza kabisa ni jambo la Mutua. Mimi sijui kama mimi ndio labda mimi ndio sijui kama niliona, lakini nakumbuka nilimuona Mutua akisema amepewa zile makaratasi alikuwa anataka, wamesoma na wameridhika, na kwa hiyo sasa hana maneno yoyote. Mnakumbuka wakati alikuwa anatoa press conference siku ya kwanza, alipigiwa simu na Raila, wakaenda wakazungumza, alafu akatoa press conference akasema sisi wao kama wiper kama chapchap wametosheka, wamesoma hiyo kila kitu na imekuwa ni sawa. Sasa jambo la ajabu ni kumuona tena anasema hajasoma, ameuliza sijui karatasi gani hiyo. Mimi nasema kusema ukweli, hii ndiyo kitu ambayo inaletea Waafrika wote, nchi zote za Kiafrika ukiziangalia ziko na problem ya kwamba hatusemi ukweli. Mimi nimewaambia hii mambo ya kusema ati politics watu wanatakiwa kusema uongo nini, haisaidii, haijengi. Hawa watu ambao mnaona wameendelea, ukisema uongo hata moja, hata ikijulikana umesema uongo, una resign, unafukuzwa. Hawakubali kusema uongo kwa taifa, na hiyo ni jambo la muhimu kabisa. Kwa hiyo mimi nimeshangaa sana na Mutua, na mimi nashangaa jambo lingine ni kwamba anapoenda kule anakoenda atapewa nini ambayo atapewa ambayo amekosa upande huu mwingine. Sielewi. Nimefikiria sana kuona ni nini ataenda kupewa ambao huko hajapewa, kwa sababu wale wameenda huko hakuna kitu wamepewa, wamenyamaza tu, hakuna position yoyote walio nayo. So hii wanapokuwa huko wanasema wanataka position. Sasa hiyo ni ubinafsi, mimi ninavyoiona ni ubinafsi. Jambo lingine ambalo nilitaka kuongea ni kwamba nataka kusema kwamba makamu wa rais na wale wanamsupport, kitu moja ambao wanasahau ni kwamba ukitaka kuwa makamu wa rais ni lazima, makamu yoyote lazima uwe na kitu ile inaitwa loyal to your boss. Lakini kama hiyo loyalty hakuna, resign. Hiyo ndio ungwana. Huwezi kusema upendi zile boss anafanya alafu wewe uko pale. Kitu inachotakikana kwamba hata mke wako nyumbani kama hamsikilizani mnaachana. Hamwezi kukaa kwa ndoa ambayo hamsikilizani. Kwa hiyo ni makosa. Ndio maana makamu wa rais hajafanya kazi kwa hiyo miaka 4 au miaka 5 hajafanya kazi, amekuwa akikampeni. Hiyo hauwezi kusema kwamba hiyo inamvunjia kila kitu, kwa maoni yangu, kwa sababu kama unataka kuwa mtu ambaye anathamini utu wake na nchi yako na msimamo wako, ni lazima mliona yule makamu wa rais bwana Penny, alikuwa anaitwa Penny wa Amerika, alikuwa na president ambaye ni mtu wa fujo, lakini hukumsikia hata siku moja akimdhalilisha president. Hata kuna wakati mwingine watu wale walikuwa na support president walikuwa wanasema wanataka kichwa chake, lakini hakusema chochote, alibaki mwaminifu kwa bosi wake. Kwa hiyo bwana Ruto amekosa heshima, amekosa ile kazi alipewa kazi ya kuassistant wa president, lakini yeye hajafanya hiyo. Kwa hiyo mtu ambaye anajaribu kusema ati nani, ni watu ambao wanakubali na uongo kwamba mtu anaita president, anamuita president kwamba ni tapeli, alafu unasema hajatukana president. Jamani, kwani hiyo inasemwa wakati gani? So vitu kama hizo haziwezi kuendeleza nchi hii. Nchi wale ambao wanaikashifu BBI ni watu hawajui nchi yetu iko wapi na inatakiwa iwe wapi, na saa hii iko wapi na inatakiwa kwenda wapi. Hawajui. Wanatakikana wajue nchi yetu kule ilikuwa na mahali iko sahi, na kule BBI ilikuwa inataka kufanya. BBI inataka kuleta utulivu, inataka kuleta usawa. Hizo vitu zingine mnasema, katika vitu zote duniani hakuna moja iko 100%. Lazima kuna kasoro hapa na pale, na hizo kasoro huwa zinarekebishwa. Ndio nchi hizi ambazo unaziona, nataka kurudia tena, Uingereza hawana katiba, hawana constitution, lakini huwa wanarekebisha mambo yao, wakiona inaenda vibaya wanarekebisha. Lakini Wakenya hawataki hivyo, wanataka kudanganywa. Asante sana bwana Bernard.
Haya, asante Jakindube kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru sana na wasia wako. Naamini kila Mkenya anakupata kwa njia iliyo wazi, na ni muhimu kila mmoja tukubali kwamba ukweli ndio muhimu, uongo hautasaidia. Wahenga wanasema njia ya muongo ni fupi. You can't lie all your way and succeed. You will be cornered someday. And so it's about time for us to put every leader, especially those seeking offices, on the scale. As Kenyans, it is our right to question our leaders and be able to know who is that person that wants that great office. I just my wondering question before I bring in Nanu, engineer. Before I bring in engineer, if William Ruto was not running for president 2022, would he have opposed the BBI? When in the history of William Ruto in politics, has he ever stood up for the Constitution, defended the Constitution, and, went to the street because of the Constitution? All his political life. That is something that we need to think about. If he wasn't running for president in 2022, would he have found fault with BBI? And if he did found fault with BBI, how was BBI affecting him as an individual and affecting Kenya? Just to put in the proper perspective, of the 7 things that were taken to the Supreme Court, 5 passed. Only 2 were found wanting, which were advised to go and relook. So the BBI was not a problem. According to the Supreme Court, there are only 2 issues, and all of them were administrative issues. how the process was started. But the content and what the BBI was bringing, it had nothing ill for this country except for the twisted people who want us to believe that BBI is evil. If you will take BBI, Kenya will destroy, will have more members of parliament, everything in Kenya will collapse. BBI was bringing about the nationalhood that has been elusive since independence. It was bringing about the cake reaching to everybody. 1 shilling, 1 vote, where everybody is equally represented. That cannot be given for, that cannot be put away for exchange of anything if somebody wants Kenya to remain as Kenya. But because we are beneficiaries of marginalization, we are beneficiaries of taking from everybody and making sure nobody else gets, we wouldn't let that pass. Yes, Samuel.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I was muted. So 1 minute. I agree with you mostly. Ruto opposition to BBI was really he raised a question. He said, yes, all these things are not like evil or diabolic. His issue was prioritization of issues. He said, yes, we can do all this, but right now, our people are suffering from unemployment. Our people are suffering from bad economy. How about we fix that? We can do the BBI. We can increase the prime ministers. We can increase the ministers to the maximum of what we want. But let's do this first. That was his issue. Let's do the economy first. That was his issue.
Now, that was his issue priority. How did his opposition to the BBI save the Kenyan people from economic problems that they are undergoing right now? Food security was priority for the Jubilee government in 2013. They poured money in Kulalo. See to Kulalo. The money went under the sea. We never got any bag of maize from the place. BBI was not there in 2013. What we are suffering right now started in 2013. Tuambie Wakenya ukweli. Naomba tu tusonge mbele. Bwana Engineer Robert, karibu.
Bernard, dakika moja.
No, it's my turn.
Yako.
Hold on, Engineer, ngoja kwanza kidogo. Mzee aseme dakika moja. Yes, Jakindu beendelea.
Nataka kumwelezea Samuel kwamba kuna kujenga taifa na kujenga nchi. Nchi yoyote ambayo ina maendeleo wamejenga taifa. Jambo la muhimu kabisa katika nchi yoyote ni taifa. Unajenga taifa, ndio unafanya hizi vitu vingine zitafanyika. Bila kuwa na hiyo stabilization ya political stability haiwezekani, na political stability inakuja tu unapojenga taifa. Lazima, mimi nafikiri Bernard, inatakiwa tupate nafasi siku moja tuelezane maana ya kujenga taifa na maana ya kujenga nchi. Kuna tofauti. wa Kenya wengi hatujui maana ya taifa na nchi. Hizi vitu viwili ziko na maana, kila moja iko na maana yake. Kuna ujenzi wa taifa na kuna ujenzi na taifa thabiti ambayo imejengwa vizuri haiporomoki, hata ikipatwa na dhoruba haiporomoki. Nchi hizi zingine, juzi tu hapa Kenya, kuna wakati mwingine wa Kenya tangu 92 wa Kenya kila wakati wa kupiga kura wanakatana na mapanga nini. Hatutaki vitu kama hizo. Juzi tulikuwa tunataka kugawa nchi yetu katikati. Vitu kama hizo lazima turekebishe. Ukiziacha, siku zingine watakuwa watu wengine ambao hawatasikiliza, watakatana na mapanga. Wa Rwanda walikatana na mapanga na ni watu wa jamii moja. Msisahau hiyo, msifikiri haiwezi kufanyika kwetu. Asante sana bwana.
Thank you, Jakindu Bey. Before Engineer comes in, just let's listen out to this video. A few minutes we'll be here, and then Engineer kuwa.
Ya kwamba Azimio iko na vyama 26 ambaye wote wameweka maktaba na kila party leader ameweka sahihi na wamepeleka hiyo maktaba kwa registrar of political parties. Kama mtu anataka kutoka ama anajisikia amefinywa, kila mtu ako na uhuru na demokrasia ya kujiongelesha na kufanya vile roho yake inapenda. Lakini nataka kusema hivi, kuna mambo ambayo baba amesimamia miaka nyingi, miaka 50. Kuna values ambaye baba hawezi kucompromise, awe rais ama sikuwe rais. Kama wewe unataka pesa ya kuongwa, ati ulipwe pesa fulani ndio uende usupport baba, ati Ruto amekulipa pesa fulani unataka tumrudishie, baba hana pesa kama hiyo, hana pesa kama hiyo. Jambo la pili, kama unasema ya kwamba uko na files, cases huko kwa DCI ama kwa EACC na unataka baba aende afunga hizo mafaili, baba hawezi kufunga hizo vitu kwa sababu baba hawezi kusaidia wafisadi. Kama ulikuwa unaiba peke yako, huku kula na mtu yoyote. Sasa kama unaleta conditions kama hizo kwa Azimio, mlango iko wazi tafadhali. Mlango, hata kama tutabaki na baba peke yake, wacha tubaki na baba peke yake. Na tunajua yeye ndio atatuongoza na atatufikisha Kanani. Mimi nimeshangaa ya kwamba kuna viongozi ambaye badala ya kuangalia mbele ili tukombewe nchi yetu vile baba anasema kama Azimio, wanaangalia nafsi zao. Mimi nitapata nini? Familia yangu watapata nini? Vitu kama hizo baba hayuko tayari kusikiza. Tumeelewana? Wangapi wanasema wanaunga mimi kwa hiyo mkono? Wewe, mimi nataka kuambia nyinyi ya kwamba baba ametengeneza Azimio ili akomboe nchi ya Kenya kiuchumi, ili Wakenya wapate mambo ambayo wameshindwa kupata kwa miaka 50 iliyopita. Sasa kama wewe unaleta mambo yako ya binafsi, tafadhali, Azimio sio nyumba yako. Ulikuwa umepotea njia na ulikuwa umekuja kama labda ni giza. Sasa mchana peupe, tafuta pali pako ambayo unataka kwenda kukaa.
Haya, bwana engineer, karibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard and the fellow viewers. Mi ile kitu nilikuwa nimependa kuuliza, kitu ya kwanza, kwa marafiki zetu wa Wakamba, wanieleze this man called Mutua, hii chama ya chap iko na governors wangapi, MCA ni wangapi, ako na MPs wangapi, ile impact ile akitoka kwa Azimio ile anaweza wacha nayo watu wa Azimio ni gani? Mutua have no any vote in Ukambani, ana kabisa. Mutua ana kura, hata afadhali Kalonzo. Na hata venye kama rafiki yangu Eric alisema, Mutua ametangulia Kalonzo huko kwa UDA, and there's no any way Kalonzo atamfuata huko. Hata akimfuata, hii ni nyumba ilishatengenezwa kitambo, ikapakwa rangi, viti kawekwa, kitanda, everything, it was full vanished. So wewe ukitoka huko ukuje na conditions zako tulete hapa, my friend, that's we won't allow. We won't allow. Mutua akienda, aende tu. Venye umesikia my friend ameongea hapo, akasema mlango iko wazi. Ya, mlango iko wazi kwa mtu yote yule anaweza taka kutoka, toka tu mapema. Sisi tunaweza kuwa worried if our beloved president ametuacha. That's the only thing we can be worried. Sisi watu wa Azimio. Na hiyo ndio msimamo wetu. Uhuru peke yake ndio akituacha, hiyo ndio at least tunaweza pata baridi imetuingilia. Lakini kama bado kuna sisi, na hata tukiacha hiyo, each and every election ile inafanywa hapa Kenya, Mount Kenya Raila anapataga at least 40% kama ni kidogo. So hapo sisi hatuna wasiwasi hata kidogo. Hata mtu yote yule anataka kutoka, mlango imefunguliwa, anaweza ondoka. Nikichangia upande wa DP, to me Sabina Chege is the best. Sabina Chege is the best. Baba sahi amezeeka. na tukipatia baba mtu yule atatupea pressure. Kama saizi tunaona vizuri DP wetu hapa amelifanya kazi vizuri 5 years. Hii ya pili hii venye ilianza hakuna kazi amefanya, alianza campaign. Sasa tukipatia baba yule mtu ataanza kumpatia pressure mingi, hakuna kazi baba atafanya. Tupatie baba Sabina Chege, very young lady, very humble, hana mambo mingi na baba atafanya kazi. I'm very much sure Raila Amolo Odinga will change this country, and believe me, I'm very much sure. Na mtapenda uongozi ya Jaluo. I'm very sorry to say that. Mtapenda uongozi ya Ujaluo na itakuwa very well. Kila mtu atafurahia, ataserve each and everybody equally, hata hana mpendeleo atio huyu. Ni haya tu Bernard.
Engineer, it's 4 MPs, 40 MCAs, and 1 governor, according to him.
40 MCA and only 1 governor.
And 4 MPs, according to him. I don't know. I've not confirmed.
Okay. That's good. Okay. But that one is too small. Hiyo sasa hapo hakuna impact. Hata akienda hakuna impact sana.
Thank you, engineer. Mute your mic, please. Skip. Are you giving records according to the IBC data or according to what Mutua said?
That's what I said, according to him. I've emphasized according to him. That's so, not according to IBC.
We would love you to give us the data from IBC. Visit the IBC portal and give us the true data. What's hii ya mwamba ngumu kwake?
Sawa.
Thank you. Mama Selina, kama uko ready, uende.
Yes, Bernard.
Yeah.
Nataka kusalamia kila mtu kwa panel. Naona tumechambumika sana, tunasalamika. Mimi nataka kuanza na mambo ya Mutua. Gavana Kingi walikuwa wamesema wanaenda na walikuwa nangojea tu, na wanakuja kutuambia kuna ati maneno ilikuwa imeandikwa hawajapatiwa kusoma agreement. Kalonzo anasema mambo ya zoning. But I want to say this. Kabla ya hiyo yote, nataka kushukuru Mama Ngilu, na ninataka Wakenya waone msimamo ya wamama, the leadership of women of Kenya. Mama Ngilu amesimama kitete na amekuwa Rongai, amekuwa Kajiado na baba. Sasa hii watu wengine ya kwamba yes, Mutua ametoka, Kingi anasema anatoka. Tunataka kuangalia excitement ya watu wengine ama UDA ama KKK. Walikuwa na excitement wakati Musalia alienda na Wetangula. They end up going wawili, mwenye alinunuliwa na Sosa. So today pia wametoka wawili, sijui nani ni Sosa ama wakati Mutua anaenda Kalonzo akifuata, who will be who? Nani atanunuliwa, nani ni Sosa ama wote watakuwa?
Hiyo ni kachumbari Mama Selina.
Okay, thank you so much. The one is kachumbari, the other one is wherever. Sasa mimi nauliza Wakenya hivi. Tukienda hii election, apart from Ruto na Raila, because those are the presidential candidate, hawa ndio wamejitokezea kutuongoza. Hawa watu wengine, naona watu wanapiga kifua sana. Naona watu wanafurahi sana. By the way, Kenyans, baba ametosheka na kila kitu. Amekuwa hapo kutusaidia. And I'm wondering kuona vijana wanafurahi sana. I see them, wanaona kama wanasherekea. Can we go back? Can we think back? Yes, munasema vile munataka. wafuasi wa Azimio, tunashukuru baba kwa sababu anashikilia nchi yetu. Na mimi nataka kuuliza these young people, kama baba alishindwa, Moi ilimshinda baba alishinda Moi. Baba alikuja akashinda Kibaki. Si kushinda kwa kura ndio. Hata mbango. Serikali, hakuna vile serikali ingeendelea bila Raila. Ilipiti mpaka watu ya nje wakuja wakalishe chini. Are you really serious? Kikakuja serikali ya Kibaki. Imekuja ya Uhuru. Wakati Kenya ilikuwa tayari kila mtu aende mahali walikuwa nataka kwenda. So are these young boys, wanakuja sasa wanatuonyesha kina sijui Nyoro, sijui kina what. What did they know? Wanajua nini ya kupigania nchi ya Kenya? Kupigania nchi ya Kenya si kupigania girlfriends. Kupigania nchi ya Kenya si room 350 whatever 53 or 56. Kupigania nchi ya Kenya, you have to think twice. Naona watu mwezi 3 imepaki tuingie election. Yes. Na mimi nataka kusema hivi. Hule wowote anafikiria batu ataritika kwa nyumba ya baba. Huko UDA iko wasi. They need people. Wanataka wesi. Wanataka wale watu hawana hata kura, wako na suruali moja. They want them. Wale tu wanaonekana ni binadamu, they want to act. Wako ready kwenda, tunasema okay. Nyumba ya baba iko full. Kijana ule mbotevu aliambia baba yake anataka mali zake na alipatiwa. Dakika ya mwisho alisema eri niende nikuwe mfanyakazi kwa nyumba ya baba yangu. Heli nikule na manguruwe. Nisikaribia hata mesa ya baba. So Kenyans, 3 months imefaki. Na naona watu wengi wanaongea kuhusu baba. Baba ameona hii mambo siku mingi. Amepita na hajai kuwa president. Baba hajai umia, anaamuka, anarudi, anahurumia nyinyi, anashika Kenya, tunaendelea. I see all these people. Sijui hata kama watakuwa ready kusimama kwa opposition vile watu ya baba wamesimama. The likes of Museveni, they are worried. They cannot even sleep. Wangetaka kupata wale watu wako free. Museveni is not sleeping. Ako na uoga kwa sababu anajua Simba anakuja kuongoza Kenya. The nonsense amekuwa naye kwa East Africa inaisha. Kama mtu kama Museveni anasikia, mama hawezi sema maneno mbaya. Otherwise ningewaambia, kama Museveni mwenyewe mwenye anajiita king anapapaika, anasema msipatie huyo, eri munipatie Kenya. Tuangalie vizuri. Kalonzo, umesema ulikuwa, utuambie msimamo moja umaifanya. 1, tangu umekuwa, ulipita katikati, kasi yako ni kusumbua. Na saa hii kwa upande ya UDA, kwa sababu sitaki kuongea, I don't know kama wamepata running mate, I don't know kama wanangoja Kalonzo wampatia kwe running mate, sijui kama wametosheka, sijui nyumba yao kwa sababu ijaicha wanataka, hiyo ni sawa. Tutakubali. Na msherekee wote, watu wabaya wote watoke kwa nyumba ya baba, alafu baba akitengeneza serikali atakuwa na watu waaminifu. Wacha niende kwa siku ya leo kwa wale wamefanyiwa interview. Ninaanza na niliona Obaranya, niliona Hassan Joe, niliona Martha Karua, nimeona Sapina Cheki. Na wote ni wetu. Na wote wanatosha. Ile kitu tunauliza ni kwamba kwa hii vita hatuendi kwa urembo, hatuendi for the youngest, hatuendi kwa ule anajua kusmile, tunaenda sasa kwa serious. Azimio, msaidie baba na ile watu wako na msimamo. Msipatie baba running mate yenye baba akikoa running mate ana. Saa hii mimi ningesema hivi na sitaokopa kusema, tukiangalia Hassan Joho anatosha, tukiangalia Oparanya anatosha, tukiangalia Sabina Cheke anatosha, lakini nataka kuongea kuhusu Martha Wangare wa Karua, the Iron Lady, the man in the house of Mwai Kibaki when all men were not there. Na mimi najua kinywa atasema wakati Martha Karua aliingia kutoka Keshoku akikuja kwenda KICC, watu wengi wanaume walikuwa wameanza kusurrender. For real, siku hiyo baba angekuwa rais. Nataka kushukuru mkipigana na mtu. Wanasema ndume mbili sikipigana. Baba na mama wamepigana. Baba na mama wamefanya kazi pamoja. Martha Karua amekuwa lawyer ya Raila, amesaidia familia ya Raila akiwa chela, akiwa young lawyer. Wamefanya reform, wametengeneza, wamekuwa kwa kutoa section 2A, wamekuja wakatengeneza katiba ya Kenya, wamekuja wakaunda serikali ya Kibaki, wakiwa Serena mahali wamekuwa leo. Hiyo Serena ni wakati Kofi Annan alikuwa that lady. Kwa hii serikali yenye wakora wameenda kusanyaniana kwa nyumba moja. Nataka kuomba wenzangu, nataka kuomba mama Sabina Cheke, you are the best, wewe ni mama unatosha, lakini kwa sasa wacha tuseme vile wa mama ya Kenya ya kwamba Martha Karua anatosha. I know there are a lot of people even in Azimio wanaokopa Martha Karua kwa sababu wanajua msimamo yake.
That's true.
Najua kuna wengi wale wana support baba, lakini they are not comfortable kwa msimamo ya Martha Karua na Raila. Ati hawa wawili wakikaa chini, mambo ya corruption Kenya itakuwa kama siku ile ya Kibaki, ya kwamba the following day watasema no corruption Kenya, murutishe pesa ya Wakenya ama ndani, vile baba anasema. So mkitaka hiyo mambo yote baba amesema atatufanyia kama Wakenya, wacha tumpatie running mate Martha Karua. Na kwa sababu Kalonzo ametetemeka na anatoroka, I don't think Penat baba anastahili kupata mtu wako softy. Hatutaki Mkristo, hatutaki mtu handsome, hatutaki sijui, tunataka aita real person ule atakuja simamia Kenya. Na kama mnashindwa, Martha Karua can be anything in the government of baba. She can be chief, she can be, tuko na chief justice. Martha Karua anaweza kuwa speaker of parliament. Martha Karua can have any other position kwa sababu yeye si tamaa, si kuitwa deputy president anataka kutengeneza serikali ya baba. I know she can serve in any capacity ila anapatiwa na baba. Lakini wa Kenya tunauliza, tunataka kupatia baba mtu mwenye akisema mambo ya corruption, akitaja China ya Selina, akitaja ya Penat, akitaja ya ile mtu hata sikia Selina ameongea mbaya, akikutacha inji sa inje siko tayari kusikiza. We are dealing with international community. Mama is one of those people who are respected in Geneva about human rights in Kenya and in the world. Na kama Kalonzo anasema yeye ni council ama anasemanga hiyo China ingine wanachiita ile maloya wakubwa, Martha Karua is the same. Yeye also senior council. Martha Karua ni senior council. So Kenyans, nawaomba by Tuesday tupatie baba the best. Na kitu ingine nataka niwaambie pia wa Kenya, baba Raila mutaanguka na mutapita, munajua mutalia, mutaanguka, na kina wale wanakuwa katikati watapita katikati. They have nowhere to go. Musali aliitwa, alikuwa na earthquake imeenda wapi? It cannot even be given anything. Alikuwa umeambiwa serikali sijui utakuwa. So hizi promises are good, lakini siku mbili siku tatu mtoto sahii mimba kichwa ya mtoto inatoka, so hatuwezi rudisha ndani. Kama inatoka na mwezi wa 9 mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9 mtoto kijana atalia, ile itakuwa imepatikana. But nataka kushukuru ya kwamba rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, nataka wale wanasumbua Matiang'i ni ya kwamba sahii Matiang'i ni mbaya. Wapi Baby Pendo? What happened to Baby Pendo? What happened to those children who die? What happened to those people walikuwa na furahi wakisema baba akipikwa tear gas, walikuwa na cheka na kusema Matiang'i fanya kazi. Nataka kumwambia Matiang'i, usipeleke hiyo dhambi kwa watoto ya watu wengine, wacha ifanyike saa hii. Wenye walikuwa nasema Matiang'i ni mzuri, wewe ni mzuri even today. Mwenye walikuwa nasema utoe ile malori ya maji, ile ilikuwa inanyorosha Nairobi, Matiang'i do the same. Kama hauna hiyo marisasi, utuambie tuone mahali inaombwa. Otherwise, inasemekana na mtu asituambie hapa ati unajua Biblia ilituambia Penat, wewe ni pastor. Hii macho tit for that. Na akasema hii mkono, si mimi nilisema, wewe ni pastor. Alituambia ya kwamba saa hii mtu asituambie ile ya 2017 ilikuwa tofauti. Raila ni ule ule, Ruto ni ule ule, Uhuru ni ule ule, Matiang'i ni ule ule. Nini imebadilika? Hakuna. Mimi Penat, pole mumenipatia nafasi, na shukuru nimepitisha, lakini leo si kwenda kazi, kesho siendi kazi, niko off 3 days. Nataka tupambane na hii mambo, hata kama ni kukaa nyumbani mpaka tuone baba ameingia State House. We will do that. Tunataka Wakenya wasikie, na wale wanakuja kujipembeleza, kuja usa watu yenyu. It is time, it is state and life. Wale wakora toka, wala hawana msimamo kwenda, wacha baba asimame, na atasimama na Kenya itasimama. Na Penat,
okay, thank you. Mama Selina,
ile watu wote wametoroka. Moja tu Penat, ile watu wote wametoroka, wasirudi wakikuja kusema tulidanganywa, wakae baridi 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate it and we value your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. On the comment section, Henry Mugo, na nani huyu? Tafadhali naomba, okay? Kama unaona kwamba hii channel haikusaidii, haujafungiwa hapa, wewe unatumia bundle zako, umeclick link wewe mwenyewe, unafuata kipindi wewe mwenyewe, usijisumbue, usikuje kutusi watu hapa na kuwaita majina. Tafadhali do your bit. If you can't stand the heat, you get out of the kitchen, but mind your language. Mzee Penny, I respect you because of your age, but I want you to carry yourself as an elder among children. Don't become the child among the children. Please respect yourself as an elder and use your language with respect. It is important that we should learn good manners from you, not bad manners from you. Thank you. So everybody ka square. Kama unazidi sana, we block you from here. I will not look for you. Na tumeanza kufagia. Kama tunafagia Azimio hapa pia tutafagia. We want to debate here for the goodness of this country, for the betterment of this country, not for the safeguarding of one's ego and one's preference of issues. So watch what you are posting, watch how you are treating others on the channel, or else unakanyaga nje. Asante. Kip, is your turn. Karibu.
Oh, what a wonderful day. I don't know why people are not excited. Such a good day. Yes, I know. I'm happy for you. Birds of a feather flock together. That is wonderful. Yo takataka yote uende nayo, because nobody's reading between the lines here. Mutua has corruption cases in him. mulisikia nani akisema hapo, mulioneshwa clip hapo and you're still not reading between the lines. This guy was accused by his deputy governor of this is his direct quote, so please do not say that I'll even use the word allegedly, that he's been using office resourcesly. Yeah, listen keenly. It's there. He's been using office resources carelessly and for sexual favors, especially to the innocent girls who are struggling in the community of Machakos. So yo, utaangalia kwa magazeti, that story is there. It is there. This guy is not what do you think he is. Haya, kuna mambo ya 70 million shillings in Machakos was spent by this fellow. Yeah? Suspicious money, allegedly. Hiyo bado iko kwa EACC. Haya, kuna pesa ingine hapo alipatiwa na the Danish government, about 50 million Kenya shillings. Yep, there we go. I've hit a nerve. It's in the newspapers and it's in AACC by the Danish government. Haya, kuna nini hii? Unajua watu wa madam wanapendanga sana eh? So Ruto ana makesi ya madam and our friend Mutua has cases for the dam. Yeah, hii Maruba dam. Don't do this. No way, don't do this. Those cases are still there. Haya, kuna Waki clearing and forwarding. Hakuna makesi huko. So the reason, relax. Easy case bado ziko, mister. And the reason why, what do you call it? The reason why there are two reasons why he went to Kenya kwanza. The first reason is kuna pesa alipewa na Ruto na alikuwa anataka kurudisha hiyo pesa. So he was asking Uhuru or Raila ampatie hiyo pesa ndio arudishe hiyo pesa so that he can stay in Azimio. Okay, it's making you sweat. I like this. Number two, alikuwa anataka all the cases. Ulisikia Junet akisema leo afternoon, kuna makesi anataka zitolewe na Raila. Who is Raila to drop cases? Who is Raila to drop these cases? So these are cases that are still there. I don't know if some of them have been pulled off, but you show me if they've been pulled down. If they've been pulled down, wait, I'll put my hands up. Lakini these are things that happen in his first term. Alianza kufanya vizuri in his second term because anajua there are still things there. So msiseme ati propaganda. Hata ukistuka. Now you see, the excitement has gone away somewhere. Eh? Sasa tumeanza kusema vitu. So I am very happy today. We can finally get rid of this fellow. And he's also making us, what do you call it? Making us lock, what do you call it? Making us lock Kalonzo. Kalonzo cannot go anywhere now. Haezi kwenda kufuatana na huyo mjamaa kwa sababu you know it is junior. So Mama Selina, you need to see that this is a good day. We're left with very clean people in Azimio, and I'm quite glad. He was a thorn. Mimi namuitanga junior watermelon. So it is great. And kwa hayo kidogo, Bernard, unaweza endelea. Bernard.
He's on the phone. Okay, let me answer you real quick.
Let's wait for Bernard. I think I will not answer your questions unless there's a moderator. So I think Guru should go next. Guru, tafadhali. Ama tuende kwa Matthew. Let's go to Matthew. Let's wait for the moderator.
Sasa tusubiri moderator ama itakuwa vipi?
Endelea.
Tafadhali endelea Matthew.
Kwanza nawasalimia nyote na leo ni siku ya furaha sana. Sisi kama Wakamba tumeona viongozi wetu wamerudi kwa Wakamba. Sisi Wakamba tuna viongozi wetu. Na viongozi wetu walikuwa wametuacha. Walikuwa wameweka tumbo mbele kwenda kupatiwa pesa ile milioni ambayo ilikuwa inasemekana Uhuru alitoa. Sasa tunaona kwamba sisi sote Wakamba tumeamua kuweka kura zetu mahali pamoja. Mimi nawakilisha Wakamba, nikiongea naongea kwa niaba ya Wakamba. Maana Mutua ni Mkamba. Na ni mtu akiongea juu ya Mutua kwamba eti hana kura. Namshangaa sana maana sisi ndio tunaelewana zaidi kuliko mtu mwingine ambaye anatoka katika jamii tofauti. Kwa hivyo ninio Alfred Mutua kurudi Kenya Kwanza ni kuonyesha kwamba amefuata ninio sauti ya ninio, amekuja kwa maoni ya Wakamba venye wanavyotaka kuongozwa katika mrengo ambao wanaotaka wao. Upande wa kusema eti viongozi eti Alfred Mutua ni mwizi, kuna wezi wengi sana kwa Azimio. Ongea juu ya KEMSA cases ziko wapi? Mbona ilinyamaza? Pandora Papers mbona ilinyamaza? Saa hii sababu Alfred Mutua ametoka Azimio, sasa ndio mnasema ni mwizi, ni nini? Tuacheni propaganda, wacha tupige siasa ambayo siasa ya ukweli, sio ya usaliti, sio ya udanganyifu. Si kwamba tunaishi katika hali ya propaganda. No, kama kesi hiko, mbona wakati huo ilikuwa ifufuliwi? Mbona saa hii? Wakati Ruto alipokuwa mzuri kwa Uhuru alikuwa mzuri, mbona nao? Tuacheni uongo. Viongozi wote, karibu wote ni wezi. Hata akina nani, sitataja majina, hata pia siruhusiwi maana sina ushahidi kamili. That is my submission.
Matthew, I can only say that I've always said everything about Mutua in this channel. I've never stopped.
Okay, Bwana Matthew, ulisema unaongea kwa niaba ya Wakamba.
Maana hapa sioni nini panelist mwingine.
Wakamba kuanzia lini?
Si lazima uteuliwe kuwa kiongozi. Unaweza sikia maoni ya Wakamba wenzako.
Just treat it. You must be mandated to do that.
Okay, treat it as it.
Ngoja Wangira. Everybody mute your mic, please. I'm the one interrogating the case. Thank you. Matthew, mimi ni Mluya, natoka Navakholo constituency. Okay? Siwezi kusema naongea kwa niaba ya Waluya. Kwa nini? Waluya wako na uongozi wao. Kiongozi wetu ni mzee Atuoli. Okay? Atuoli amepaka mafuta nani? Oparanya. So Oparanya anaongea kwa niaba ya Waluya kwa sababu is mandated to do that. You said you are speaking on behalf of Kambas as who mandated you. When did that take place? That's number one. Number two, historically, okay, the Kamba people have voted in a particular pattern. When did that pattern change?
Okay, thank you. Kwa kuniuliza kwamba mimi nimeteuliwa na nani kuwa msemaji wa Wakamba, sio lazima niteuliwe kuwa msemaji wa Wakamba ndio nijue Wakamba wanasema nini. Katika sehemu ninayoishi Wakamba ndio wengi. Tunasikia
there is a difference between you speaking what the Kambas are saying and claiming to speak on behalf of the Kambas. Those are two different things. You say you're speaking on behalf of the Wakambas. That is why I'm asking that. Usituzungusha akili hapa. Na maneno hapana.
Unajua hii haitaki
you want to change your statement.
Hii mambo haitaki hasira. Ukileta hasira unaumia roho bure.
Wewe ndio umekuja na propaganda, tumekukamata na maneno yako, umeshindwa kujitetea.
It is not propaganda. Mimi nakoishi na viongozi tunaishi kama
Wakamba. Tumekuuliza who mandated you to speak on their behalf. So
unaishi wapi? Unaishi wapi?
Whatever you are
mimi
saying,
natoka Machakos.
It's invalid.
Mimi ni mkaaji wa Machakos, na katika hiyo mtaa ya tunapoishi pale ninio Kadhekakai, mimi ni kiongozi wa vijana. Hao vijana pia na wawakilisha kwa
So vijana wamekutuma kuja kuongea kwa niaba yao. Pole lakini. Although it wasn't your turn. Yes, Cheraisi.
Yeah, it's a question to me.
Yeah, it's not a question. I was just clarifying something Mr. Kip said. Alisema Ruto ako na kesi ya dump. In one sentence, there is no case against Ruto regarding any dump, whether in or Tanzania or Uganda or USA. Nothing.
Why are you jumping for Rutos? And the case I was bringing were the cases for Mutua. Cases of corruption, the ones I listed, that are in the ACC. is it ACC? ACC are Mutuas. And as for the young man that was trying to defend corruption against corruption, you can't do that. I gave you my points on corruption. It's either you condone it or you shun it. I have never, ever accepted anyone who has corruption, even in Azimio. I've said it in this platform. Everybody knows that. So when I tell you that I'm happy he's left, that is my own personal opinion. And you should not be celebrating somebody who's corrupt, who's allegedly corrupt. So if you're clapping your hands for that, me, I don't know. If you want him, you can keep him. He's corrupt. So we don't want dirty people in our place. And the more of them leave, the better. So if you're coming just to defend Ruto and not Mutua, you want to put him under your wing, Nisa up here, you can have him.
It's okay. Let us leave it there. Okay, from where I sit, I don't know whether William Ruto is corrupt or not. Okay, but one thing is constant: that everywhere William Ruto has passed, there has been a corruption scandal. It has been a common denominator. And in our village, they say, if you pass and a child dies, then you pass again, another child dies, then you must be the reason why children are dying. I leave it there. Bwana Maina, sema kile umeinua mkono kama una swali. Ni time ya Guru.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Bernard. I just want to ask one thing to keep. It's a comment that has been made by Cheraisi. Don't force people your comments down to their throats, please. Number two, Bernard, we also talked about the issue where this guy called Mwanza was speaking about the people of Kamba. Number one, today I'm celebrating. By the way, let me make this comment. I was here sometimes back, and Bernard was laughing at me when I was making such comments. And it's okay, the language is different, but let us understand this. Let us not talk of these things that we have heard of, but we have no substantial evidence upon. Let us not say, as Mr. Bernard has said, that Mutua, we don't understand if they are corrupt or not. Those are just propagandas. Just give a view of who you are. Don't force things down our throats. That's one comment I would put across, Mr. Bernard. Asante.
So, Bwana Maina, nobody's forcing anybody to do anything. But sharing information is the reason why we are here. We are in the business of broadcasting information. So the only thing you will find with my information, find it to be credible or not credible. But to tell me not to say what I know or what I have read, because if I say that, I'm forcing it down your throat, you are the one who must have a problem, because information is the business of this age. We are in the information age to start by. If you want to defend an issue, to refute an issue, refute it with counter evidence, okay? I have said, I don't know whether William Ruto is corrupt or not, but one thing has been constant. Everywhere he has served in government, one scandal after another. That cannot be coincidental. That cannot be the creation of wherever anti-corruption. There must be some fire somewhere. If there is smoke. Thank you.
Okay, I need to defend myself.
Where you are,
I need to defend myself.
Where you are, you will make your submission and defend whatever you want to defend. Mr. Guru, karibu.
Habari yenu nyote.
Salama, namna gani leo?
Nzuri sana.
Nzuri.
Yes.
Hey, Bwana Guru, is your turn to submit?
Yes, sure.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Now, what has happened today is that Mutua and Kingi have taken off. And what I can say is this, that it's not surprising. When you look at some of these players and you ask their motivations, you obviously find that some of them have very, very personal reasons for even having political parties. Mutua and Kingi are finishing their mandatory 2 terms, and therefore the future for them is very bleak, especially if they have not found any other space they can occupy. So some of them have chosen to hide in political parties, perhaps hoping that they could find a way of nominating themselves to parliament or the Senate, and or earning some money from the nominations. Some of them have tended to overrate themselves, their political worth. They are punching above their abilities. Look at somebody like Mutua. I would want to know how many MPs and MCAs that he was able to win in the last elections. I don't know how whether it is true or not, but Rafael Tuju are saying that these people were always talking to the KKA, and it was a matter of time. So I don't know whether it is a price that they were negotiating or what it is. But there is one observation that has also been made. These people who are making so much noise of how they are not being treated well in Azimio, they are making very heavy demands on Baba. But when shifting, you don't hear them going for anything big. Look at people like the likes of Musalia and Weta. Apparently, they were also complaining on nearly the same thing, that they were not made president or and so on and so forth. But when they go on the other side, they get nothing. In fact, they become spanner boys. So you start wondering, somebody like Mutua, what is he going now to get that he could not get on this other side? I would believe that they are a baggage. In fact, they are a big drawback on the Azimio, because we would rather be left with the big players who you are certain that they will have a sway in the electoral process, rather than be saddled by so many small briefcase parties, each giving demands, some of which are beyond their ability to deliver. So therefore, there are people who are seeing this as a big thing, but maybe in terms of perception, but in terms of real numbers, no. I don't think that is the case. And it so happens that a decision will have to be made in this community. Even that Kalonzo Musyoka, he has to make a decision. If you are to move to KKA, what is that he's going to get that he could not get on this other side? Basically, that is what it is. And he's demanding that he becomes the deputy president. If you are to go to the other side, would he be given the similar position? Those are the questions. Otherwise, is it that they are spoiling for Baba, like Kivuda Kibwana is saying? In fact, he has said that it's coming out clearly. These people were on a mission to destroy Azimio. And when you look at their behavioral patterns, you could easily agree with this view that when they were three of them and campaigning in that community, they were hovering above 65% in terms of those supporting Azimio. But Kalonzo came in and disrupted everything, and then everything went quiet. they were told to take a back seat, which they did. So currently nothing is going on except Kalonzo going around complaining. Now, this is where now action has to be taken. I think it is come a time when Baba and the president have to bite the bullet and know whether they go along with them or they just work with those who want to work with them. There was a report in one of the media that they were to meet the three of them in Saikuru. That is Stephen Kalonzo's Musyoka's home some few days ago. But the two principals changed that for unknown reasons. Perhaps they have intelligence report that they first wait, because when you see somebody behaving in the manner in which Kalonzo is behaving, even planting candidates in places that you see it's a way of spoiling for Azimio, then you ask yourself whether you should still work with him. But yote tisa, siasa iko namna hiyo. Mtu ataenda kule anataka na atapata ile ana nini ama akose, na basi itakuwa namna hiyo. Although I think it is time to bite the bullet. I do not think these rankles are doing any good for this coalition. They are not doing any good. In fact, they would rather be left with Charles Ngilu and Kivutha Kibwana driving the campaign in that region and get part of that vote, other than continue wrangling the way is happening right now, and then the whole region starts having doubt and then shift to the other side. I think that's what should happen. I think there is no option but to bite the bullet. That is my view for now. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. We appreciate it, and it is about time. It's about time the right thing is done the right way at the right moment. So all the concerned parties need to step up and do what is required. I continue to adjust. Please, if you are able to get the broadcast, share it with somebody, invite somebody to watch. Don't watch alone. Don't enjoy the show alone. Invite somebody to do so. And if you're not yet a member of Mtembei TV on the YouTube channel, please subscribe to Mtembei TV and join, become a member. And you can also support the channel. The details are on the YouTube channel profile. We want to grow together as a great family, and Kenya is our business. We are here for Kenya and Kenya only. We want the best for this country, and whatever it takes, we wish to lay down our life for the same, and that is why we are up until now and will be up even after the 9th of August 2022. So hakikisha kwamba hayo mambo yote yanaendelea. On the comment section, kama huna point. Matusi itasaidia. Tulia, fikiria, think through the debate, then give your points. Insulting people, calling them dwarfs, calling them illiterate, calling them, it won't help nothing. Your candidate, if he's corrupt, he's corrupt. If he's seen to be corrupt, there is being corrupt and being seen corrupt. You can't change that view by insulting the other person. You just bring the counter evidence to prove that that is not there. I'll be sharing the link of what Kip has shared about the reports about the corruption being investigated against one Mutua. It was in the Star newspaper. So it's not a creation of anybody. And if it's in the Star newspaper, it's in the public domain. And so it's not a matter of he was supporting Azimio or he wasn't supporting Azimio. I don't think Azimio writes the Star newspaper. The sponsors of the Star newspaper is not Azimio. So let's be fair and look at things critically. Story ya kusema kila Mkenya ni corrupt na kila kiongozi ni corrupt is an excuse to justify corruption. We don't advocate for the same. Okay? We don't advocate for the same. We are not corrupt and not everybody's corrupt. Let the corrupt people own up their corruption and be willing to pay for it, not paint everybody to be corrupt. Any young person who believes that everybody's corrupt and he wants to get into leadership to be corrupt is the wrong person. And if you're following leaders who are corrupt so that you become corrupt like them, you are part of the problem. You need to be stopped by all means. Young people need to believe in getting to the top the right way. There are no shortcuts in life. You follow due process, you get there. What is the use of you following the shortcut? Get the biggest contract, supply it, and then spend the rest of your time in committee. The people you... Please, think soberly. Henry Mugo, I don't know what's your problem with Olo David. If that is the only point you have, we have had enough of you. Goodbye. Mr. Wangira, is your turn. Bob nimekuona and I know you are earlier. Wacha Wangira akuje, tutakuja kwako ndio turudi kwa Bernard. I'm aware. Thank you. Wangira, tafadhali.
How are you?
I'm well. Karibu.
My greetings to everybody.
They are greeted. Just one moment, Wangira. King Dave Lubale, your device is not well connected. We can't add you to the screen. Please fix your device. Get out, and then if you can hear me, fix your device. Get out of wherever the studio. Restart your phone if you're using the phone. Then configure properly. Allow StreamYard to do the configuration for you. You will be added. The new law is if you appear without camera, we will not add you to the screen. Thank you. Wangira endelea.
Oh, it has been a very interesting day today for some of us who have been following the political development in this country. And today, Oburu Odinga said that nobody will be begged anyway. And I'm agreeing with Oburu Odinga that time for begging people is now over. You know, we as Azimio, we must decide to take the route that we want to take, whether we will be 2 people or 4 people, let it be so. But this business of begging people for the sake of it, you know, it doesn't seem to be helping Azimio, because instead what we are seeing is blackmail, manipulation, and at the end of the day, we also seeing speculation. For example, today, the reasons Alfred Mutua gave as why he ditched Azimio was that he was not included in the Azimio lineup. So when he says that he was not included in the Azimio lineup, I didn't understand what he meant that by he was not included in the Azimio lineup, because I remember the other day he was among those people who were saying that they wanted to become Raila Odinga's running mate. Is it because he was not among those people who were selected to be Raila Odinga's running mate that now he's claiming that he was not included in the Azimio lineup? Then he went on to say that he was also not included in the campaign program of Azimio. And there was the other part, you know, that made me wonder where we are headed as a nation. He claimed, you know, he even brought up issue of funding. He was not given funding to support Raila Odinga campaign. You know, the late Osaje for Kwame Nkrumah wrote a book called Neo-Colonialism, or the last stage of imperialism. And what I'm seeing today in this country, especially in regard to William Ruto, is pure neocolonialism, what we call in Kiswahili ukoloni mamboleo. Oh, you know, William Ruto is propagating pure ukoloni mamboleo, because those people who understand ukoloni mamboleo is the reason why Congo DRC is where it is today. Ukoloni Mamboleo promotes what we call private gain. You know, people don't go for what is public good. They go for what is private gain. So when you listen to Alfred Mutua saying that, you know, he was not included in the Azimio lineup, that's about personal gain. If you see him say that, you know, he was not given funds to promote Raila campaign, that is personal gain. And I think this campaign now, where we are, this election now, where we are moving, you know, is a battle between status quo, who believe in colony mamboleo, and guys like Raila Odinga who want to see change by bringing what he calls the third liberation for this country. Because guys who still believe in colony mamboleo still believe that when they are called for public duty, then they must be paid some premium, even where it means public good. And you know, things are not going to work that way. I want to agree with one of my friends who wrote on Alfred Mutua's Facebook post. You know, he told Alfred Mutua very kindly that he should just go in peace. And he told him awache kutusumbua because the path to State House does not pass in his compound. So he was telling Alfred Mutua that the path to State House does not pass in his compound. So awache kutusumbua. You know, it's not Alfred Mutua who is going to determine whether Raila Odinga will become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya or not. In fact, me, as Wangira, as much as I always castigate Kalonzo Musyoka, today, if Kalonzo Musyoka pulled, let me just be honest, if Kalonzo Musyoka pulled out of Azimio, I will be a worried man. But I cannot lose an iota of a sleep because Governor Alfred Mutua has left Azimio. I cannot lose even an iota of a sleep. On the issue of the selection panel, today we have seen Joho, Kinyanjui, Sabina, Martha Karua, and Oparanya attending. And you know, that's a very good sign because it's a sign of people who are showing that they are ready to humble themselves. So that was a sign of humility, and that was a sign of leadership. And it is our expectation that tomorrow, as we get into day 2 of that panel, and in the day 2 of that panel, and just to add something, you know, I listened to Sabina Chege, and she said, you know, they were not interviews, but they were mere interactions. So what they were doing was just, the panel was trying to interact with the proposed running mates for Raila Odinga. So it was not an interview. So as a sign of good faith, Bernard, tomorrow I hope that our brother, our big brother, Kalonzo Musyoka, will also see the good faith and attend. Because if he does not attend, you know, that already will be bad faith. And I am among the people who are saying that if he does not attend tomorrow, let him be knocked out. Let Raila bite the bullet, nominate whoever he wants to nominate. We have a running mate and we move forward. So tomorrow, Kalonzo should attend. If he does not attend, then let us do away with him, have somebody else, people who are humble like Wakina Martha Karua, like the young lady Sabina Chege. We can get one of them and have her as our running mate. Then we now move forward our campaigns toward the 9th of August, 2022. Uhuru Kenyatta finally is promising to get out to start campaigning for Raila Odinga. And I'm looking forward to seeing him in the field, and seeing him in the field, and also seeing him telling Kenyans the reasons why he did not support William Ruto and he chose to support Raila Odinga. Wacha tu niwachie hapo Bernard. I think my 2 minutes are over. I'll come in in the second round, unless there's any other issue that somebody wants it elaborated. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate it. Let's keep the conversation going. The comment section, please let us keep it real. Let us keep it sane. No hard feelings. Kama una point, tafuta point alafu ulete. Matusi hairuhusiwi. Thank you. Bob tena amekuwa dropped. Bernard, chukulia hapo dakika zako 2 tusonge tafadhali.
Okay, habari zenyu?
Salama.
Okay, mimi kuna machache tu ya kuongea. Kwanza nikitaka kuongelelea hiyo maneno imefanyika leo hiyo ya Mutua. Sioni kama inakuwa surprise kubwa sana juu hiyo ni kitu yenye alikuwa amepanga na alikuwa anajua kutoka kitambo. Ukijaribu kuangalia ile wakati aliita meeting, alisema vizuri ya kwamba hao wenyewe wanataka mali, wanapewa pesa na anatetea watu wake. Ile wakati Raila alikuwa anampigia simu anasema, oh, ni mkubwa amepiga simu, acha nichukue simu tuongee na yeye. So haikui surprise sana, na hata sioni chochote ambacho tutakuwa tumepoteza juu hata tukijaribu kuangalia kutoka nyuma 2017 hatukuwa na yeye, lakini Wakamba walipiga kura vizuri sana. So hiyo upande wangu sioni chochote chenye tutakuwa tumepoteza. Yeye wacha afike salama na tunamtakia mema huko. Asanteni sana.
Bernard, can you give me a minute? I want you guys to say hello to this young, beautiful girl from Uganda. She's
Sawa, go ahead.
Thought she will be going back. And then keep, no, but you always, all of you are married. Otherwise, I will give one of guys to Jangula Nyetosa.
Hello everyone.
Neto anataka kuongeza.
Wewe mama Selina bwana, tunataka kitu bwana, tupatie hiyo.
Kiswahili, so I don't understand what you guys are saying.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you guys?
We are good. Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you too. I'm glad to talk to you guys. Thank you for the struggle. Thank you for supporting Baba Raila. I'm really glad. Yes. I'm from Uganda. My name is Maggie. And I really got a privilege to meet Martha Karua, the Iron Lady in DC. I met Baba Raila. I had him address, and really, you guys love him, and I pray that he wins. Work hard so that he wins. So that I really admire Kenya, how you guys have the democracy and how you stand out to fight for your rights, how you stand out to vote for democracy always. You guys are really blessed, and you should maintain that legacy because it's a legacy that Kenya is holding for very many years, unlike us in Uganda. So you guys have to work hard for your children and your great-grandchildren so that you can maintain that legacy. So if you lose it, it will be up to you. If you lose it, it will be up to you because we don't have that privilege. I've not seen any other president in my life. Since I was born, I've seen Museveni. I don't know what to do. So we are trying also to bring up a revolution to get at least to be like you guys, because you guys really have a legacy.
Your dad?
Which kingdom are you from?
Maggie, my name is Martin and I eat matoke. My name is Martin and I eat matoke.
She's from Buganda Kingdom. Tell them your dad and what you are.
Are you a princess?
Okay, I'm glad to be part. Pardon?
Are you a princess? Which kingdom are you from?
No, I'm not a princess, but my tribe is Buganda. I'm in Uganda.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm blessed to be part of the Chagulani family. My uncle is Bobby Wine, so he has shown us an example. We have to really fight for our freedom, for democracy, and be at least like you guys in Kenya. You guys have democracy. At least you can vote in a person and out of power. We are really blessed. So you guys have to carry on that spirit and maintain your legacy.
I think you should have led with that.
East Africa on the map of Africa.
I think you should have led with that. You should have told us about your uncle fighting for presidency and how it was a tough ride for you as a family watching that. I think Bernard, if you could just spare us a bit. We want to hear about your experience with Bobby Wine and how the family felt when they were fighting for your uncle's presidency.
It's automatically, you know, when you're fighting a dictatorship, it's really hard. Like you've seen in the
You have
past
to
histories,
shout
like in the past histories of Africa, it's really hard. I personally have been arrested, I've been incarcerated, my 15-year-old brothers have been arrested. It's really tough. I can't tell you all the story, but it's really tormenting. It's torture in Uganda, everywhere. You just get lucky to survive. And anyway, it's only God who protects us, but it's really hard. People really love Mr. Robert. They love His Excellence. In fact, he won. He's the president of Uganda, but you know, dictatorship. It's really hard. There's no way I can express it more than, because you guys see on the social media. If you visit Uganda, you really see everything. There is nothing to hide. Everything is in plain broad daylight. So that's why I say you guys are really blessed. You're blessed to have the right to put someone in power. So you have to keep that legacy, because if you lose it, it will be really sad.
But Museveni has so many friends in Kenya.
Yes, he does, because, you know, he has to support his power. He has to maintain himself in power. So he has to shake hands with some people, sugarcoat things with them.
What did they say about Deputy President of Kenya, Ruto? What are they talking about him?
Okay, what I hear about him, like there is a kind of connivance with Museveni. You know, Museveni wants to make friends. He's somehow isolated, so he's trying to make friends and put himself in power. And Museveni is a master of rigging election. And I hear a story. They are saying that Museveni is claiming that the Turkanas are attacking the Karamojongs. They are killing them. You know, he's a master of propaganda. So he can also start disorganizing Kenya in some way, because he may say, oh, the Turkanas are attacking my people. Then he comes and attacks Turkanas, claiming that he's protecting, because he's a master of insecurity, provides insecurity to pretend to be solving it. Like you see what he's doing in Congo. So you people have to be careful. You don't have to overlook this man. He has the army. He feels like he has the power. So you people have to be careful who you vote in, the people they shake hands with. If you vote someone who connives with the dictator, automatically you guys are going to suffer at a point of time, because there is nothing good ever coming out of a dictator.
Okay. Thank you very much for that information. We value and appreciate you. And Uganda is our trade partner, a good neighbor. The struggle you're in, it's normal. We had it earlier. It's only that our own came earlier, yours came late, but we are in together. I'm sure that there are many things you can benchmark from Kenya. But one thing we can encourage you with is that you are where we were. If we came from there, you will also come from there. It's just democracy is progressive, it grows. It will have casualties, but at the end of the day, no dictator remains forever. No dictatorship abides forever. It will collapse.
Okay, thank you for your support as Kenya. You have really been there for us. You have been seeing you guys campaigning on our behalf. We really thank you. You guys have not been selfish like other countries. You have really been there for us. So we really thank you.
So will you go and tell your uncle that you met with Kenyans they are supporting
Yeah,
Raila?
of course, I'll tell him everything, and I hope one day he'll be willing to, he'll be there to talk to you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. She's going back on Wednesday.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So I'm a mother of
Akipita Nairobi alete matoke.
Tupitia Nairobi, mimi siwezi. Tutakuja tutapanda ndege haraka Nairobi.
I wish I wish I had a young Kenyan here. I could have start saying now, I want to be a mother-in-law in Uganda. So,
Unabeba hiyo.
guys, by the way, she's
Mama Selina, wacha kuchoma. Vijana wako hapa wengi sana.
Okay, bye-bye. I want to take her out and then we come back.
Okay, sawa. Thank you very much, Mama Selina. We really appreciate it. Let's continue. And we are in this for Africa, not just Kenya only. So we appreciate to hear that fresh information
we will go
from
to Uganda when Bobby Wine being a president. We want to start. We want to start a Simio. We want to start a Mutembei TV in Uganda. Now, when Maggie go back to Uganda, I will tell her I have Karim. I have so many friends, so we will start Mutembei TV in Uganda, so we can integrate and say more. I'm pleasant to be a friend of Chakulanyi Sendamu family, and I'm really honored that when Bobby Wine will be the president of Uganda, Mama Selina will stand around there as my deputy president. Mother Karua is in Kenya. Then we will get our countries together. Thank you guys and be pleasant.
Asante sana, and we look forward for that to happen. And for Mutembei TV to start Uganda chapter, it's just like that. It's for Bob Wine to talk to us, and then we'll be able to facilitate that from where we are. So Seven cannot shut us down because we are not in his territory.
No. When she go back to Uganda, I will give her the link, and then she will click the link and give you Bobby Wine to say hello to everybody. And that our father is it is the national mobilizer for Uganda. He was written way, but he is the member of parliament for Kampala Central. Nyanse, if you see the man called Chairman Nyanse, is the father, the elder brother to Jagulanyi Sendamu Robert.
Okay, asante sana for that information. Let us now move on, please. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much.
Ilikuwa tani ya Bernard.
Ilikuwa tani ya Martin, lakini Martin alismile mpaka katoroka.
The smile shut up with his network. Mr. Kama, drive the bus. Umemaliza nyama choma ukakuja na evidence on the screen. Mpaka Alex ameteta sana kwa comments. Is it the meat you're taking or the toothpick?
Nilikuwa nimeingia kwa behind the curtain ukaningoa kwa sababu nilikuwa nakula. Lakini sasa I'm back and I have a lot of strength to speak now.
Sawa, karibu endelea.
Asante sana. I want to talk about the Mutua and the Kingi and I mean they dump Raila for DP Ruto. You know you can create a storm out of a teacup. Unajua a molehill, you create a hill out of a molehill. I don't think these are people worthy discussing because first of all they are threatened. They are threatened by what we call political oblivion. And people like Mutua want to be relevant, and sometimes looking for relevance can take you so far. And I think despite the fact there might have been, I don't know, changing of money because the presidency of Kenya is very expensive. Some people are bought, others are hired to create a perception that everybody is trooping towards that direction. But I want to say this. As we speak 3 months to election, I don't think there will be any move from either side that is going to significantly increase or reduce the voters from either side. I think people by now have decided where they are. And that is why for me, even if Raila Odinga picks anybody from Gikomba as a deputy president, I don't think my vote will change, because I am not in this because of a deputy. In fact, I'm in this because of the man, Raila Amolo Odinga. It is not because he has been joined by Karua or Ruto or whoever, or it is because, for me, I look at his policies. I've read actually repeatedly his manifesto on the issue of one county, one product. I like that. He has also spoken on single mothers, which is a crisis in Kenya. I love that. He has talked about tax holidays. I love that. He has spoken about social protection. I love that. I've also read the other stories of UDA, because for me, I like looking at the facts. And that side, they are big names. It's like gathering, you know. Ruto has said he's going to give every word 100 billion shillings, and that is true. He has said that. Cherasei, we listen to him every day. Like today was in Wamba, because I follow his story so much. He was in I think Masabit, Samburu area, and he said that he's going to give that place 50 billion shillings, 50 billion, unless you don't listen to him. But that is how he is. So when I look at both camps, I see Baba side making a lot of sense, but I see the Ruto side living in what we call, I think they are creating illusions and dreams and big names that are not reality. Having said that, I want to say Mutua's excuses of jumping out of Azimio are flimsy. You cannot say that you are denied an agreement, that is why you have decided to go the other side. In fact, I was surprised to hear that he's saying that Ruto will never commit any other problem to Kenyans. You know, it is very interesting. If you look at that statement, ati mimi sasa nikiwa na Ruto nitamsaidia hata iba tena, hata piga watoto na nini na hiyo inaitangwa ni tear gas tena, hata iba hoteli ingine, hata ibia mteshi. You know, it's very interesting.
Yeye ni mkubwa kuliko Roho Mtakatifu.
Mimi ndio nashangaa. Unless mimi ndio nilisikia vitu zangu, lakini mimi nilisikia kama alisema kitu kama hii. Akasema Ruto hatafanyia kitu mbaya mtu mwingine, atakuwa mtu mzuri, na sijui hiyo atachange aje, but anyway, we are going to leave it to him. How he is going to control Ruto, I don't know, because as we speak today, Ruto is one of the smartest guy who is controlling. He is able to manage, anaweka watu kwa mfuko mmoja mmoja, and therefore mimi mtu anaenda kumcontrol tena sioni. Nimalizie na hii mambo ya Raila huko nini Kajiado. It was beautiful. I think Kajiado kuna governor wa Jubilee na governor wa nini wa ODM. Hapo ndio naona Azimio tunapoteza line kidogo, kwa sababu if we are not going to agree as Azimio, because Azimio la umoja means Azimio la umoja. I don't know how to explain it better, but Azimio la umoja means we be together. Let us win the war together. There are many things that bring us together than separate us. We need this country to move from one level of democracy to the other. Thank you, Bwana Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Mr. Kamau. Cheraisi, what is it?
One second. I'll not take time. I'll just respond to the 50 billion he said. Ruto's plan is to start a program similar to the NGCDF in every constituency. NGCDF now is about 100 million per constituency. So it's not saying it's going to do 50 billion in Wanga, 50 billion where. No, it's something similar to NGCDF, which is about 100 million per constituency for the bottom-up economic model. Asante sana.
Yes, Alex?
I mean, let's stop misquoting and lying to people here. Let us quote what Ruto said. I mean, these are pettiness. You know, Mr. Kamau has said what Ruto said, and I heard what Ruto said exactly. Don't misinterpret what Ruto said. And that's why, Bernard, put that clip. I'll send you. Chiraini, I mean, did you even hear what Ruto said today? Because Kamau has said it. He follows him and he hears what he said to the core. That is not what he said. What he said was he's going to give those people 50 billion. He didn't talk about the 100 CDF you're talking about.
I'm talking about the bottom-up economic model.
That's not what we are talking about. We are talking about what Ruto said today. And let's not even go to an argument about that. Let us put into perspective what Ruto says, where he says it, because these billions have been given here and here and here and here. Now they are almost 4 trillion. And we can understand if that is how even a budget is. Bernard, thank you.
As far as what he said today, you know, you can play the clip. I think Bernard is there. Then we can understand based on context.
It's okay. Thank you, Cheraisi. It is. I understand your position. As far as the deputy president is concerned and his promises, there is inconsistency. The promises started with 100 million. Okay, when Baba started the 6,000 for 2 million Kenyans. Okay, now Sakaja, in fact, yes, if I remember very well, Sakaja kafanya hesabu, okay, ya kugawa hiyo 1 million, hiyo 10 million, whatever, 100 million per constituency, okay, and it ended up being like, was it 900 shillings or something per year? And then now it looked like the money is very minimal. That's when he upgraded. He changed from 100 million to now 100 billion. Okay. Then after a while, he saw 100 billion is too much. He cut it to 50 billion. So it is the games that he has been playing with us. And if you are not aware of that, then you must be the only visitor here.
No, 100 million per constituency, it amounts to 50 billion Kenya shillings. Just the same as the NGCDF of now. It's not more than 50 billion overall over Kenya. Yote. Just the same amount as NGCDF. Asante.
So the 50 billion is not per constituency?
The 100 million per constituency, similar to NGCDF, which amounts to 50 billion Kenya shillings overall. Simple.
Okay, thank you. Since you are the insider, we will believe you. Just tell I don't want to call him your boss. Okay, tell your leader to be clear about it in the next rally. So
not to let your laptops.
The 50 billion is not per county, is not per whatever ward, is not per constituency. It is the total amount for all the constituents in Kenya. Well, let's listen out to this video before we bring in the next person. Tusonge mbele.
Na huyo Penny
Raise
bado
your
na faith na
concerns,
watu huko chini.
and it was addressed. What changed, Governor? That is my first question. The second question is on the issue of getting out of a coalition. And the Register of Political Party says a party, yes, it can be allowed to move out of a coalition, but following the Azimio processes. I don't know if the Azimio processes bar you from leaving, or maybe you had no access to that document that maybe prevents you from leaving. Thank you.
Asante sana. Yes, you see, we went into this in good faith. In the last press conference, we pointed out that walikuwa wamefanya ukora, for lack of a better word, sneak document ya zoning. We made noise. His Excellency Raila called a meeting to placate us, but nothing changed. Managing us. That's what they have been doing, is managing us. You had Honorable Raila talk the other day about zoning. Going back to factory settings, to the same document that he was referring to. You know, and that will mean that they'll zone us out. My party wants to grow. I've got aspirants who want to be on the ballot. I cannot deny them that opportunity. It is my job as a party leader, the aspirations of my aspirants and the people of Kenya who love Maendeleo Chap Chap. That is true. Now, number two is neither here nor there. The Constitution is very clear. You cannot force people to be in a relationship they do not want to be. Freedom of association is paramount. Hii ingine yote ni stories. It's as simple as that. Hata ukienda koti gani, hii ingine yote ni stories. You cannot force people, according to a new constitution, to be in association they do not want. A lot of flaws. Even them denying us our document is ground enough not to be in that relationship. Yes, media house and name, please.
All right, Sydney Chazima from NTV. You've mentioned that 5 other parties are coming to Kenya Kwanza.
I'm not saying they're coming to Kenya Kwanza.
You said
I said 5 are talking to party leaders. Nutaanza kuona kesho kutwa hivi. Wanatoka Azimio.
Could you divulge some
Wameona
of the
si Azimio la umoja ni Azimio la utanganishi.
Could you divulge some of the names?
Unajua, I cannot do that. You know, parties have their own ways of doing things. Okay. I'll be jumping the gun. Okay. But I appreciate the question.
Okay.
You understand, eh? Yeah. Unajua shida jamaa wanajaribu kutumanage, which is okay. Lakini wanasahau nilikuwa msemaji wa serikali. That was my job, to manage. Na nimekuwa governor, nimekuwa nikimanage. So you don't try to manage person who is an expert in managing people. We can see what they're trying to do, and we cannot allow it for people's sake. Yeah, that's being polite. Yes, media house and name.
Thank you. My name is Mike Kagwongo with TV47. Could you kindly break down the agreement you signed with Kenya Kwanza? Maybe we can get to understand the terms.
Yeah, the terms are very clear. We are supporting Kenya Kwanza. There will be zero zoning. All our aspirants will be on the ballot. All our aspirants choose not to be on the ballot by their own choice, but all our aspirants will be on the ballot. It has been clearly put what our relationship will be in terms of sharing of government when Kenya Kwanza wins, or if by bad luck they lose, what our role will be. One way or another, we will be as a party in government. One way or another. That's in a nutshell. Yeah.
Media Max MOI. Last week, Mr. Governor, Governor Kibwana said you are on the waiting bench with the other Ukambani governors. As at now, does it mean you are speaking the same language with them? Are they on their way coming to Kenya Kwanza?
We are not on a waiting bench. We have changed teams for us. Other parties will make decisions by themselves. I speak on behalf of Maendeleo Chap Chap. I cannot go into the thinking, but what I can tell you is that people are not happy. I mean, this was supposed to be Azimio la Umoja, where we're all happy and moving together. But it has become a club of a few, excluding the rest of us, because they have a game plan for themselves, not a game plan for Kenya, which is quite unfortunate. And I want to urge Kenyans, you know, I've been one of the biggest critics of William Ruto. I've been hitting him hard. Paka tukafinyana mkono. Alinifinya lakini
Inasemaje? Manake wengi wanasema sheria au mkataba ambao mlikuwa mmewekeana kama Azimio One Kenya ni kwamba chama kikitaka kujiondoa kitoe notisi ya miezi 6 kabla ya uchaguzi au miezi 3 baada ya uchaguzi. Hawa ambao wamejiondoa leo, hii sheria inawagusa vipi?
Hatungependa sana kufuata sheria kwa mambo kama haya. Wale ambao walikuja ili tufanye kazi kama Azimio la Umoja walikuja kwa hiari yao. Hakuna mtu hawakulazimisha kwa njia yoyote ile. Kwa hivyo ikiwa mtu ataamua kuenda zake, basi lazima tuheshimu hiyo right yake ya kuenda, na hatutachukua muda yote wakati wote wetu kupoteza wakati ati tunafuatana nao. Sio vile ati tunawadharau, sio vile ati hatuheshimu, lakini ni kama kuwa kwa ndoa. mmeenda mmefanya wedding, mmepata certificate. Kesho yake huyu mama ama huyu bwana akiamua kwenda zake, basi huwezi kusema kwamba tuko na certificate ya marriage, kwa hivyo lazima tuendelee kuishi pamoja.
Kuelewa vizuri waziri ni kwamba iwapo mtataka kuwafuata kisheria, pana uwezekano wa kuwafuata, lakini hamtaki.
Hatuna haja na hiyo.
Kuna uwezekano wa kisheria.
Kuna kisheria ndio, kuna contract. Sasa tunaweza kwenda kwa PPDT tuseme tulikuwa tumeagana hivi, sasa imekuwa hivi, basi tutavurutana bure. Vile nakupatia tu mfano, umefanya harusi, uko na ile certificate yako ya harusi, lakini baadaye mkaamua ama mmoja wenu ameamua ataenda zake. Huwezi kusema kwamba tuko na certificate bwana, kwa hivyo lazima hatuwezi huwezi kutoroka kabla tujaenda kwa kotini tena tupate talaka. Ikiwa umeamua hutaki hiyo ndoa, basi ni afadhali kila mtu aende zake na kwa heshima tu, roho safi.
Katika wale ambao umesema walikuwa wametoa masharti kwa Mheshimiwa Odinga kwa ajili ya uungaji mkono wao kwa Azimio, chama cha PA na chama cha Maendeleo Chapchap ni moja kati ya hivyo vyama ambavyo vilikuwa
kwa ajili ya heshima na kwa ajili ya diplomasia singependa kusema ni wakina nani walifanya hivyo, lakini kwa vile kwa ajili ya Kenya ningependa kuwauliza, mbona wale magavana ambao wako na kesi kubwa za ufisadi, wa wizi, wa kunyakua shamba, wa kuua na kadhalika, mbona wote wameenda UDA?
Turudi hapo kwa sababu
ndio ninakuuliza tu. No, Wakenya wanafahamu.
Ni swali ambalo ni nzuri hilo kwa Wakenya ambao lakini kati ambao wamejiondoa walikuwa na masharti, walikuwa na kesi labda.
Ndio. Naweza kusema kwamba wote ambao wametoka kwetu na wakaenda kule kwingine, wote wako na makesi. Kama sio wizi, kama sio kunyakua shamba, kama sio hata wengine wako na murder cases, kama sio kunyakua shamba na kadhalika. Wakenya wako na matatizo fulani na wangependa kuja Azimio, na wengine hata wameuliza Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga kama naweza kuongea na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, hii kesi yangu ipoeshwe, itulie kwanza, basi mimi nitakusupport. Na Raila Odinga hawezi fanya mambo kama haya.
Yes, Kip, what is it?
Now he's run away. See, I've been vindicated by Raphael Tuju. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Guru, what is it?
Just an observation. One of the things that you hit Maendeleo Chapchap very hard is that the candidates from parts of Western and some other parts where Azimio is very, very popular had requested him to be an independent candidate in case it came to a point where they have to part ways with Azimio. So they actually told him categorically that you have buried their prospects of ever ascending to power. So I even don't know how many number of MCAs or MPs that he is going to gather in these coming elections. Maybe in Ukambani, I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, asante Bwana Guru. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele tafadhali, tuchunge muda na tuende mbio, tusikuwe na maswali mingi katikati, but of course let's give credible information. Tuende kwa Roba, tufuate tuo mkururo. I think we have not mixed anywhere. Roba, tuende.
Hey, Bernard, can I give the next person, then from there I'll be ready for the next one.
Okay, thank you. Richard?
Okay, thank you, the panelists. Thank you, Bernard, for the chance. First of all, I'll start from Mutua. I think the clip which you have played just now and the words which I watched when this guy, Mr. This one, I'm forgetting the name. When he was talking at Kajiado. When he was talking at Kajiado. Junet Mohammed. You see, Mutua has a problem. That is why he wanted that case to be withdrawn by Papa. But Papa, you know, is a man who doesn't believe in that kind of things. That's why Mutua has decided that he should go. And even if he goes there, if you have done wrong and you have done such a kind of thing, it has to follow you, whether you hide it or not. And I'm trying to put this across to you, the people. Please don't defend your post where it is not necessary. Like now, this Cheragay, I don't know the name Cheragay, or I don't know his name. He's trying to talk different from what Ruto was talking. How can you talk different and Ruto himself talked different? Now you are behaving as if you are his advocate. And he has not told you to defend him. Ruto is the one who is standing as the president. That is what he said. He said of 50 billion. And now yourself, you are talking different. Is he the one who is having the manifesto, or it is you? Please talk what is yourself, what you feel, why you are supporting Ruto. Let me speak why I'm supporting Raila. Another thing, what I'm expecting now, those people, you know, we are starting now a serious campaign. Now it is going to be hot. People like Mutua, they will reach somewhere where they will not even talk. I'm telling you this. Even Kalonzo, like now, if I can, there are some areas where Mutua can stand and start talking, and people will not listen. Even Kalonzo, you know the way Kalonzo is taking people, is taking them as if they are choking. People will start now serious campaign, and now people will start seeing this one will not speak to us. This one will not speak to us. So what we are doing now, let us not care for anybody who's pulling out. The time is over. Now, whoever is coming, let him come. Whoever is going, let him go. But know that Papa will be the president in coming August 9th. For now, that's all. I'll come again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Richard, we appreciate it. Bwana Alex, mbio. Mato amengoja karibu na wewe, anaweza kugonga hivi.
Yeah, Bernard, my comments will be very, today I'll go spiritual. And because I think we are in an interesting moment. One of my greatest authors ni mama anaitwa Ellen G. White. I'm an Adventist, so that is my spiritual formation. One of the greatest quotes anasema juu ya leadership inasema, the greatest want of the world is the want of men who will not be bought or sold, men who in their innermost soul are true and honest, men who do not fear to call corruption by its right name, men whose conscience is true as duty as the needle is to the North or South Pole, men who will stand for the right though the heaven falls. But such a character is not a result of accident. It is not due to special favors or endowment or providence. A noble character is the result of self-discipline, and it can show from childhood to the place of leadership. When Martha Karua came to our formation, she reminded us carefully, and we had forgotten that there are both good and bad in all sides. And it has taken us time. Martha Karua reminded us that we have both good and bad. And we have taken time to refuse to talk about the bad apples within us. And it's wrong that we talk about them just when they go out. When a man speaks in a podium and says, my ex-girlfriend used to make noise when we were making love, you can understand what kind of leadership is that. It is overdue. We needed to root out. It was an embarrassment, and it's not something Kenya Kwanza should be proud of. Cheraisi, it's not something you should be proud of. If you are proud of such kind of man, I mean, I wonder. You can be proud of somebody like Muturi coming on your side. We can debate on that. But you can't be happy that Mutua is coming on your side. I mean, that is being hollow, petty, and, I mean, bankrupt of anything called a mindset. So, and it's something that should not shake us in Azimio. As we go on, and I say, this is my last point, 2 minutes. Any sign of a serious leader like Ruto and Raila, who have come out to be really, really serious leaders who want to lead this country, whether they are capable or not, that is another question. But any man who seriously wants to be a leader of this country must have 1 and 2 characteristics. One is he is ready to be betrayed, and also he is ready to betray. Because you can't have everybody, and everybody can't have you. And it's a process. So for this petty thing to happen, we must be glad that finally some of these bad characters like Mutua must leave, because we don't have room for them. There are some people in Kenya Kwanza, if we were to get them, we will be happy. We can celebrate. There's no doubt about that. But there are people in Kenya Kwanza, if they were even to give us a hint they want to come to us, we will totally say a capital N-O. We will ask them, what part of no don't you understand? Is it the N or the O? It's simply N-O. So part of the people that we did not want in our formation that constantly brought simple agitation, because Mutua had told us before that he was ready to move, until that Busia lady persuaded her and told her, then go independent. So Mutua did not live today. Mutua left long time ago, and Mutua was bold. Anybody who is capable to be bold is not a leader. Even if Baba remains alone, if you are a soldier in Azimio, just know that even if we were to lose, which we are not this time, and we have never, and that is where mimi na Julia and Kamau saa ingine tunapigania hapa, we have never lost an election. We have conceded for the sake of peace. We can still do that. If you people want to grab power, we can do that, but we will not let ourselves go below the bar. Baba is standing up for corruption, and we must tell him so. And if he's going to at any point consider putting people who are corrupt, then I think our formation is going to be done. So what I'm saying is that let us be happy. Let us celebrate. We have time to make a formation that is formidable. And Mutua, adios. Thank you, Bernard.
Clearly to the point. Thank you so much. I want us to move on. Martin, these are your relatives. What happened?
Nilijua leo nitakulwa live. Hata nilikuwa nikiongea na mtu huko akaniambia ingia mapema leo kwa sababu uko off. Ni sawa, hata nilikuwa nishakulwa kabla niingie nini. Kwa comment section walikuwa washanianzia. But Alex, you know, you're very good political analysis, and I appreciate you na watu wengi wenye wako hapa na kwa comments. I want you guys to stop reading too much of this. Wachaneni nayo. Hakuna mahali mtu ameenda. I'm telling you the truth, and we'll be here on another forum. Hakuna mahali mtu ameenda. Mtu akonda sisi kabisa. Hii kitu yote inapigwa mtu mmoja tu. And if you want to be real, coincidentally, the day Mutua is announcing that thing on the other side, Ngilu is on the other side amevaa ya jeshi. Guys, politics za Ukambani kuna tu mtu mmoja na gongwa. And we know what, I mean, they know what they're doing. They're doing it very carefully. Right now, even if watu kimbia upande mbinguni, huwezi toka kwa Azimio kama ulikuwa hapo. They know what they're doing. Na ulisikia leo, hata akifika mahali, alikuwa akiulizwa, anasema Azimio badala ya kusema Kenya Kwanza. He's not. It's something being very well orchestrated. Moja ikae ni kama iko ndani, ingine ikae iko nje, ule jamaa mwingine anyamaze. Na Kivutha akikuja sasa bado sasa ndo mtalia vizuri. That's Ukambani politics, guys. Because there's one person being fought. That's why Geza tulikwenda Totononoka, he went back to Ukambani. That is what is happening. Mutua is in Azimio mpaka mwisho. Wacheni kelele mingi. Hii kitu yote inapigwa hivyo ndio pia wawapate zao ule nini Kalonzo achanganikiwa aonekane sasa. Unaona venye mnaongea? Hiyo kitu yenye mnaongea hapa, and I'm sorry to steal the secret. You see venye watu wameongea hapa, Mutua, Kalonzo. Sasa Kalonzo aonekane ndio anaharibu the whole thing. Atulia, anyamaze. Mutua is not gone anywhere. Mutua is in Azimio. We will see about this. The games is just beginning. Because we need Ukambani to be together, and we cannot have Kalonzo disturbing us and atusumbua huko. So we have to make our ways and say, either we are living or we are in. So leo tutatisha tunatoka. Lakini saa hiyo bado tuko ndani na Ngilu huko. So that way, Kalonzo stops feeling like he owns Ukambani. That's the fight. It's an inside fight. It's an Ukambani fight. I have said it here. I will say it again, and you will watch it. And I believe Bernard knows I've always come right. Unless this one I go wrong, but I have good insight. Mutua is not gone anywhere. Mutua is there. Kesho utasikia kitu ingine tu. Oh, okay, sawa, tulisikia sijui nini. Mutua is not going anywhere. Mutua is in Azimio forever. All the governors are in Azimio. The problem is, and what we were doing and what happened today, you saw people who are running for, who want to be the vice presidential candidates go for their interview. I said it here. We have those people. Now that we don't know who our presidential, vice president candidate is, we already know, but we wanted to secure Baba from that problem. Today, unaona. So if Kalonzo does not go for that thing, Sabina ameenda, Joe ameenda, Nini, Madhakaru ameenda, and then tomorrow the rest will go. If he doesn't go, sasa kama utio, your vice president, sasa wokuenda, that's on you. It's not on us, and it's not on Baba. Those are the things that are going. Think. Mina jua, I know, and we'll come back here. Mtagongo lakini, I'm telling you, mpaka, even today, Mutua akiongea alikuwa akiongea story ya Gideon Moi, lakini haizi sema Kenya Kwanza, anasema Azimio. Confusing himself. Because he's not gone anywhere. Watch this space and listen to me na utaona Mutua is not gone anywhere. Na kuna mtu Tuju alisema kuna wale wataenda na warudi na wakuenda waende. Mutua is not gone anywhere. But anyway, we are cleaning up the business. Wakuenda aende, wakukaa kae, but I can bet you Mutua is not going anywhere. That I can take it to the bank.
Thank you. You are the prophet. I am the believer. I wait to see the fulfillment. Bwana Mike, karibu.
He's a motivational speaker.
Thank you, Bernard. Somehow, Martin has convinced me with this conspiracy theory, and I'm tempted to buy it. What I also know about Raila is that a seasoned politician like Raila has networks. I don't want to call them intelligence, but has networks, and those networks are giving first-hand information. So to start with, Mutua's movement is not a surprise. We need to know that whether it's for good or bad, it's not a surprise to Raila. So those of us who are there when Raila called a press conference and told us that two Armenian brothers and even produced their passport copies, telling us their intentions were not good. From that time, Kenyans we started believing in Baba to the extent that if he told you that your wife is pregnant, you are to just go and buy Pampers. You don't ask, how did you know? So that is Raila for you. I'm giving instance. There's an incident where Ababu Namwamba was very popular and very close to Raila. But when he was vying for Secretary General, somehow his intelligence told him his motive was not good and Ababu was no longer with you. So that's where the men in black were orchestrated to disrupt the election. And later on, we discovered that Ababu was recording private conversations and taking them to Ruto. So he knew some of these things, but he kept calm as if there was nothing. So if there's anything funny that is going on or that's been going on, Raila has been aware, and this move is well aware of it. And if he's well aware of it, then he has contingency measures or plans to manage or counter that. But if it is also being orchestrated by Azimio to send Mutua to Kwanza, then that is a very genius move, which will do two things. Number one, actually one thing that I know. Number one, then it puts Kalonzo in an awkward position. Kalonzo can now not follow Mutua, a junior, to Kenya Kwanza. Mutua went ahead, so Kalonzo will look like a very weak person making the same move a junior politician like Mutua has made. And if he goes there, Mutua has already made his ground. He will be subordinate to Kalonzo. So Mutua has been sent there to also block the door for Kalonzo. When he goes there, the party is already over. You are a broken record. There's no excitement of Akamba joining Kwanza now because that fun has already been played. So I'm buying Deto's conspiracy theory from that angle. But knowing that politicians, for who they could be doing it for selfish gain or for the bigger picture. If it's for the bigger picture, then I think Raila and his brother are really playing a game on Kenya Kwanza, of which I think so. So that I buy your theory, of course, with a pinch of salt. But let me work with that for now. I don't think I have any other thing to comment on about Kingi, and because Kingi, for me, I knew he moved long time ago. The moment he started creating his own political party in a stronghold of ODM, I knew that was the first stage to set up an agenda that would move to the second stage, which is now to move as a party to another grouping. So for Kingi, I think he might not be in the game. He might be there for his own personal gain. And Kingi has some very, 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 very secret dealings that if they are brought up, Kenyans will be so surprised. Of course, all our 47 governors have had their failings, but some have major failings. And Kingi is top on the list. And these are some of the people Tuju is saying that they have really issues and they have been asking Baba to give them assurance of protection, which cannot be guaranteed, and that's why they are flocking to a place where they are accommodated and their characters and their ills can be accommodated. So as we are saying, we should not really read too much. We should not worry so much about people grouping for personal gain or personal reasons because they are not moving with the people. When Mudavadi left and went to Kwanza, Kenya Kwanza, he went alone. All the NCMPs abandoned him. So I don't think even in Wiper members in Busia like that lady will join Mutua. Mutua has moved alone. So there are no numbers moving. There are individuals moving. So I think with that, I rest my case.
Okay, thank you. That's a new light. And that is something. Robert, we can come and fetch you before we continue.
Hi, thank you, Bernard. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I just want Alex, like you're more than a Adventist, and I like the words he used there. So, ladies, I don't know whether you have ladies or gentlemen. I mean, I remember when I joined here, even some of you were there, Alex and Mr. Martin, you were here. Bernard was there, Kip was there. When you guys brought up Mutua, some of you saw me when I said negative things about him. Some of you thought that maybe I'm from the other side. I just told you, I say what my guts tell me to say. I don't care whether it's Raila. I don't care if it's Ruto. I just say as a citizen. And the last time I checked, this is, someone like me, when people just say Mutua, who cares? He has only one vote. So when Mutua moved to where he went to, does he mean he went with that vote? So it's as if Karonso, Mutua, Ngilu, Kibwana. So does it mean whenever they say they have what they come votes in their pockets, they are the people who has the key to open it so that they can vote? I mean, that's why I love where I come from. For those ones who, Alex, and some of you know, I've always said I come from Kisii County, Kisii region. Does it mean Matiang'i does not speak for us? Matiang'i speaks for the government. We don't have this idea of saying spokesman or whatever it says, that's what we do. Hell no. We are citizens who are trying to help our country. Gentlemen, the war of corruption has started. And if you see the people are corrupt, or the people have some cases, they have just realized they won't be caught. So what are they doing right now? They are trying to do separation. They are running one side so that they do whatever they can do so that they can win, they can survive another day. So it's up to our people. Do you want to end corruption or do you want continued corruption? In any country, if it was any country, I mean, someone like Raila, we should honor him. So when some people come here and say it's Mandela moment, some people think, oh, what has Raila done? Let's be sincere. Let us be sincere what's going on in our country. So it's up to us. Do we continue doing this just because people with money, are they going to decide for us what we have to do in life? Someone comes and says he's going to give you an outcome. That's Ruto. To give you, I don't know, 5 million or whatever it is. What the hell he thinks he is? First of all, that's why we gave power to Parliament to allocate funds for our county governments. So when somebody comes here and tells us, or is telling people he's going to give them billions and billions of money, he's a liar. And first of all, that's where I get upset. That's where I think our system, or what we have already achieved in terms of what we have as a country, is not working. If people are saying, and if it is true, that some of these people are being given a sum of money, some amount of money to leave one function or one area or one organization or whatever it is they are being bought, what should we are asked to do this? Where are the people who are in charge? Where do we have all this money exchanging hands? People are, what they are doing is bribery. They are being bribed, and we are looking at it. And that's why people think that bribery is the right thing to do. Why should we allow Mr. Ruto to start bribing people and nobody's even investigating him? I came here last week and I said, Ruto belongs to jail. That man should be arrested. He has done some things to answer. He's a conman. He's a conman. And I'm not scared of him. If some of you are scared of him, he's ruining our country. He's destroying democracy in our country. He was against the constitution, and not the constitution he thinks he's going to protect. So come on. If there's some money spying people, why can't we have a topic where we talk that our system is not working? Why are we around this nonsense to go on? If Mutua was given money, he came and he told us he wants to go there because he wants money. We want to know where Ruto is getting all this money. Which bank is he using? Does he have this money in his house? Does he have this money on trees? In Sigoi, where he goes there and just pick them and he comes and gives people? Something's not right. And now comes to Kalonzo. I know Kalonzo tomorrow morning is leaving for Sudan, then from there to Kinshasa. So what?
Robert,
interviewed.
Robert, there's a rumor that he's going for the interview. This is only rumors. I've seen it twice today.
Yeah, but what I know is he's leaving tomorrow for South Sudan, and from there to Congo. Who cares? We don't know what, sometimes it's just like, I mean, I'm sick and tired of these people. The last 2 weeks, people were tired. We were talking about Mount Kenya. It is changing now. It's becoming Ukambani, Charity Ngilu, Mutua, Kalonzo Musyoka. I don't know what we want to come to next week. Let's just discuss things which affect the whole country. Some of these things they might affect us, but at the same time, I'm tired. There are some other regions we need to talk to what's going on. Thank you, Bernard. I look forward for any questions, but at the same time, I always say, democracy comes from the people. You will never impose democracy on them. Thank you very much.
Asante Roba. Martin, iko nini?
I wanted to touch on, just to answer Roba, and then also touch on what Kip just did. There's also that rumor that he's going to show up. Let me tell you, this is Ukambani politics, bwana. There's many ways of killing a cat. You don't just wake up and go, unakimbiza unachapa ile side ingine and then they come. Ukambani politics, these guys, the problem is not Mutua. You guys, you are hitting the wrong person. All the governors are together. The problem is just that one person. And now, because it's been forced, sasa anaonekana anapoteza Ukambani, na hii side ingine bado tumeshika, he will go for the interview. Ataenda na kila mtu ameenda. Hii kelele alikuwa anatuambia, that's what we are trying to do. Mutua is not going anywhere. Listen, he is not going anywhere. Ni yeye tunashika, tunakunja kabisa, ingia, endo ufanye. Na katakuja kwa line.
Okay, asante Martin. Tumulete Collins Webby. Collins, namna gani?
Okay, good evening, my fellow panelists.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity to air my view, my opinion, as I'm entitled to. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for converging here, for banning night oil. The first topic on our list is Mutua Kingi dams Raila for Ruto. First, I think these are the retired, the outgoing governors. And what we should all know is that these people, constitutionally, they will not be vying for the second term. So they're trying to secure slots in the next government, like, for example, ambassadors, CS, etc., because for the obvious reason, because none of them even qualifies to be the deputy president. Although they have degrees, they qualify, but for the obvious reason, because tyrant of number will determine, and they don't have number. First, I'll begin with Mutua. Mutua has walked away. He is moving away from Azimio because of sibling rivalry in Cumberland. Mutua is a party leader, and he wants to get party funds. And before you get a party funds, the more the number of elected leaders in your party, the more funds you get. And now, because Baba and his brigade, they talk about the issue of zoning, now Mutua is fearing that maybe not have candidates in some regions, even in his Ukambani backyard, because the Wiper will claim maybe Ukambani is stronghold and they will want to have their candidates there. So Mutua is fearing maybe not even have a single MCA. That's why he's running away. And also, Mutua did not expect that Kalonzo will join Azimio in the first place. So maybe he was expecting maybe that he will maybe be among the people will be interviewed for deputy president slots, but it came to his disappointment. That's why he's running away. These are issues being brought by Ukambani politics. And then secondly, also Mutua felt that because in the second term, he ran against the Kalonzo Musyoka and the Wiper wave. He has now false confidence. He's thinking that this time round, he can try his luck. Maybe he can go against wave, Kalonzo's wave, and win. And also, he's trying to position himself as the next comeback kingpin. But at the end, we all know that he will fail terribly. Second is about Amason Kingi. Amason Kingi also is a second-time governor and is trying to outshadow Joe's influence. That's why he's also forming his party. And he saw that the issue of zoning is now coming up, not for obvious reason. Cost will be under ODM zone, and also the ODM zone, ODM party is more strong in cost. Now he's trying to position himself in Kenya Kwanza because there is no any coastal leader who is more strong than him. Now he's trying to proclaim himself as the coastal kingpin. But at the end, we know that he felt terribly. Maybe it's the best position that maybe can be given there. Maybe it's just ambassador or the head of parastatal, because I know Ruto will, if things goes bad and Ruto wins, he'll consider people who join him first. But these latecomers, they are just Ruto will not trust them, and at the end, they will just fail. Then the other topic which people are avoiding, I don't know why people are avoiding. Ngilu joins Baba in Kajiado. I think Ngilu is trying to prove a point here that Ngilu is a diehard of Baba, and she will remain to be so. And this is a good move. That's why the other day I said that it's high time that we must consider women in top three posts. Top three posts I'm saying here is about the speaker, deputy speaker, and the president. Even if Ngilu will not become the president, he has proved that he's a loyal supporter of Baba, and therefore we should not underrate him. We should not underrate her. He's a person who has once vied for presidency, and therefore it's a good move. She's a really diehard. She stick with President with Raila Amolo Odinga wakati wa shida na wakati wa raha. And if Raila wins, I think the person that he should consider most, even if others are saying maybe Charity Ngilu will lose, should be considered for a bigger position in Azimio government, because she has proved that he's worthy. She has proved that he's a strong supporter. She has never gave any condition, maybe like the way Kalonzo and Mutua are saying, maybe they must be deputy presidents, minister, etc. But Ngilu has proved that he's a good supporter, a loyalist. Up to that juncture, I would like to end my submission, unless if someone has a contribution or a question or a point of addition, I welcome him. Thank you.
Asante sana Collins, we appreciate it. No hands, so no questions. Bwana Murunga.
Yes, Bernard, good evening.
Good evening to you. Just
good
before
evening,
the
the
morning.
panel, everyone. Oh, yeah, it's good morning anyway. Unajua sisi watu wa Kajiado tunakaribia siku ya leo. Tumeanza tayari siku. Mimi leo nitaanza na ziara ya Raila huku Kajiado County, which was successful. ilikuwa ni muhimu sana Raila aje Kajiado aweze kuonyesha mwelekeo, manake kumekuwa na sitofahamu baina ya former governor na current governor, nani ambaye atapeperusha bendera ya Azimio. Lakini imekuwa ni dhihirisho ya wazi ya kwamba wote watakuwa kwenye debe, na tumepewa hakikisho ya kwamba ODM itakuwa na candidate na kuna uwezekano wa Jubilee nayo kuwa na candidate ambaye ni Dr. Ngidianye, na hiyo kwetu haikuwa ni bora, manake vile tulivyokuwa na huyu current ambaye yuko kwa ODM, angeachwa basi apambane na yule mwaniaji wa chama cha UDA ambaye ni Kato Olemitito. Now back to the topic of the day. Bernard, there was a time I raised an issue about one Dr. Alfred Mutua, and you told me that the three governors were able to bring Baba's support minus Kalonzo Musyoka. But this is the fact. Kalonzo Musyoka is the undisputed leader of Ukambani. Kalonzo Musyoka is the Ukambani kingpin. He may not be controlling the entire Ukambani per se, tuseme kama 100%, lakini ako na uungwaji mkono wa zaidi ya 50%. Martin Neto, I know though you disagree with me, but that's my observation. I think I am entitled to the opinion. Yes. Now this is it. Mutua wanted to be the man and actually to be allowed to field candidates across the country. And there will be no mapping, or there will be no zoning of the regions. That is what Mutua wanted. But that did not work for him. Mutua saw it important that it will be fair for him to be in the other camp. But these are the facts. There are those candidates who had joined Mutua, hoping to reap from Raila Odinga's candidature. And these are the candidates I hear there is a rumor they are suing him because he had chosen to align himself with Raila Odinga. Now they are suing him for going against the will of the candidates. Hayo ni mambo ambayo tunajua itakuja hapo kesho na tutajua atakabiliana nayo. And what I know is that yes, no one is going to move out of the current coalitions as they have been formed. Mutua is actually technically in Azimio, lakini amekanyaga ukule kwingine, na sioni kama itamaterialize kwa sababu hata wale candidates ambao wamechukua tiketi kwa chama chake najua watakuwa na issues kesho. Haya, jambo lingine sasa ni mambo ya Amason Kingi. Amason Kingi alipoanzisha chama chake, alipoanza kutaka kubuni chama, Amason Kingi alienda kwa viongozi wa Pwani, wakiwemo magavana, na akawaambia ya kwamba wacha tuwe na chama chetu cha hii region. Wakamwambia basi wewe anzisha chama tuone. Akaanzisha chama. Akapewa nafasi kuuza chama chake. Amason Kingi akakuja na demands kwa vile aliona ya kwamba yeye ndiye gavana ambaye alileta 100% kura za Raila Odinga kaunti ya Kilifi. Sasa akaona yeye awe na uwezo wa kuanzisha chama ili ajibebe yeye mwenyewe, lakini imedhihirisha wazi ya kwamba ile wevu ya Raila ndio ilimpa ile uwezo wa kuwa na uwezo wa kuweza kuwa na hiyo nguvu. Wakati huo alipoanzisha hicho chama, Joho naye akajitenga naye, Muvuria akajitenga naye, gavana wa Taita Taveta akajitenga naye, hata wabunge na MCS wakamjitenga na yeye. Sasa yeye akakuja na demand ya kwamba kwa vile kutakuwa na zoning, aache ya kwamba yeye peke yake awe na candidate Kilifi. Na kwa vile Azimio na Raila mwenyewe alijua ya kwamba Amazon Kingi has been riding on Raila Odinga's support and actually Raila Odinga's popularity, akasema akamupuuza. In fact, Raila never took hata kupiga picha na yeye wakati wa formation ya Azimio. Ikamuuma sana, na yeye akaona ya kwamba, unakumbuka hata kwa mkutano ya Azimio alisema wewe utakuwa wa kwanza kunyongwa, akiambia wale walipokuwa pale, hata akiambia rais mwenyewe. Akasema wale watu ambao yule mtu mwingine, referring to the other candidate, that was Amazon Kingi, thinking that yeye atakuja aweze kufanya namna gani kupata uungwaji mkono. Lakini hata President Uhuru Kenyatta naye hakumpa sikio lake. Raila Odinga hakumuinvite kwa Azimio, lakini yeye mwenyewe akajialika, akawa mgeni vile alivyojialika. Akaona ya kwamba anataka apate namna gani awekwe nafasi ya yeye kuwa kiongozi wa upande wa pwani kupitia kwa paa. Hiyo haiwezi kuweza kutimika. Watu wakamtenga. Kufikia leo hii Amazon Kingi amekuwa akizunguka huku nje akifanya starehe zake, akifikiria kwamba chama kitakuzwa hivyo. Amejikuta yuko peke yake. Hakutaka kina Mung'aro asimame kule. Sasa kwa sasa hivi tunavyoongea, Mung'aro na chama cha ODM tayari kiko more popular than both candidates ambao wako pale. So hiyo ni kitu ambayo imekera Amazon Kingi. Akaona ya kwamba sasa yeye na Alfred Mutua waweze kufanya namna gani, kwa vile zoning haijawasaidia hao, wahame waende watishie Raila mara ya kwanza. Walipotishia press conference ya kwanza, Raila Odinga akawaongelesha, wakamsikiza. Lakini sasa kuna pesa walikuwa wanatarajia wapate kutoka kwa Azimio ya kufanya campaign. That money is not there. Raila does not give money. Raila does not bribe anyone. If you're in Azimio, you're in Azimio as a supporter of Raila Odinga. Wakati wa siasa itakapoanza, ikibidi kama kuna areas ambayo tutahitaji support ya kutoka kwa Azimio, that will be necessitated by the secretariat. Lakini sio kana kwamba mtu anaamka asubuhi anataka awe yeye ndiye apewe nafasi ya kuweka candidates kule kwingine. Na ndio vile unaona Kalonzo Musyoka naye hataki candidate mwingine. Anataka Wiper iwe na uwezo, iwe ni Wiper ina field candidates kule. Na hapo pia inaleta taharuki. Manake na pia sisi watu wa Azimio, huyu Kalonzo Musyoka tumuone na yeye pia atueleze kwa kinagaubaga nini haswa Mutula Kilonzo Junior anafanya. Kwa sababu Mutula Kilonzo Junior yeye usiku ako kwa UDA, mchana manake ile pesa anatumia kufanya kampeni kule Ukambani ni pesa alipewa. Hawa masenators walipewa pesa waweze kudeliver Kalonzo kule wapi? Kwa UDA. Na hiyo Kalonzo mwenyewe hakutaka kwenda. Lakini kufikia sasa hivi wamejaribu kumsukuma kabisa, hata yule senator wa Wambua na William Ruto yule kwa wale senators ambao walipatia kazi ni Wetangula na huyu mwingine anaitwa nani, huyu Malala, ambao walifikisha mizigo zao, lakini hawa wengine wameshindwa kufikisha mzigo. Sakaja, Wetangula na Malala walifikisha mizigo, hiyo yao ilifika, lakini hawa masenators wawili, mmoja wa Kitui na mmoja wa Makueni, wameshindwa kufikisha mzigo kabisa, na inawauma. Na ndio sababu unasikia hizo sehemu zao, listen to this guys talk and you will actually be mistaken, because you're not sure if they're in Azimio or they're in Kenya Kwanza, because wanaongea na mdomo mmoja pande hii na upande mwingine wako upande ule mwingine. Na ndio tunasema ya kwamba yes, Kalonzo Musyoka amekubali kesho ataenda kwenda kwa interview, lakini naye Kalonzo atakapoenda kule ajue ya kwamba muda sasa umeyoma, meli ilishatia nanga. Sisi tuko kwa harakati ya kuhakikisha kwamba tuna deliver. Watu waache kutuzungusha hapa. Kalonzo Musyoka ajue ya kwamba ahadi aliyotoa KICC na ahadi aliyotoa kule Jakaranda, awe ni mtu wa kutimiza ahadi. Aache mambo ya yeye anawakilisha community, na pia akumbuke ya kwamba community nayo haitafuata yeye blindly. I agree with my brother Martin Ndeto here on that issue ya kwamba Mutua may come back, but to me I feel it's a bit late because he has made a wrong decision. Yes, at some point he may, because the agreement, the Azimio agreement is binding. Sioni kama kuna mtu atajiondoa, manake vile inavyosemekana ndaacha kipo atueleze. Naona ako na hali sana ya kutueleza hiyo. Lakini Bernard, ile jambo mimi nataka kusema jioni ya leo na ambayo imenikera sana siku ya leo, na Bernard, wakati ule nilikuambia hii kitu kuhusu mambo ya hawa governors wa Ukambani, nikikueleza ya kwamba Kalonzo was more popular na Ukambani, ukaniambia hawa governors wa deliver. Mimi huyu kijana Alfred Mutua, I have never wanted Alfred Mutua in our camp, because I know he's shaky. He's not somebody who can be trusted. Thank you. I'm in studio. I'll be making more contributions.
Thank you, Bwana Mdunga. Kip ana swala. Kip.
Ya, nina swali. Niyo ya Mutua. You know, tuliwatch clip up a few minutes ago ya Raphael Tuju, the Secretary General of Azimio. He said that they're not going to pursue it. So akienda aende. So that is the one point of correction. But we never know with politics. Labda they'll change their mind, and then after elections atakuja kugongwa. Same with what happened with these MPs who joined UDA while they were still part of the government. The other thing is, I think these people are chasing money. They had rumors that Uhuru is coming to fund Azimio, but what Uhuru is coming to do is fund his own party. So they thought they'd get a slice of that money, and now their hands dry. Some of them have taken money from Ruto, and they want to pay back Ruto. You know, pay him back, and then they stay in Azimio. But Raila is not playing those games. That's all I wanted to say about that. Tangoja to contribution.
Thank you, Mike. You had your hand up, Mama.
No, I just wanted to say, going by Ndeto's theory, Mutua is on an assignment. His coming back will not be late. It will only be on time. Are we in agreement, Ndeto? You can see I'm supporting your theory to the end.
Hey, haya, nabii uko na mshirika mwingine. Endelea. Martin, quickly tulete Azimio.
Hii kitu unasikia hata hakuna mahali mtu ameenda bwana. Laws are laws. You know, he is not going anywhere. Na Simona Kalonzo juzi alisema aendi kunini, aendi interviews. Sasa ameenda interview. Kwa sababu now he's starting to look like a spoiler. That's the whole game. It's a game of chess bwana. Nini bwana. It's a game of chess. Hakuna mtu anaenda, hakuna law hata hizi mualau. He's not gonna go anywhere. Ni ile tu kusumbua tu, aoneshane imeanza Ukambani, imeanza kuanguka, sisi tulie huko, watu wengine walie huko, alafu wakuja aseme we, unajua law iko nikubali na baba ni mimi niko hapa na nini, na Ukambani imeshikana. Jamaa ashafanya interview. Si alikuwa amesema end interview, kwa nini anaenda kesho? Ni nini bwana? We know how to play this game.
Okay, thank you for that. Where is this? Bwana Azimio, namna gani?
Bernard.
Yes.
Yeah, niko poa. And huwa nakuja huku kwa Mtembei kuongea wakati matokeo makubwa yanafanyika kwa siasa. So siku kama leo tunaona kina Mutua na Amazon wameamua kwenda Kenya kwanza. Kitu yenye nataka niwaombe nyinyi wa Kenya, sana sana watu wetu wa Azimio, naomba mtulie. Mtu kama Mutua ametumwa Kenya kwanza. Na ametumwa kwa sababu gani? Kuna apart from hiyo kusema sijui kuna party kubwa na ndogo, then sijui nini kwa hiyo Azimio pact, the main thing me inaona, according to me, it's all about the kingpin in Ukambani. Na tumepata kuona kwa siku nyingi sana Mutua pia yeye na bwana huyo wa Makueni wamejitokeza sana kwa kuonyesha kuwa hao pia wanaweza pigania na kutetea Cumberland as a nation. Na mtu kama Kalonzo sasa anaona hiyo ni kama threat. Actually it's a threat, unaona? Juu yeye ndio kwa hii muda wote tumekuwa tukijua Kalonzo yeye ndiye amekuwa msemaji wa Kamba. Na wakati ambapo mtu yote anajitokeza, Kalonzo anakuwa mtu wa kwanza nitasemaje, kumtuliza, yani asiweze kupitwa. So the only thing hapa ni Kalonzo, this is a strategy to kuweka Kalonzo akose kwenda Kenya kwanza. Maanake pia alikuwa ametishia. Ulikuwa unaona watu kama kina Mutula walikuwa wanatishia Kalonzo asipopewa sijui deputy wataenda Kenya kwanza. Actually wakusema Kenya kwanza, but wanatupea threats wakisema sijui like tutaona okay sisi sasa kama watu Azimio na kina Raila ati sijui wataona itakuwa kama funzo sijui like wamesema vitu nyingi. Mimi naona hii kwenda kwa Mutua huko Kenya kwanza imefungia sasa Kalonzo chance ya kwenda kule kama msemaji wa Kamba. Hivyo itabidi abaki hapa, and that's why unaona venye Mutua ameenda huko kwa Kenya kwanza, imebidi Kalonzo arudi ajipange tena vizuri strategy. Juu sasa hawezi enda Fali ile zienda mali moja. Actually hawezi enda mali moja. Sasa nani atasema nani atatetea Cumberland? Siasa itakuwa mzuri wakati huyu ako side nyingine na huyu ako side nyingine. Hivyo ndio wanaweza pingana. Lakini wote wakiwa side moja inakuwa ngumu sana. Itabidi tu agree waungane tu pamoja, lakini itakuwa ngumu sana. Hao watu wapatani, na hiyo ndio ukweli. So itabidi Kalonzo amebaki Azimio, na hiyo pact actually tunaomba Mungu sana hiyo pact iliweza kupitishwa sana, kwa sababu unaona imewafungia legally, actually imewafungia kwenda Kenya kwanza, unaona. So mimi naomba mtulie na mjue hii ni game. Kutokea kesho siasa inataka kuanza ikuwe. Sasa hiyo ndio tamu ya siasa inataka kuanza. Na campaign inataka kupigwa immediately. We have the running mate. So tunangoja kitu yenye naweza sema tena, nangoja tu sana. And actually I'm praying Martha Karua aweze kupewa deputy. Na akipewa deputy, that one will force, actually it will force because of gender balance, it will force Ruto to go and nominate someone like Waiguru. And from there itakuwa sasa kuwachapa wote proper, because they have a lot of scandals, they have vitu zote mbaya like imewaguza tu wote wakiwa pamoja. Actually I'm really praying Raila to give Waiguru Karu a chance. Sawa. Haya ni kwa sasa.
Thank you. We are all, me and Kip, in support of Waiguru's deputizing the deputy president. That's a very good ticket. They have the chemistry. They have the oratory skill. They flow together naturally. Nothing artificial. Minji, William Ruto. Perfect ticket. We need that ticket early in the morning. Tukutane kwa debe.
The same way they are desperately asking us to appoint Kalonzo, we are also desperately asking them to appoint Waiguru.
Yes.
No, it's not fair. It's not fair how they've treated Anne Waiguru. She's a standard citizen. She's done very good things for Kenya. And I think, you people, the way you're mistreating her,
Waiguru brought into the system which has transformed Kenya. And
no, she's done very good things for Murang'a.
She walked away from after campaigning for BBI. That was a big sacrifice to go and support Deputy President. The time when he was not accepted by most of Kenyans, when he was being fought by Uhuru Kenyatta. She needs to be treated fairly.
When things were thick, when she was CS, she went for lighter duties. So I'm saying, you guys, I think it's high time we give this woman the respect that she deserves.
Keep, and if they keep on mistreating her like that, we'll start being our campaigner. We'll go and campaign for her. We need her there. Don't mistreat a woman like that, Bwana. Allah.
Her options are open. Her options are open.
Female ticket. Unaona hivi vitu yote sasa nyi watu. Come on. Penny or Samuel,
Now let's listen to this.
Keep, alafu wanatuletea Kindiki hapa. Kindiki ametoka wapi? Kijana fupi round. Hapana, tunataka Waiguru.
That's uncalled for, man. That's uncalled for.
As
That man is graduated.
Even as we do this back and forth, 2007, 2013, 2017, and saying, lost 5 times, I think what is very important, and nobody ever wants to say it about Raila Odinga, is that what he has done is that he has firewalled our democracy and our systems. I would like to challenge mainstream media to just take time, find a court clerk and find out how many cases did NASA or Raila himself in the last 5, maybe 7 years take to court around our electoral process. If you remember Raila Odinga for nothing in your entire life, and if you admit nothing else to yourself because you're one of those, die-hard Uhuru supporters, please accept this. Everything Raila has done has fixed the loopholes in our electoral system, has firewalled our democracy. And I think it's so important that this is said. The other thing that I think is very important for Raila to figure is that as we go into this runoff, and I have my theories about whether we're going to get there, I won't say anything this time round, is this. You need to relook your strategy team again. Because I've noticed nobody's talking about it, but I think that people on your team did not deliver. They probably told you a lot of stories and blamed all manner of things, including vifaranga via computer. But as well as I do, there's a lot of people in your team who didn't do their job. So as you go into this phase, I think the guys you're going to have to send home, so that you can actually be able to do a runoff that lets you say, okay, we did our best. Now let IEBC do their accounting. But I think even as you talk about everything we're doing, you've got to give Raila Odinga this, that we stand where we are today. And this is a man who went to court having no faith in the Supreme Court. Isn't it strange? Gado did a fantastic cartoon on it. No faith whatsoever. And actually danced a jig when that same Supreme Court seemed to deliver a win for him. Obviously, you do know it wasn't, but give Raila this much. He has firewalled what we have today. And please track him all the way from referendum 2005 to 2010. He was always on the other side. That man has done his bit to get us here. So you give him that, okay? And then
All right. Mwalimu alidondoka. Okay, Bwana Levi, namna gani? Mike, ni mkono umeinua ama you are greeting me?
Yeah, if you had time for us to comment on that clip, but if you want to proceed, it's okay.
Let Levi talk and then we'll work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Levi, karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you, Bernard, for this chance. And today the debate is very, very interesting, and the arguments given here are very, very articulate and to the point. Now, first, I'll come to the clip that you have just played. First, let me talk about the topic of the day, Mutua decamping to Kenya Kwanza. I think that shouldn't be a shocker to us as Azimio, because, you know, this is a man who has been, you know, acting like a lukewarm. You know, since the first day inception of this Azimio coalition, this is a guy who has been running to the media. You'll even think that he's doing his former you know, work at the State House, being a spokesperson. Anyway, let's say that he's so attracted to the press. Mutua kwenda Kenya Kwanza, I don't think that it is it adds value to Kenya Kwanza. Hata hao wanajua it doesn't add any value anyway, and also it does not reduce any value in this other side. But again, I've heard many theories here. Martin came with that theory. I don't know if it's actually the reality that Mutua is ni kama mall wetu huko Kenya Kwanza. I don't know if that's true. But again, I come to the point of this guy called Azimio. He said that again is a plus to us in my own understanding, because Kalonzo cannot now join the other side. Because again, akienda the other side, there'll be a more like infighting. Because trust me, you Kalonzo kuamua kuenda kwa interview kesho, it is because of what happened today. You see, Ngilu from out of nowhere, he's now the foot soldier of Baba in Kajiado. You can see, you can feel the what has been happening is more of why Mutua went to the other side. You know, it's an in-house fight. And ukiangalia kwa hizo posts za DP, alikuwa anasema maybe if one person has maybe come to Azimio, like let's say the aspirant of ODM, Shabal, I think now he's not vying, the running mate decamped to Kenya Kwanza. And now niliona DP ameka post akasema the running mate to the former aspirant of Mombasa County governorship. And then anaga in brackets Azimio stroke ODM. You know, alafu hapo mbele anasema we say no to political deception, conmanship and all that. So again, I see that maybe in the event this is happening, the Kenya Kwanza trying to prove to us how maybe there's conmanship and all that in Azimio coalition, and that's why many people are coming to the other side. That brings the point. That brings the point of the campaigns by Ruto. You know, in your campaign, when you sell your agenda, you have to tell people what to give them. Not going into a rally, as I said earlier. And what is in your mind is Raila this, Raila that, Raila this, Raila that. We know here that when Ruto is in his campaigns, the first thing you will hear say, atakuwa anauliza watu aje, mimi nimekuwa deputy president for the last 10 years. Ule jamaa wa kitendawili alikuwa prime minister for I don't know 5 years. Aya, anasema hii Kenya ni kubwa. Sasa tuseme tu hapa ya Kajiado. Ule mzee alipokuwa prime minister alifanya nini? Mimi nimekuwa deputy president, nimeleta hii, sijui nimetengeza college, sijui barabara tumeweka, sijui nini tumefanya. Tusidanganyane hapa. Raila has been in government, yes. And it's funny how people praise the economy under the Grand Coalition government, but fail to mention the name of Raila Odinga. You know, this person is trying to play populist ideas that sasa yeye, he has done enough, even more than what Raila did, you know. And we all know, hakuna kitu ambacho these guys have done. It's just a bunch of jokers. Imagine sasa, we have a state whereby the president is campaigning for the former opposition leader. The deputy president has been on the campaign trail for the last 5 years. Yeah. The Speaker of the National Assembly is out of the house campaigning. The Speaker of the Senate. So that still show you how this government is not, it was just a bunch of jokers, you know. But nevertheless, coming to that point, I see there's no value, and hata ndo maana it is not a shocker. And I really commend our wasimamizi wa Azimio, the likes of Tuju, and I really thank, because Tuju is a strong man. Kwa sababu Tuju is the one who played a big role in forming the Jubilee Party, and you see how strong it was. And so having him in our side, I think that's more of an addition to us, because these are guys who cannot be threatened. Unajua hata Azimio, let me say the truth, Mutua was there just a cry, alikuwa tu cry baby. And that's why these guys were saying, kama unataka kuenda, we enda tu, you know, because hakuna value ana add. So I think it shouldn't be a big concern to us, or maybe the Azimio coalition. And then Uhuru is starting campaigns. I read that in an e-paper that Uhuru will start campaigns, and I think after this running mate thing is settled, now that's where the real campaigns will start. When Uhuru now joins the campaign trail, that is when you will know the mountain is full behind Baba. Again, about let me talk something small about the Nairobi governorship, or kidogo tu. And the issue of churches was brought, especially during the morning prayer at the DP's home. I think they brought that issue of churches. And then I had this governor say, Sakaja, the aspirant for the governor position, alisema when I'll be in office, hizo kanisa ambazo wanasema zitabomolewa, mimi nitazijenga. Alafu kila kanisa itapewa title deed. That's what he said, if you were listening carefully. And then I said he'll disband, ama he'll send NMS, atatuma nyumbani. So again, when you hear the other side, Igathe, you can hear his ideologies. He's a manager. He's been at top of these companies at these banks, and he's a master planner. Kila mahali anaenda, unaona, the shares inainuka. Kila mahali anaenda, kampuni lazima inuke. So I think, again, Igathe's entry into this race changes the dynamics. And trust me, if you are recording this conversation, just save this for future reference. August 9, Igathe, early in the morning, atakuwa amepiga Sakaja 10-0. Again, about the running mate position, let me tell you one thing. These guys have been interviewed before. Ask me why. Ukifika mahali, maybe a campaign in somewhere in central Kenya. There's a time Karua was campaigning with Raila. There's a certain time you saw Sabina Chege campaigning with Raila. There's a certain time Raila went to Coast and Joho was there. There's a certain time Raila went to Ukambani and Ngilu was there. So I think also Mutua was asked, what can you bring to the table? And the guy can bring nothing. And that's why maybe even the document, they didn't want to show him the document, because there's nothing this guy can, there's no value this guy can add. So again, this boardroom maybe interviews, those are just for formalities. Yeah, these are just for formalities. And for me, this thing was, hii interview kama ni interview ilifanyika kitambo, ikamalizika, and now it's just formalities and waiting for the hiyo siku ifike, we announced the running mate, who for me I prefer Mother Karua for the gender thing, and also for the let's say for the gender parity, and also I think I do an online poll na watu wengi wanasema ni Mother Karua, so I think Mother Karua will be the best fit option for Raila Odinga. And again, I think Raila also will not be forced, as in running mate haizi forciwa kwa Raila. Also, he'll have a certain say, because you also cannot have a deputy president who you are not understanding ama mwenye hamuelewani. So I think Raila also has a say and will try as much as possible to pick someone who think he will work best with when he goes to power. I think that's all, unless there's a comment or a reply.
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt you, but that's a good one.
Yeah.
We appreciate your givings. Unless there's a follow-up question.
A follow-up question.
Martin?
Bernard, I just wanted to tell Levy, ignore the three governors, and I've said it here a long time and so many times. Ignore the three governors at your own risk. That's all I can say. Ignore them at your own risk. They know what they're doing.
Okay.
And
Murunga?
Okay, maybe.
Hold on, Levy. Murunga?
Yes, Bernard, I just wanted to add something on what Levy said about the choice of Martha Karua being the running mate. I agree with him totally, and I'm also for the opinion that Martha Karua stands a better chance. And secondly, Martha Karua being, because we've seen this game is being played by One Kenya Alliance. Then if we give it to Martha Karua, it will calm the nerves of people in Oka. I think that is a very good, that will be a very good card. Thank you.
Just one point to add on quickly.
Yeah. Quickly, please.
Yeah, responding to Martin, that's why there was an in-house fighting. Of course, these governors were threatened by the maybe nani atapewa hii cheo ama nani atapewa ile cheo. But again, they are a very big niseme they are a very big pact. The combination of Kivutha Kibwana, Charity Ngilu, and the other one. They'll somehow hold Kalonzo to hostage. As in sasa Kalonzo hata tutishia with the Kamba vote. That's what maybe I can add on that. And also the Mother Karua, I think I do an online poll. And for the gender thing, I think Mother Karua is the best one for that position. I also support and contribute to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Levy. Mute your mic. Asante sana. Like you have said before, this is about Ukambani politics, supremacy battles, and who will bring in more parliamentarians. They are all fighting to be parliamentary parties. That's the whole thing here. It has nothing to do with deputy president or agreement not being made public or signing the paper they did not know. All they want is to get parliamentary seats, and they suspect they can only get them from Ukambani, and so they have to go and plow from their backyard to see to how many they can bring in. But all in all, making it to the ballot doesn't guarantee you the elective seat. That is why there are negotiations, because the most important thing is for you to win the seat, not for you to be on the ballot. Anybody can make it to the ballot. And so if Mutua wants everybody in his party to make to the ballot, he has succeeded in collecting their money. Now it's payback day, and now he's jumping around to try and to save face. Inaonekana aliuza ticket sana kuliko Kalembendile. So ataki kudaiwa kotini eti alikula pesa alafu watu wametolewa kwa list ya wale watu wanakuwa cleared na IEBC. Many things at play, but we thank God. Naendelea kuwahimiza, if you have not subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do so. If you have not become a member, or YouTube channel has an option of how you can become a member of Mtembei TV, and also give your support for Mtembei TV. The details are on the profile of Mtembei TV on the YouTube channel as well as Facebook page. Engage those options, and if you're able to get us, invite somebody to watch. We're here to see to it that we articulate issues rightly for every Kenyan to get a clear understanding on where they stand come 9th August 2022, when power will be changing hands from the old into the new. Who is going to be your MCA? Who is going to be your MP? Who is going to be your women rep? Who is going to be your senator? Who is going to be your governor? Or who is going to be your president? Sio masuala ya sera. Hii narudia. Unasema usiangalie watu, angalia sera ya mtu. Hapana, kabla ya sera tunaangalia tabia ya mtu. Kwa sababu sera hazibadilishi tabia, ofisi hazibadilishi tabia, swearing in haibadilishi tabia. So tabia ya mtu kwanza, alafu tusikilize sera zake. Kwa sababu mtu ataandika sera mzuri lakini tabia yake mbovu, na hiyo tabia mbovu ndio ataenda kuexercise kwa ofisi. Kwa hivyo kuanzia kwa MCA, kama MCA ameanza kula kuku na mayai yake, huyo mtu akataliwe, kwa sababu tunahitaji viongozi haswa on the grassroots, especially MCA. If you vote in those people that are corrupt, people that are not serious as MCAs, don't blame the national government when your county remains behind while others are going forward. The contrast, I was talking to one of my friends, our church member, and he was telling me we cannot compare and contrast between Kakamega County and Siaya. He said we can only contrast. Because the compare is not there. Then Kakamega and Busia, okay? Then Kakamega and Vihiga. Now look at those counties received the same amount of money, okay? Under different leadership, eh? But what happened? One was developed, the other one is still where it was. So, sahau sera, angalia tabia ya mtu.
Kakamega hakuna chafu kwa street at all. There's no dirt in that street.
So Kisumu, look at Kisumu and the transformation. Then compare it with Siaya. You know, we should not even be talking about new constitution, who is the president. No. We have had an experiment for 10 years. We can tell who can deliver, who is for the transformation of this country, and who is for the backtracking of this country. Let us make informed decisions, not to be bought with cheap, propaganda of nilikuwa hivi, ikawa hivi, nilikuwa hivi, nikawa hivi. Tunataka kuelewa tunatoka wapi, tunaenda wapi. Asante. Naomba sasa tumsikilize mwalimu. Mwalimu umejaribu uka nje ukarudi. Karibu tafadhali, mbio tuende kwa mgeni alafu tuende raundi ya pili.
Asante sana Mr. Bernard. Acha nianze na mambo ya kwetu Pwani na chama cha Governor Kingi. Governor Kingi na sisi kama wa Pwani, hususan Kilifi County, kama mfano mimi peke yangu sijajutia kwa yeye kuondoka. Nilikuwa naomba sana kwa sababu alitengeza chama kwa manufaa yake yeye mwenyewe, sio manufaa ya wakazi wa Kilifi. Na kwa nini nasema hivyo? Na Kilifi County,
problem with your internet, eh? Your internet is either slow or you are breaking. Uko na point poa lakini ina break. Sasa sijui itakwaje.
Kuna mtu anapiga simu ndo nakata hiyo simu, ndo maana ina interfere.
Okay, and then sort that. Let's move on. Endelea basi.
Okay. Ndo nakwambia alitengeza chama kwa manufaa yake, kwa tumbo yake binafsi, na hiyo si jambo geni. Ndo maana unaona paka alikuwa amesimamisha George Kiti kama governor, anasimama na na msimamo wa George Kiti mwenyewe mwanzoni ulikuwa anatafuta useneta, na alishawishi huyo kijana paka akachange mind. Na licha ya hiyo, nikikupeleka kwao nyumbani, anatoka wadi ya Adu, hakuna hata moto, na huko ndiko anatoka. Mpaka hiyo chama ameanzisha wao kwenyewe wamekataa, sembuse Kilifi. Na in fact yeye alijenga jina kupitia ODM, si kwamba ati alijenga jina kiyeye paka akapelekea Raila kura from Kilifi County, no way. Na kama Kilifi tunajua mwelekeo wetu ni upi. Tushakuwa na baba na still bado tuko na baba. Hata achilia mbali hii mambo ya UDA wameleta huku, akina Aisha Juma ndo wameleta mambo ya UDA. Ile ni propaganda tu ya hapa na pale, siasa ya pesa 8 walizopewa. Nikienda mambo ya Mutula pia. Mutula pia yeye ameenda kule kutafuta pesa. Manake huwezi kuwa ulisign agreement halafu baadaye unakuja unasema sikupewa karatasi hii, sikupewa karatasi hii. No way. Ameenda pale kutafuta pesa kule kwa tumbo yake ashibe, akiacha watu wakihangaika. Unaona? Na mimi ndo naambia Wakenya tuchague viongozi bora. Si eti tuchague kwa sababu ya huyu anatoka kabla yetu ama anatoka kwa kabla fulani. No way. Hiyo tutabaki kuwa vile tunalia. Mwanzoni tulishangilia Ruto, na sahihi tumechukua hizo malalamishi yote tumebandikizia Uhuru. Ruto ameenda wapi? Ndio mimi nawaambia msifurahi kwa sababu ati Raila ameshindwa, mtakuja lia after 5 years hapo. Basi mimi nawaambia hii ligi tuna win first round. Hatutaki kwenda nini second league. Ligi ya kwanza ndio tunamalizana, tunabeba kombe roho safi bila shida. Na ukicheki wale vigogo ambao wako Azimio na wanajua ni nini wako, kwa sababu gani wako pale, utawaona wanafight ya baba kupata kura. Ukiangalia kama Martha Karua venye anaongelesha wa Kenya, yani paka mimi nilikuwa sio fani wake, lakini kwa ule muonekano wake alivyo imebidi niwe shabiki wake kisiasa. Pia ukiangalia kama Charity Ngilu ni watu ambao wako straight forward, si mambo ya kwenda hivi ati utishwe na pesa 2 uanze kuchange mind. No way. Hiyo tukienda hivyo tutachagua viongozi ambao hawatatusaidia milele na milele, na tutabakia pale pale. Mfano mzuri tuchukulie tu Tanzania, venye wamejua upi uongozi ni bora, na wakachagua watu ambao wamewaelekeza vizuri, na unaona Tanzania pale ilipofika. Na nashukuru sana hayati Magufuli alisema, hata kama ameenda mbele za haki, lakini bado nakumbuka kauli yake. Alisema Kenya mambo yote ni excellent, lakini tatizo ni moja, na hata kama itamchoma lazima niwaambie hapa ukabila. Tukiacha hiyo kabila, Kenya tutakuwa taifa mzuri. Okay. Acha niachie hapo Niongee na mwenye alikuwa anapiga simu alafu then tarudi baadaye.
Thank you mwalimu, thank you so much. Hiyo iko clear, naamini kila mmoja ameelewa. Asante sana kwa uwazi wako, na tunaamini kwamba ground iko sawa, na Kenya lazima iwajibike. Kila Mkenya awajibike. Usifanye kura yako iwe ipotee. Tumia kura yako kurekebisha Kenya. Tumia kura yako kulainisha viongozi. Tumia kura yako kutengeneza nchi ambayo inafaa kila Mkenya. Taifa ambalo kila mmoja atafurahia kuwa Mkenya. Na hilo taifa litatokana na uongozi bora, sio bora kiongozi. Asante. Mgeni vipi?
Fiti sana, habari yako?
Niko salama.
Habari ya wakurugenzi wote?
Hawa viongozi wanakaa poa.
Asante sana.
Karibu.
Nashukuru. Wacha mimi pia nichangie, sijui. Jakendu Bey, habari yako? Nimekuona. Kendu Bey imesimama vizuri na Genoa. Haya. Sawa, let me straight away start with today's topic. Mutua and Kingi dump Raila for DP Ruto. Of course, it's a huge, significant news for the day. I mourn the loss of Mutua, but I really don't mourn the loss of Kingi, because Kingi, actually, just as Mwalimu has put it, is a guy who is struggling to put his own name on the national map. Unlike people like Mutua who have been there, who have been fought for their space with their own parties and have managed to persuade voters to place them at the higher stage in which they are serving up to today. So for me, I mourn the loss of Mutua. I think maybe it could have been done better after Kalonzo came in. But it is what it is. It is a season of high stakes. It is a season of who manages to convince and offer what. You know, the strength of Azimio is that it has many stellar players, good players. And it's very hard to manage all such good players in a team of 11 players. Very difficult, because if you have to form a government, let's say you want to form a government and you are in the place of Raila, then you are having political parties that are making Azimio that they are 20-something. So it basically means you will start awarding from the point of the running mate. You maybe give it to someone. Then all these political leaders for these parties will form your cabinet. And really, that is not something that one would want to guarantee anyone such kind of a thing. It would not, in fact, be any government for Kenyans that is supposed to perform. So that is the problem with Azimio, unlike the other side, which has got a one-man show with supporters or followers, if you like, who cannot challenge, who cannot question the strategy, who are there, you know. Though today I heard Moses Wetangula use the famous speech of he's one of among the equals, or something like that. Is the first among equals. Then I look at Musal, I look at that guy. He's called Wetangula. Even Ruto said, "Oh my goodness, what a fool! You cannot be first among equal when I'm funding even your movement. I'm funding your movement everywhere." So The loss of Mutua actually is, to me, it should be painful, and we have to be real, because what we must know is that Kenyan voter is not rational. Let us not live in that utopia that Kenya voter is a rational voter. Majority of Kenya voter is emotional. Yeah, he is emotional. He votes according to how he identify with what is on offer. Okay, it doesn't matter whether it's a murderer. It doesn't matter whether it is a thief. As long as it's closer to that voter, they don't care. They vote like that. So that has been the undoing of Kenya. So even when we place the thing of Igade versus Sakaja there, that Igade has transformed this and this, that one is neither here nor there for a Kenyan voter, because they vote emotionally. Majority of them. The few that vote rationally, unfortunately, all the time they have to just have their say, but the other ones have their way. So it is what it is, and that is how it has been always. So Mutua leaving Azimio is a big mistake that we should not continue to tolerate within Azimio. We should try to have everyone on board. Every one single vote is important. If Mutua leaves and leaves with 10,000 votes, this election can be won even by 10,000 votes or 8,000 votes, the way it happened in 2007. Although, the elections remain questionable up to now. So, this man, Steve-O, I think there is need to have a different approach of having Kalonzo Musyoka and his supporters in Ukambani. Because as I say, although Martin maybe will differ with me, but Ukambani voters have always, for the time being now, they are in despair. Because the kind of campaign we hear in Ukambani is that if it is not number 2, then that man will lose the election. It's not about let us mobilize, let us check even our voting status so that we can deliver the next government. That kind of language has been lacking in Ukambani ever since Kalonzo joined. It will have consequences if it's not this. So that is not energizing voters. So unfortunately, Mutua has left. Kivuda Kibwana is cold. The only person today who is active and who is really fighting for Baba's election is Ngilu. Now, the biggest tragedy will be to let Kalonzo go. That would completely whitewash us in Ukambani if Kalonzo jumps ship, because we have already lost Mutua. We were doing well when these 3 guys were there. Then Kalonzo came. But now, because Kalonzo came, he somehow disorganized these 3 governors. We have lost one. So when eventually Kalonzo goes, then we will think like, was there a strategy here to have Kalonzo chase these guys and later on he follows them, and then we lose out on the lower eastern vote? So by all means, as it is now, I think in order to have that 100% delivery of lower eastern vote, we have to face the facts. We must have Kalonzo as the running mate and have someone like Martha Karua get her probably, because these other ones can be talked to. Unfortunately, the other ones are radically are radical and the supporters are radicalized to the extent that they cannot accept anything other than position number 2. But leaving out a Kambano vote, honestly, it will compromise our chances. So we have to think about that. We seriously have to think about that. Yes, I can see their hands, but maybe let me just end on my on my contribution. So the other thing is, okay, Ngilu joins. Okay, Ngilu is doing well. Maybe I can receive the questions. Yeah. Then you can allow someone to ask.
Okay. But,
Yeah.
okay, everybody relax. You're going to get a chance to ask your question. I will take the first one. Bwana Mugeni, you were here in 2007. You referred about those elections.
Yes.
Kalonzo ran as president.
Yes, he did.
So did Raila run as president?
Mm-hmm.
Between the two, who beat the other?
Of course, it's Raila.
Raila won, huh?
Yes.
Without Kalonzo.
Without Kalonzo.
So, what makes Kalonzo do or die?
Kalonzo is a do or die in the sense that when Raila won, of course, it came out what it was. Raila had 100% of Rift Valley behind his in the belt.
Uh-huh.
So ever since he lost that constituency, okay, and replaced it with Ukambani, you know.
So Raila has a substantial backing from Rift Valley. He has never lost the entirety of Rift Valley. The Ma community have always voted with Raila Odinga all through. So when you say Rift Valley, there are parts of Rift Valley that walked away, but not the entirety of Rift Valley. Secondly, if Kalonzo chooses to walk away or Kalonzo chooses to run himself to the ballot all the way, he will get support from his backyard, but not total support from his backyard. There are people who will still vote for Raila from Ukambani with or without Kalonzo. Kalonzo does not vote on behalf of Ukambani. Secondly, whatever vote we don't get from Ukambani, we get from Mount Kenya. We are not playing in Mount Kenya. We are going to get votes from Mount Kenya. Who says Mount Kenya is not going to vote Azimio? So what we would not want to have is an antagonizing deputy president. We have had an example for the past 5 years. Nobody is getting into another marriage of tomorrow, twende kwa chief, huku nunulia socks. Twende kwa chief, ujafanyia mama yangu shopping. Twende kwa chief, ujaangalia mzee wangu. Twende kwa chief, hapana. Tunataka viongozi wawili kwa ofisi, first day kwa ofisi. Tunataka kuona mabadiliko Kenya. So Kalonzo amejiharibia mwenyewe kwa kuanza ku antagonize even before they are taken to the altar and ask, do you do? Hey, Bwana Mugeni.
Sasa Bernard, you see, the way I say it is the way it is, the way things are. You know, Kalonzo is what he is. But again, here it's a question of votes that will determine who.
Bwana Mugeni, what I'm simply saying is that the narrative that without Kalonzo, Raila Odinga cannot win the election is not scientific, number one. Two, it is meant to push us to accept Kalonzo as running mate. Kalonzo is Kenya Kwanza's running mate selected for Azimio. For that reason alone, he must not be given that seat. Just like they are not accepting for us to choose for them Waiguru. In fact, the best person to be running mate to William Ruto is my brother, Wetangula. He has the oldest party in this country.
No,
He
no,
has
no,
members
no,
of
no.
parliament.
Anwai
He has
Guru.
MCA. But they have disregarded my brother Wetangula. Now the best left for them is Anwai Guru. She has served in different dockets from devolution. She was
Where
promoted
Bernard,
to
where Bernard, we have our candidate,
everything
it's
has
Anwai
gone
Guru.
very well. It's Anwai Guru.
I
Everybody's
agree with
voting for
you
Anwai
because
so when I'm getting the
because
narrative
having
that
Anwar,
it is Kalonzo or no one else is it's unfounded. It is born out of fear, and nobody wants to win an election should be responding to fear. We should all be responding to courage, forge forward. In fact, I love the competition that will be in Ukambani. Let's go and compete fairly. UDA ikuje na story yake, Mutua akuje na story yake, sisi tuende na story yetu. We will see which team will be believed. We want a president who will be accepted by the whole of Kenya, not a president of one side.
you see,
Nimeongea sana. Nimeongea sana. Wacha Jakindube aulize swali. Mgeni ngoja aulize swali alafu tutaendelea. Jakindube.
Mimi nataka kumuuliza mgeni kwamba sasa atupatie suluhu, anataka tufanyaje, kwa sababu Kalonzo ni corrupt. So yeye anataka tufanyeje? Atupatie suluhu, atuelezee suluhu hii kufanya Kalonzo akae bila kuleta hiyo fujo na achaguliwe bila anataka. Tufanyeje? Atupatie hiyo suluhu, kwa sababu tunataka suluhu.
To me, my approach would be what I thought is that rather than having the so-called three-legged stool here, Kalonzo, let us have all this. When there is a meeting of the principals, let us include, if Kalonzo is there, Ngilu should be there, Kivuta should be there.
Kalonzo alikataa hiyo, Kalonzo alikataa hiyo.
And now that is the biggest problem. So unlike because, and that's why Raila needs to step his foot down and manage his team, because Kalonzo anakataa kama nani. He's not a candidate running for the next election, but there in a house there must be the head of the house who says this is the way I want my team to go. Because if a football team cannot have two captains, you must have one coach who is shepherding the team. Yes?
Raila Odinga has no business talking to Kalonzo. Kalonzo is in Azimio through Uhuru Kenyatta. Kalonzo is 100% Uhuru Kenyatta Jubilee problem. It's not an ODM problem. So he refused to come to Raila Odinga directly, like Martha Karua came directly. Okay? So maswala yake is through Jubilee, through Uhuru Kenyatta. Hapaswi hata kuwa anatuongelesha, anaongelesha Uhuru, Uhuru anakuja kusema yeye ndo alichagua hiyo njia, aendelee kuifuata.
But unfortunately, that is not how it is. Yeah, amejichukua yeye ni principal pale. You know, if it was the way you are saying,
no, that hiyo ndio mkataba yeye alisuggest.
Unfortunately, yeye alikuja na kiti ya miguu tatu mpaka akatengeneza kiti akaweka
hiyo kiti ni yake, atakalia, hakuna shida. Suru ni inaitwa Suru what is his place?
So
Saru?
For me, what I would say, because to me, if I was standing for the election, I will honestly pick him as my running mate and quarantine him from day one.
We did that with Ruto. We quarantined him. Now look what happened.
No, but there's no problem. Uhuru has not had any problem. You know, people are blaming Uhuru.
Destroyed the party. He destroyed Jubilee.
Economy is bad everywhere in the world.
Mugeni,
Uhuru has not failed because of Ruto
Mugeni.
quarantine. Yes?
Mugeni.
Yeah. Yes, Jakando.
If you pick Kalonzo in that ukimchukua kwa sababu hiyo, kwa sababu ya vitisho ambazo anatoa, hiyo tayari utaanza corruption wa serikali yako. Itakuwa corruption itakita mizizi kwa serikali yako, kwa sababu vitisho ni corruption. Watu wanafikiria corruption ni pesa, hati umechukua pesa. Corruption ni hizo vitisho, undermining people, hizo zote ni corruption. Kwa hiyo you cannot accept mtu ambaye anakutisha. Vitisho hizo ni corruption. So we do not want, hatutaki hizo vitisho. Tunataka watu ambao wanajua kwamba wanataka kujenga taifa. Taifa inajengwa na suluhu, kwa kupata suluhu kwa njia ya utulivu. Ndio tupate kama ni wawekezaji wanajua Kenya ni tulivu. Lakini hauwezi kupata suluhu kwa vitisho, kusema usiponichagua hamtapata kura, usipofanya hivi haitafanyika hivyo, mimi ni mkubwa siwezi kwenda mbele. Hiyo ukianza kusema ukubwa kwamba watu wengine watendewe vingine kwa sababu wao ni wakubwa, hiyo ni corruption, na hiyo ndio hatutaki. Hizo ndizo corruption ambazo zinaleta fujo kwa nchi. Kwa hiyo mtu kama huyo hafai kuwa makamo wako. Hata mke wako ukianza anasema mpaka ujenge nyumba, mpaka ufanye nini, mpaka umunue, hiyo hamtaishi kwa hiyo boma. Huwezi kuishi na mwanamke kama huyo. Kwa hiyo serikali ya namna hiyo haitafanyika. Raila akianza namna hiyo, serikali hiyo haitafanya kazi hata siku ya hata one day.
Mugeni, inaonekana umeongea sana. Tukamilishe kidogo. Njoroba ingie.
Umechukua kiti.
Najua kwa sababu tunaenda round. Najua hata nimekata round yangu. Wacha Roba atasema, alafu Ndeto, alafu tutafuata hiyo laini. Sasa malize in half a second tafadhali.
Thank you. I've been listening to Mugeni. Yeah, yes, made his points. It's okay the way you see things, but I see things in a different way. Here's what I see. I see Kalonzo as somebody
who wants to force him. Sorry, yes. Robert, this is going to be a contribution ama utangoja Mgeni amalize ndio ingie your contribution, or
okay.
You want
let me ask my question, then I'll do my contribution later.
Okay, then for half a second, Mugeni, you can do it.
Yeah, I want to ask my question. My question to you is, right now, remember the way Uhuru and the Ruto came in. Remember Ruto saying, me amount to be the vice president, Red, Uhuru, and Mutua square out who's going to be the president candidate. So there was no marriage. These people, they didn't come together. So we have been having issues with Uhuru and Ruto right now. Having said that, we have seen Kalonzo's ego. Kalonzo thinks that he should be the president, not Raila. He should be the one who's being supported. And look at the people around who are surrounding him. You know, people say, if you want to know somebody's character, you have to find out who they hang out with or who they share with things. The people surrounding Kalonzo, they are not good for the country. My question to you is, why should somebody have a running mate who thinks that he should be the one to be supported by him? That one I mean. Right now, Kalonzo believes that Raila should be the one to support him, or if he's not given the vice presidency, he should. Then he should not even support whatever it is. I mean, the way he's doing things in public, it sends waves all over the country, and we don't want to go through what we have gone through for the last 10 years. What do you think?
Yeah, thank you, Roba and Jakendo B. Your feelings are the same as mine. Truly, it is difficult to have a man like him, because ever since he came, he kept Azimio busy managing trying to housekeep. All the time he came, all that time, Azimio has been trying to cool fires within. So you wonder his mission in Azimio was to do what? But, you know, our fallback plan was the 3 governors. So if he finally manages to scatter the 3 governors, all of them, and then he follows, then what? Votes that we were very sure that is 100% Azimio, all of a sudden it becomes a battleground, you know? That is the situation that I would not want to have. I want to get into the election confident that I can talk of Western, I can talk of Nyanza, I can talk of Lower Eastern, I can talk of Coast, traditional parts of Raila being Azimio, not turning to be battleground. So, you know, that is what compels me to even wish that he be given and then be quarantined from day one, be exiled.
You promised me 30 seconds.
No
So.
way. No way. The Bible says a wise man sees a problem ahead and takes another route. But a fool walks on until he falls in that trouble. We can't allow that. If we have not had the antagonizing 5 years, then we will discuss that. But we have seen matunda ya serikali ambayo watu wawili think they are both presidents and nobody should be listening to the other. We can't have that repeated, for one. 2, coming to Azimio with conditions that you have to be, that in itself disqualifies you, because Azimio la umoja ni kweli ni Azimio la umoja, na umoja unatokana na nini? Kuiana, kuelewana, kukubaliana. Lakini kama unakuja it has to be your way or the highway, that in itself disqualifies you. You are not a good follower, and that makes you a bad leader in the first place. His supremacy battle with Ukambani, hiyo ni shida yake. Yeye ndo alikataa kuwa mzee wa Ukambani. Alibaki kuwa on the same level with the governors. The moment he had the 3 governors, he is the senior most politician. He would have taken up the role of facilitating the development so that the governors depend on him. Remember, he's the one who signed the deal between Jubilee and Wiper. It's not the governors, okay? If we would have taken that and then used that avenue to prevail over the governors by supporting the governors. But he used that relationship with the Jubilee to antagonize the governors, sponsoring MCAs wa Kitui to go and impeach Ngilu. Yeye ndo alianza mchezo ya watoto, amepakwa matope, asitulaumu. He would have outgrown that and be the father of the region by facilitating the development of the region. Nobody will be disputing his kinship. But now alikosea, okay? Na hiyo makosa yake imekutana na yeye. Anakimbia Azimio imsaidie kuzima moto ambaye amewasha yeye mwenyewe. Achukue hiyo umbrella aende nayo kinge na huo moto. Lakini kama anataka kuleta moto sasa aingize kwa Azimio, tuko na mazima moto, tutauzima. Lakini pia nataka ikura isiwe preset. Tunataka a president that is endorsed by the entire country, that everybody's vote everywhere has ratified that Raila Amolo Odinga is the president of the Republic of Kenya, that the president will have no problem going anywhere in this country because he was voted from everywhere in this country. But if we make it regional thing, we'll end up with the same crisis of 2017, of the legitimacy of Uhuru Kenyatta and his inability to govern until he got the handshake. We can't be creating a scenario for that and avoid it, because the moment we create a scenario for it, we'll end up there. So let's look for a president that is supported by the entire country, whereby we'll have a voice from Eastern, we have dissenting voice, supporting voice. The same with Western, the same with everywhere. We just make sure that at the end of the day, we have the majority. But we don't need to preset a particular region and say, if we lose this, we are done. No, we can still make it. We have options.
That is
But
a perfect one. That's a perfect one.
No.
Exists anywhere.
Let me finish what I was saying. I've even lost it. Mr. Kamau, what is it?
I just wanted to echo what you're saying, because what Mogeni is not accepting is that these elections are very complex, and they are complex because they are new entrants. And for example, I'll say this: a 25% vote for Raila in Mount Kenya, and I know it is bigger than that. That is bigger than the vote in Eastern, and doesn't mean all the Eastern people will vote in one way or the other. So it is unique in that front. Having said that, I want to say this, that Kenya Kwanza, they are not democratic. And that is why you see Musalia Mudavadi and his followers are not complaining and demanding the seat. But that doesn't mean, because the waters are cool, that the people will not react when they don't get the deputy president. I think they have been marshaled. Charasai can tell us wamefungwa na wameambiwa na wasiongee mambo ya deputy president, lakini pande ya Azimio at least watu wanaongea. Everybody has a right to speak because that is where democracy is. The other side has dictatorship, and that dictatorship of Ruto has compelled everybody to keep quiet. And that is why I'm saying, whatever Raila does or doesn't do, I mean, this time it doesn't, it will be, I mean, kuna watu watareact to whatever decision he makes.
Okay. Charaisi sema kitu.
Wewe umeongea for almost an hour bana. Order.
Regional presidency is a problem to this country. We need to have a president that's ratified by the entire country. That is the only way for us to make progress. And so, if the holding out of Kalonzo and Mutua is going to give us free people in Eastern who are going to vote freely for the president they want, and will end up having a president who is accepted by the entire country, that is a good step in the right direction. We need to have that, so that the president doesn't have to apologize to anybody going anywhere and starting projects anywhere. That freedom is something we can't exchange for anything else. Yes, Cheraisi.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. I was just going to quick respond to somebody's there. Before I respond, I was going to add to Mr. Mogeni that Azimio la Umoja, they are in what they call a rock and a hard place. Tomorrow, Kalonzo is going to do the interview. So, they were waiting maybe to knock him out by him not attending the interview. But tomorrow he's going. He has tweeted that he's going to show up and see, what other excuse will they exclude him on? Because, he was the deputy president with Raila in 2013, 2017. He was running mate for Raila for that purpose. So he's riding on that. So Azimio la Umoja as a delegate balance, yes, we need they will do good with a female running mate, probably Karua or Sabina Jege. But
it's a question to hold on. It's a question to who?
No, this is not a question. I'm just responding to Mugen.
Then you wait for your round. I think, Bernard, that's unfair. I've waited long.
I got to answer a question he asked me. Somebody asked about. I mentioned my name specifically to respond on the KKA. He said that there's no democracy there. There's dictatorship. of one person or so. It's not true. There's structures there. Those people are on the table together. The negotiation for like Azimio, for example, Kalonzo had to go through Jubilee and all that. But in Kenya Kwanza, all of them are one place. The agreement is negotiated directly with the leadership there. So there's no other layers. So they know. It's not like Mudavadi is waiting to be a running mate tomorrow and then all of a sudden he's surprised. Or Kashagwa is waiting and then all of a sudden he's surprised. They're all on one table deciding that. So hakuna mambo ya sijui dictatorship and all that. They do it on the table together.
What you're describing is not taking place in your UDA and even UDA party. UDA is a party, is not an individual. So talking to one William Ruto as Musalia Mudavadi and coming to join Kenya Kwanza, that is not a party structure. That is an individual. That's what we are talking about, dictatorship. So when you agree with Ruto, Ruto will command all his vigeges.
No, I say
comply with what he has said. That is the dictatorship you are talking about.
No, I say
let there be party structure. Chairman wa UDA ni Mudhama. Okay? Mudhama alionana na Mudavadi wapi? Wakasaini makaratasi wapi? Secretary General wa chama kuna mama fulani hapo. Alionwa wapi? Saa ngapi? Agreeing with Ruto alone, that is not how democracy is built in a political party.
What I say is that there's no piggyback structures whereby like Kalonzo spoke to Jubilee, when we talk to this, it's one structure of KKA, Kenya Kwanza. It's just a structure. When they were negotiating, for example...
Where is your secretariat for Kenya Kwanza?
When they were negotiating, for example, with Mudavadi...
Answer my question. Where is the secretariat for Kenya Kwanza? Where are the offices for Kenya Kwanza?
The offices for Kenya Kwanza is a coalition. It's a coalition.
I'm asking where. Where is location? Where is the secretariat for Kenya Kwanza? Where are they located in terms of office? So that if you want to join Kenya Kwanza, we go and see them. Going to see William Ruto and then you claim to have joined Kenya Kwanza, you're telling us that William Ruto is Kenya Kwanza. Azimio iko na secretariat, iko na campaign wherever secretariat, iko na coalition management secretariat. All the structures are working. Show us the structures of Kenya Kwanza.
That's why there's all over confusion in Azimio. We have leaders.
My friend.
Yes, sir.
My friend.
Yes, sir.
The question is, where is Kenya Kwanza offices? You don't have one. You are not even legally registered. You are UDA. Musalia Mudavadi is not UDA. Everybody's in UDA. And at the end of the day, come election night, it's going to be a quarantine party. Believe it.
Let me tell you, Kenya Kwanza is a coalition of parties. Kenya Kwanza is a coalition of all those parties, including Jibebe, including...
Boss, Cherala, acha nikuulize swali. Nataka kwenda, by the way, umeniconvince sana. I wanna join you, Kenya Kwanza. Where do I go?
Where do you go?
Yeah.
Right now, you can go to UDA office, you can go to ANC office.
Where is it? Where is it?
You don't know where UDA office is?
No, I don't know. I wanna join. Where is it? You tell me. I wanna join. By the way, you've convinced me.
Okay, I can probably private pin you the direction, but I can pin you the direction. You can private chat.
I believe even Keep was texting me. He wanted to know where it is. So I think there's a couple of people that you convinced here. We wanna go. Can you just tell us publicly where it is?
It's public.
Karen, kwa bedroom ya mzee.
Well, hold on. You guys, let him talk. Kwa sababu mulikubali mambo. Let him talk.
Yeah.
He's saying it's a coalition of parties.
Yeah.
So UDA is in charge of all of them. It's the father and the mother of everything.
Yes.
So let him just explain that UDA decides everything and the rest of the parties follow. That is where the structure is there. That is the structure. Kuja kwa baba, Na
Don't-
tutawapatia ugali sosa.
Do you want me to talk or you want to talk to yourselves?
You are
Your
just
1 minute is
commanding.
done.
You
Please
are commanding.
respond quickly to tumalize tafadhali, tusonge mbele.
All right. My response was Kenya Kwanza is structured way better than Azimio, where you have to piggyback and go through Jubilee. Kenya Kwanza, we have a straight presidential candidate. We have a coalition of parties, which is UDA, ANC, Ford Kenya, Jibebe, and all those, CCM, and all those. We are led by our presidential candidate, who is William Ruto. We don't have other branches. We are led by him, and we know who is our presidential candidate. All we are waiting for is our deputy president, who will be chosen solely by our president.
So is William Ruto want to run as a Kenya Kwanza candidate or as a UDA? Which is which?
He is our Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate.
So it's not a UDA president.
We are not running as a UDA president. We are running as a Kenya Kwanza candidate because we are a coalition.
But the coalition was not registered.
Who said it was not?
It's not. It's not.
It's registered.
Okay, let's help Cheraisi. Okay, Cheraisi. The name Kenya Kwanza was reserved by one Musalia Mudavadi at the registrar of political parties. When the new law of political parties was enacted, UDA were busy opposing it in parliament because of the ramification that it will bring about when it gets into effect. Okay, they forgot to go and ratify the registration at the political parties. They were beaten by time. So William Ruto cannot run as Kenya Kwanza. He can only run as UDA. That is why the Kenya Kwanza name reverted back to second place. You remember after the earthquake, everything was Kenya Kwanza. UDA was forgotten, bottom up was forgotten, everything was Kenya Kwanza. Then suddenly we reverted to UDA, rebranded UDA, and everywhere is UDA. That is why Sakaja is UDA in Nairobi. He joined UDA 6 months earlier, preparing to run in Nairobi on UDA ticket. There is no Kenya Kwanza ticket anywhere. Go and confirm with your secretariat, then come and tell us. Thank you.
Skipping that, as I said, we are coalition. People will be running on ANC. That's why this chap guy was very comfortable coming into Kenya Kwanza, because they were trying to zone him out. His Kenya Kwanza are free to run when we are in this coalition of Kenya Kwanza Alliance. So Chap is free to run the candidate. ANC is free.
So you are shifting goalposts. You said deputy president is going to run on Kenya Kwanza. Now you have reverted. Everybody will run on their own party. I said go and confirm with your secretariat to patia the stand of your secretariat. Thank you.
You mentioned Sakaja. So even in my place, we have CCM people running. We have Chibebe people running. We are not zoning anywhere.
CCM is not part of Kenya Kwanza.
You are not zoning anywhere.
Yeah, we are not.
What was the negotiation between? Let's just leave it there, because
it's my turn.
We'll turn this one into UDA thing.
It's UDA. We're winning.
UDA winning where?
We're winning the presidency. We're winning governor. We're winning everywhere in between, and from MCA all the way to the top. Our president is leading right now.
Can you prove it?
In your wild imagination. Thank you.
Can you prove it?
But political reality, you don't have a stamina to win anything. Wacha ile mchezo mlicheza na vifaranga za computer. Where is that thing? Somebody sent me the thing about the ITs. Yes.
The reason
amesema kura zinapigwa kama vile zilifanywa 2013.
Just 1 second.
And 2017, free and fair. Anybody who has a problem with that?
Just 1 second, and then I get out. The recent poll, 9% 39% to 32%. 39% meaning Ruto is leading by seven points.
Oh, those are your polls.
Reading in
Those
current
are your
Iran.
polls.
Is
Those
reading
are
in
your
current
polls,
Iran.
Which
Okay.
translates to 1 point.
Ngoja roba. Bwana Cheraisi, those are your polls. In fact,
That's what we went through here. We went through
those are the those are the things that made us to kick G from here. Okay, coming to bring us his own polls and then begins to defend them, and he pretends that he doesn't know where they have come from. He say, "Oh, this was done by Mizani. We don't know what Mizani is. We don't know who did them." Then he goes to give Malala Kakamega. He gives who, where, all those things. They are cooked to create a perception that William Ruto is winning. William Ruto has no chance against one Raila Odinga. Not even if Baba does not campaign anywhere, William Ruto cannot beat him. Not in this election.
Okay.
Samuel, don't go anywhere. Relax. Tulikuwa nataka kuuliza swali, then you answer. No, wait. The problem is, just Sarah, my friend, amenipiga leo amesema we don't listen to UDA people.
Yeah, you
the just can you see now, look, wait, just relax. What happens is we ask you a question and you automatically run into praising your dear leader rather than answering the question that was asked. So the question was asked, where is the Kenya Kwanza offices? Your answer should have been direct. We are a coalition of parties and we've not registered it and we're working through UDA. Bas. Then we move to the next question. But you the problem with you and UDA people is you're so stuck to your people, to your person, that sometimes you don't listen to the question and answer the question as asked. So I think, Bernard, if you could try one more time. Then I'll present and then I go to sleep.
It is not avoiding to answer the question. It is playing according to the script. The script is every time make sure that you are saying this. That's how the boss does on interviews. He has asked a question. He chooses the question he wants to answer by asking himself that question and then answers. It's the same script. But in my opinion, that only hampers your genuine judgment as an individual. It doesn't matter how sycophantic you want to be about a presidential candidate or a party leader. Your natural, genuine judgment of matters must be retained. That is the freedom we fought for. That's the freedom that made our forefathers go to the bush to fight, because white man wanted to think for us, chew for us, and give us to swallow. We couldn't stomach that. I am surprised that we are back where we were in 1963, but this time we are being encouraged for one individual not to allow us to think for ourselves. I can't imagine that somebody can celebrate that.
Yeah, because you can see
not at this time and age.
Yeah,
let us accept it. When it's wrong, it's wrong. When it's right, it's right. Not for us to refuse to see what is wrong simply because we've been told it cannot be wrong. Wrong is wrong, whether you call it right or not.
No, you tunnel vision everything to Baba.
Historically, we have told you over and over again. Historically, okay?
Tunnel vision.
Elections in Kenya, okay, are not won on top of cars.
So far,
historically.
Calm down.
Let me play this video. Tuachana hiyo story kwanza. Let me play the video.
All right.
And Ben, I need to go sleep. I need to go sleep soon, yeah?
Me
so,
after the video, we'll have Ngilu. Then we'll move on.
Takriban saa 12 saa za Afrika Mashariki. Ni tumaini letu mtazamaji kwamba umekuwa na siku njema. Karibu sana, ni Kivumbi 2022 ambapo tunahesabu tu siku kabla ya uchaguzi mkuu kufanyika humo nchini. Sijui wewe binafsi umejiandaa vipi? Upande mwingine tunatupia darubini swala la uwakilishi sawa wa kijinsia katika uwakilishi kupitia vyama vya siasa humo nchini. Makatai yalitolewa na tume ya IEBC na baadhi ya vyama vya siasa havijatimiza kanuni ambazo zimewekwa kisheria na katiba kuhakikisha kwamba kuna uwakilishi sawa wa kijinsia katika uwakilishi, na ndipo tunataka kuliangazia swala hili zima. Je, wanapofungiwa mlango wale ambao tayari hawajatimiza yale makataa ambayo ama kanuni ambazo zimewekwa, ni nini haswa ambacho kimesababisha taifa kushindwa kuafikia ule usawa wa kijinsia katika uwakilishi? Na wewe binafsi pia tungependa uchangie katika swala hili. Unadhani ni kwa nini hadi sasa taifa halijaweza kuafikia hitaji la kikatiba la kuhakikisha kwamba kuna usawa wa jinsia katika uwakilishi? Na unadhani hili linaweza kuafikiwa vipi? Unadhani ni kwa nini taifa halijafanikiwa kuwa na uwakilishi sawa wa kijinsia katika uongozi? Na vile vile unaona ni vipi taifa linaweza kuafikia uwakilishi sawa wa kijinsia kwenye uchaguzi mkuu ujao? Nadhani uwakilishi sawa wa kijinsia utaweza kutimizwa vipi kwenye uchaguzi mkuu ujao? Kushiriki ni rahisi. Tutumie kauli zako kupitia nambari 22155 bila malipo yoyote. 22155 kwenye mtandao wa Twitter @ZubeidaKananu, @BahajAhmed, @KTNNewsKE ukitumia hashtag Kivumbi 2022. Tutakuwa tukisoma kauli zako na nikikutambulisha kwa wageni wetu muda sio kwa mrefu. Lakini kwanza tuanze na Ken.
Shukran sana Zubeida, swala ngumu kabisa, but of course nitaongea lugha ya Kimombo. The difficulty with this preposition, Zubeida, is the enforcement ability of this requirement. It has been conversed several times, even ending up in court. Now, the current parliament, for example, Zubeida, would have been dissolved had the president adopted an advisory from the Chief Justice on this matter, since it failed to legislate it. Now, the two-third gender principle, Zubeida, is one of the areas of the Constitution that remains unfulfilled in spite of the far-reaching judgments in the superior courts. But there is a difficulty also with this. First, the elective positions are obtained via universal suffrage. It's a choice of the people. They have to make the choice. They have to go to the ballot and vote for these leaders. And second, it's difficult to enforce either gender. To bring them on board is a difficult thing. How do you force someone to be on the ballot? It's a difficult thing. So how do you panel beat also these political parties and political outfits to compliance? How do they ensure at the end of the day there's that gender balance? A very difficult question. Now, this is one of those gray areas that need redress as a form of question also to our panelists tonight. And how can the players, that's the politicians and the political outfits, navigate through with almost the deadline that is here with us? Now, tonight, to address this, we speak to Sylvia Kihoro. She's a practicing politician. Philip Omolo, a lawyer and a governance expert. Of course, he also doubles as a democracy expert. And of course, we have Dr. Singwe Korir, also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. We're going to look at this thing from the perspective of the court, from parliament, and from practicing politicians. And of course, we talk to the IEBC also about this. And that discussion begins tonight at 10 p.m. straight after our broadcast, the news broadcast. Look out for those headlines at 8:30, and of course at 9 p.m. we have the main news. But first, let me take you to my colleague Eric Latif, who's also on the other side. Eric.
Well, thank you, Ken. You know, tonight by midnight, that's the deadline that's been set by the IEBC for political parties to present their gender-compliant nomination lists. Now, how did we get here? We got here because the Constitution says that we must have a gender-compliant parliament, that is the National Assembly and the Senate, as well as the county assemblies. There's a formula in the Constitution on how to achieve this in the county assemblies. There's no formula for the National Assembly or the Senate. Parliament was supposed to come up with a formula for that. The court gave them time, said by 2017 August, you should have this ready. They didn't have it ready. So civil society organization Katiba Institute went to court, and that's how the court came up with this ruling and said political parties must come up with mechanisms to ensure that they have gender compliance in their nomination exercises. And IEBC has to enforce this by also making sure that those are very clear to represent some gender compliance. Tonight, we'll be having that conversation. Is this feasible? Is this likely to be implemented in this general election, or is it not? Will it work or will it not? Joining me at 8 o'clock will be the Executive Director of Katiba Institute, Christine Konge, the organization that took this to court, and also the Deputy Secretary General of NAR Kenya, Asha Bashir, will be with me at 8. Keep it here for that. For now, let Kivumbi 2022 begin. Zubeida na Bahaji.
Naam. Asante sana Eric na Ken. Bila shaka tutakuwa tukiungana nanyi baadaye muweze kutueleza mengi zaidi kuambatana mjadala huo. Bunge limeshindwa, shinikizo zikatoka mahakamani, bado hilo halijatimizwa. IEBC wamekatoa makataa kwa vyama vya siasa, baadhi vikiwa kwenye hatari ya kufungiwa nje ya uchaguzi. Lakini tunaona bado kuna vingi tu ambavyo havijatimiza hitaji hili la kikatiba kuhusiana na kuhakikisha kwamba kuna uwakilishi sawa kijinsia katika uwakilishi kupitia vyama vya kisiasa. Je, kweli hili litatimizwa kabla ya uchaguzi mkuu? Leo studioni tutakuwa naye Profesa David Monda, mhadhiri wa siasa katika chuo cha City kule New York nchini Marekani. Atakuwa akiungana nasi muda usio mrefu. Tutakuwa naye Florence Machio ambaye ni mshauri wa masuala ya sera za jinsia katika shirika la Population Action International yani PAI, na vile vile tutakuwa naye Margaret Karungaru Gashagwa ambaye ni mkeo aliyekuwa gavana wa kaunti ya Nyeri ambaye anawania kiti cha mwakilishi wa kike katika kaunti ya Nyeri akiwa mgombea huru. Karibuni sana wageni wetu. Nitakuwa nikiungana nanyi muda sio mrefu, lakini upande wa pili namuona kakangu kipenzi, sijui ametuandalia nini. Bahaji
kupata dadangu kipenzi Zubeida kutoka studio. Leo basi habari ni kwamba nipo katika kaunti ya Kirinyaga, na mjadala wetu wa leo wa kutafuta 2/3 ile thuluthi mbili inayohitajika katika uongozi hapa nchini Kenya. Kwa bahati nzuri tupo katika eneo ambalo labda wao wanajua siri, kwa sababu awamu hii iliyopita gavana wa hapa alikuwa ni mwanamke, na hivi sasa tunavyoambiwa katika kipindi cha Lala Salama ni farasi wawili, ikiwa ni Purity Ngirishi pamoja na mwenzake Anne Waiguru ndio wanapambana vikali sana. Wananchi wa hapa watakuwa na uwezo wa kutuelezea zaidi kuhusiana na hili swala la utekelezaji wa 2/3 na kwa nini wao wanaona kwamba viongozi wa wanawake huku ndio wapo mstari wa mbele. Tuanze na rafiki yangu hapa. Unaitwa nani bro?
Mimi naitwa Naftali Mwangi na mimi ni mkaaji wa hapa Kirinyaga. Na ninashukuru sana kwa sababu ya nyinyi kututembelea wakati kama huu wa siasa ambazo zimenoga sana hapa. Lakini kama na ule wakati mwingine, unajua wakati wa zamani tulikuwa tunajaribu kuongea mambo ya vyama na tunachagua watu, tunaambiwa ni suti, lakini huu mwaka itakuwa tofauti.
Kwanza tofauti ni kivipi? Mtakuwa mnaangalia sasa gavana mwanamume ama tofauti wake unakuja wapi?
Sasa hapa watu wa Kirinyaga wamechanuka sana siku hizi. Juu wanaangalia ile kazi mtu anafanya. Na kama ukitembea pembe zote za Kirinyaga, pia huyu mwanamke unasikia anaitwa Purity Ngirishi. Yeye anasimama na chama chake mwenyewe, ni independent candidate, na yeye anasikika sana. Na ndivyo watu wanasema hawataangalia vyama, hawatavutiwa na mvumo wa vyama, lakini watachagua mtu kulingana na ile matendo amefanya.
Kwa hivyo upande wa jinsia tunakuja pale pale kwamba gavana wenu hapa atakuwa mwanamke.
Atakuwa mwanamke na si mwingine. Watu wanasema ni Purity Wangui Ngirishi kwa sababu ya ile kazi amefanya pembe zote za hii Kirinyaga, na ni kazi ambayo inaonekana na macho ukienda kila pembe ya hii Kirinyaga.
Acha tusikize. Pia tunaye dada hapa. Karibu. Unasikia baridi?
Kuna baridi. Kwa majina anaitwa Wanjiku Njogu. Nimetoka eneo bunge la Gishogo. Na mimi naweza sema Mama County amefanya kazi. Tumeshuhudia akiempower youth. Sisi kama wanalika we are empowered na tumepewa kama ni kits za football. Unapata watu wakicheza huko wako wamegurumiwa.
Kwa hivyo kiufupi wewe maelezo yako ni kwamba wanawake kiongozi mwanamke anafaa zaidi, anasaidia zaidi kuliko mwanamume.
Ndio. Na kwa kusupport hiyo ni mama wa watoto. Na anaelewa kila need mtoto ako nayo. Ndio maana pia mimi na support mama kwa sababu mama pia nyumbani ukiwa na shida zako mingi unapatia mama. Ndio naye pia anapitisha kwa baba.
Sawa. Sasa mama ni wawili, wakina mama hawa. Hebu tufafanulie vizuri, nani mmempendekeza zaidi? Nani anaonekana ana mwenye imani na utendakazi wake zaidi?
Mimi kwangu naweza sema Wangui Ngirishi anafaa kwa kuwa kutoka achaguliwa 2017 ni yeye pekee tumekuwa tukiona akitembelea Wanjiku, wengine hatuwaoni. Na kama ni Krismasi anashare sikukuu yake na Wanjiku. Pia ukatembea huko unasikia yeye tu ndio anasifiwa na kwa ukarimu wake.
Wanasema Wanjiku kupendekeza mwanamke, na upande huu nakwambia itakuwa ni race ile ya wanawake wawili. Kwa hivyo haya baba, na wewe unaitwa nani?
Mimi naitwa Samara Mushiri.
Kwanza tukianza tu mjadala wetu wa leo, huku kwa mstari wa mbele kupendekeza ile 2/3 gender rule ambayo inahitajika na katiba katika uchaguzi huu unaokuja wa ugavana na hata viti vingine, mtazingatia tena hilo usawa wa kijinsia?
Hiyo ni lazima tuzingatie hapa Kirinyaga.
Kwa nini, tueleze?
Juu tumekuja kugundua mama wanafanya kazi mzuri na wanahudumia watu kulingana. Hata ukienda kwa nyumba unapata mama ndiye siku hizi anafanya kazi kushinda mbamba, na imekuwa ni kama kasba yetu hapa Kirinyaga. Hata ukiangalia Geshogo ile mama wa kwanza tu alikuwa amefanya kazi vizuri, alikuwa mbado mama hapa Kirinyaga.
Kwa hivyo katika kina mama hawa wawili, hebu tuambie safari hii inakuaje? Bado miezi miwili mitatu.
Sasa hapa ukiona hapa Kirinyaga watu wale wako kwa mbele saa hizi ni wamama. Iko na Wango Ingirishi na hii mwingine ambaye sasa anaenda. Saa hizi
ndio governor wa sasa.
Ndio governor wa sasa. Lakini yule unajua alioleka Murang'a anaenda, sasa tumeachwa na Ingirishi hapa.
Okay.
Hiyo ndio mama yetu kwa sasa, ndiye amekuwa akihudumia watu na hata sisi kama wanalika.
Haya, unasikia mpaka miji baba inasema huku ni kwa kina mama, wameamua kwamba kina mama ndio wapewe nafasi waongoze. Unaitwa nani wewe? Unataka kwenda na mic yangu?
Mimi naitwa Charles Wasira.
Sema.
Mimi ningetaka kusema hiyo Waiguru ile time ya kwanza tu kumchagua.
Alichaguliwa na nani?
Juu hakuna kazi alikuwa amefanya. Tulimchagua sababu yeye tulikuwa tunafikiria ile mdosi yetu ile Uhuru atakuwa anakuja kulala huko Kerugo ama huko nyumbani.
Sasa ngoja nikuulize wewe, kama unasema hivyo kumaanisha uongozi wa sasa hamtazingatia hili la usawa wa kijinsia, hamtaki tena mama?
Tunataka mama. Yule mama amefanya kazi kama mama wa county.
Anaitwa nani?
Wango Ingirishi.
Kwa hivyo bado nini mtachagua mama? Bado huku mtazingatia hilo?
Tutachagua mama.
Okay, haya sawa. Sasa tupate mwingine. Fika hapo bwana. Usiogope mic wala. Tunataka kusikia, tumekuja kwa ajili yenu. Wewe unaitwa nani?
Mimi naitwa Simon Mdhoni. Mimi na jambo moja nitasema. Hii kiti tulikuwa na mama. Lakini raundi hii tunataka kupendekeza. Kuna mama mwenye amefanya kazi, alikuwa kwa serikali, lakini ile mapato alikuwa anapata ni mapato kidogo, lakini ile kazi ametufanyia ni zaidi kuliko ile pesa alikuwa anapewa. Sisi ndio tumesema mwenye alikuwa anatumia pesa yake na ametusaidia, tumpee aendelee. At least akipewa hii pesa ya serikali atafanya kazi mingi kuliko yenye amefanya.
Kwa hivyo mnakubali kwamba hata mama anaweza kuchaguliwa, alafu mwanamke anaweza kuchaguliwa kuongoza, alafu pia akashindwa kimpango. Mnasema gavana huyo sasa ameshindwa?
Gavana wa sasa ameshindwa. Kitu ya kwanza hakuna kazi ametufanyia. Kenya yako nacho ni ukambira. Sasa tunataka mwenye hana ukambira, ametunjekea mabarabara na kuna kitu ametumia pesa ya wananchi.
Haya, kuja. Njoo na wewe. Haya, na wewe jina lako?
Mimi naitwa James Nyaga na mimi ni mkazi wa huku Kirinyaga. Jambo nataka kusema hapa Kirinyaga sisi tunataka kubadilisha gavana yule ako kwa wakati huu, tuingishe mbunge wa jimbo hili la Kirinyaga. Kwa maana huyo mama county ametufanyia kazi mingi sana. Kwa sababu ile mapato anagaiwa ni pesa kidogo, lakini anaingia kwa mfuko yake, anatoa pesa ya kusaidia watu. Amesaidia watu hapa Kirinyaga, ametufanyia mambo mingi sana. Sasa tunaona tukimpatia hii kiti ya gavana wakati huu, tunaona atasaidia jimbo letu la Kirinyaga sana.
Kwa hivyo nyinyi bado mnaunga mkono kwamba ile 2/3 gender rule sawa kijinsia uzingatiwe hata kwa kaunti zingine katika uongozi?
Hata kaunti zingine tungewaambia kama kule kuna simama gavana mwanaume apatie mwanamke awe naibu wake. Kule kuna simama mwanamke apatie mwanaume awe gavana wake, awe naibu gavana. Lakini hapa Kirinyaga tayari watu wameamua. Huyu alikuwa mbunge wa jimbo la Kirinyaga mwanamke, huyo tutapatia kazi kwa sababu gavana wa sasa ametuferu sana jamani.
Haya, wanasema bado kwa sasa watazingatia.
Sorry, it was lengthy, but I needed us to hear those people from Kirinyaga and what they are saying on the ground. Kabla tuje kutuambia kupewa tuhuma na story ya propaganda. Take it.
Right. Very lengthy time. What I was trying to debate earlier on was the fact that in Azimio hata hapa tumepigana kelele hapa na mgeni. I think me and Roba, we have been arguing about Mutua. Na tumegongwa. This was for months. We've been talking about his corruption, alleged corruption stuff. Lakini we are being ignored. But you can see that is how this channel is. Hata hapa watu wa Azimio Samuel, we do argue amongst ourselves, but it's very structured. Like you can see, like the example that we had right now. You had Bernard ask a question, Mugeni answers it, Jakindebe jumps in, Robert jumps in, and before you know it, even if Mugeni still has his initial ideas in, there's some kind of thing that the audience picks up on, and they can hear various opinions as to why he thinks the running mate should be Kalonzo. You see, there we don't agree. So it is what we call democracy. Hata mkiona tukigongana hivi, it means it's what Bernard was trying to allude to, that in Kenya Kwanza, just because there's silence doesn't mean there's structure. It just means what we're saying is dictatorship is the fact that you are not allowed to air your views. We don't like what Kalonzo is doing. And us as the public will make noise about it. We will shout and scream, and that is what we call democracy. And some of us will leave, some of us will stay. Now, Samuel, you're not the first UDA person that has come here. We have tried this before. We tried it with a fellow called Black. He usually comes here. And what we do is tend to ask the question. And if you're able to answer the question without bringing what we think is propaganda, that is when you'll see someone like Steamy Robert, his cup will flow. Robert will not allow that. It's not that we're trying to, we want to hear your opinion. It's just that if a question is asked, or if you have an opinion that you've researched on and you have evidence on it, like today, I was questioned by a lot of people in the chat. Where is your evidence about this? What is going on? Immediately, Bernard said, we found it from a newspaper, and because it's coming from a newspaper, that does not legally implicate me. You understand? So I can say that openly, and I use the word allegedly, so that we can openly talk about these cases that are assumed to be under Mutula's. Sorry, Roba, Roba, I'll respect you. What did you want to say?
No, just going on. I'm saying, Bernard, just after you said, and if you can give me something to comment on the clip of the tape we just saw.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, I think it's second round. So I think you'll be next. Right. Now, what I wanted to conclude in terms of today's topic, I want to focus on Mutua because that is what has been bugging my head, Kabisa, is the fact that what I'm believing to be happening in Azimio, in Kenyan politics, we are very young. So you can see, yeah, we understand, even Martha Karua said it, we understand that we've got some corrupt people inside Azimio. We know that. So they'll slowly flush themselves out. And what is happening at the moment is the fact that Raila is not going to protect them once we're in government. He's not. So some of them are really panicking because they thought that, yes, I'm supporting Raila right now, and I think once we're in government, this old man is going to clear all the cases I have. I don't think Raila has that ideology. If you can plead your case, because most of them have not gone to the court. They're still with the ACC and DCI as investigation. So if you can go to court, plead your case, and win, you've got nothing to worry about. You can see most of the guys who are quiet that are in the Azimio Alliance, except for Kalonzo, are people that know they don't have cases. So they're running to Kenya Kwanza / UDA because they know they'll fight for that alliance and know when that alliance wins, they're safe. They're safe, and they will not be prosecuted and stuff like that, because I think some of these prosecutions will, within the first 100 days, trust you me, these things will be accelerated. You will see that Kenya is going to improve. And najua hii kitu tunasemanga, we keep calling it the Rarua ticket. Martha Karua, sorry, I had to be a bit theatrical. I wanted to do a little Martin Detto there. This Karua ticket, it's because Martha Karua is somebody that wants to come in and help with these corruption issues that we've been having in Kenya for all these years. So I think a lot of people are panicking. And finally, Kalonzo does not realize when it was Oka, Martha Karua checkmate him. He was in Oka beating his chest. I am the principal, I'm the main guy, blah, 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 blah. What I decide in Oka will happen. He went ahead of Martha Karua, leaving her in the cold, thinking that, okay, I'm negotiating on behalf of Oka, I'm going to do that, blah, blah, blah. Martha came by herself, met Raila, they discussed something, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Raila told her, I will be considering you for running mate. I don't think he said that categorically that you're going to be the running mate. I think we will be considering you. Once they had that private talk, it came in. When Kalonzo came to Mwana Metoroka, when Kalonzo came to Kenya Kwanza, what is irritating us is the changes that have been happening to the coalition over the last month, whereby he wants the name changed. He's insisting on running mate. Nyumba imetengenezwa. We divorced. You know, it's like, we always say it's like a divorced wife coming back and insisting that since the husband has become a millionaire, I should be the first wife. Yet the millionaire has many. We're in a society of polygamy, so it's allowed. Insisting that I should be the principal wife in this household. Tumekata, hapana. Wewe ulikuwa divorced, lakini tumekubali urudi kwa hii nyumba, and we can build a house properly. So nitaacha hapo hivyo, and I was waiting for Martin Deto's wrath for Mutua, but it looks like he doesn't care about Mutua. Yake tu ni Kalonzo. Asanteni sana. I'll be sleeping in
No, usijaribu kukimbia. I'm just umejileta kuja tu. Goja kaa hapo
15 minutes. I'll be sleeping in 15 minutes.
I'm being a nice man right here. Sitaki kuharibia Bernard.
We mtu wa sijui ulienda elections alafu ukaanguka nominations alafu nakuja hapa kutuambia nini hapo wewe. Okay, Bernard, asante sana and thank you very much.
Usikimbie, usitoke hapo na unataka kukimbia juu umechapa bomu.
Order Martin, thank you.
Sijatoroka.
Keep your hand arrest. Subiri hapo hapo. Tusikie roba kwanza.
Hey, man, if you go to sleep, that's fine now. I've been seeing you since you started here. So
give it 15 minutes.
Yeah, let me say this. I watched the clip. Let me start from that clip. For the people who do what's called election polling, like these polls we have been seeing, that's one thing you can learn from that guy. He was interviewing the real people who are on foot. You know what they told us? Anna Waiguru is going to lose like, I don't know, to use a bad word. She's going to lose in a landslide. That's what they told us from that clip. And from that clip, you can just say those people are ready for anything. It doesn't matter if they're ready, as long as you do the job. Now, going back to Kalonzo, I insist Kalonzo is not going to go for the interview. He's leaving for Southern Sudan. Then he goes to Kinshasa. And I have a feeling that it's by design. He's doing all this. But at the end of the day, Kalonzo is going nowhere. So he's trying to do this as one way, maybe to protect him. I mean, I don't know what he's after, or it's just like he thinks they are trying to fool some people. To tell you the truth, I think as me also, they are doing things in a wrong way. If I had to advise them, there are some things they could have not done to bring all of this. They could have ended this nonsense long time ago, but they were not listening. They were trying to be careful what they are doing, but at the same time, whatever you do comes to bite you, and that's what's biting them. Whether going forward it's going to be a nice thing, I don't know. But as far as Mutua Kalonzo is Mutua, I don't know his last name. I know it's Mutua also. The guy who called himself Dr. Mutua. Even I don't know where he got his doctorate. It's the same as doctorate like Mr. Ruto. They call doctorate. And if you want to go to school where they get their doctorate, they can't even defend it. They are doctorate. Fake doctorates. Yes, that's what the way I just feel. So Mutua himself, the way he's doing things, he thinks he can match with Baba. There are some people who have imagination. They also want to have these small parties so that they can be, it's their self-interest. They don't care about the ordinary people. That's what the big picture here. These people are doing things because they want to benefit themselves. Now the question comes, so what about the ordinary people? What about the street person, the small people? I mean, it looks like the people who have money, they want to run the show. And the small people, we are just following them. They want us to talk about them. The people who get some of this TV like Mutua on Citizen TV. I want to say hi to all people all over the world. I've been looking at that man. And I came here, I told you guys, I live in my properties in Machakos County. It happened, I'm at the boundary of Nairobi and Machakos. And people chose to be in Machakos because they didn't want to pay taxes of Nairobi. But later on, people found out they made a very stupid mistake. Now, Mutua has been our governor. And if you go to the roads between Nairobi County and Machakos, they are really bad. And this man keeps on just going all over the place. I've done the job. I've been a governor for 2 years. I know what I'm doing. So he comes up, he has a news conference, and whatever he answers the news media, he answers some fake questions. He says he has some candidates who want to run freely, and they need money, and the way to get money is to get corrupt and get money from Ruto. So the question remains, where's TCI? I can't say the Kenya police because they are the most corrupt people. You can't send them to investigate. Or DCI to want to do the job. The thing is this, I keep on asking my question. This money is exchanging hands, a lot of money. Where's the source of the money? Where does the money come from? That's why I'm asking this organization we have, or this, we call them some of the things we rely on. What are they doing? I need to know where Ruto is getting all this money. That's something that's nobody's answering me that. They keep on just saying, oh, people are just joining us because we are quiet. They are not quiet. I came here a few days ago, and I said, immediately, UDA, there's no Kenya Kwanza, it's UDA. They named the running mate. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be more than what we are seeing there in Azimio. It's good Azimio is going on to do this, but later on, we want to witness one of the worst meltdown of UDA. Because Kenya Kwanza, there's nothing like Kenya Kwanza. We want to see the legal part of it. So as we go, we will discuss all these things here. Let us not forget that what is the ordinary people saying, not what the money people are saying. What's like that clip as he did encouraged me, people from Kirinyaga. It just tells me they know what's going on. They know Anna Waiguru was corrupt from the beginning. She came in, they gave her a chance. Then what he did some fun things on them, never did a job, and now she's her way up. She's gone. And those people, I think, by Mata Karua becoming from Kirinyaga and other parts of Central Province, I'm just hoping. Everybody's going to respond like the way those guys responded. And I have no doubt.
You're not being unfair. The people of Kirinyaga want Anne Waiguru to be deputy president. That's why they're giving it to the other lady.
They never said that. You can't put words on their mouth. I didn't see that. They just said point blank. She never did a job. That's what they say. Okay, the clip speaks itself. It's not something we are creating here. Yeah. So in fact, they gave me hope. To tell the truth, I didn't know that clip. It has given me hope that going forward, people know what they are doing. And in fact, I agree with them. Women now, people of realize women can do a better job than all these men who have been stealing from us, like Ruto. He has been stealing all this money. He has been selling all these things. Here, Chicken Sarah, somebody supposed to be seated in jail. You know what? It makes me hungry. But there's hope on those people I see on that clip. There's hope. There's hope. And I'm telling you and I assure you, Ruto cannot defeat Uhuru and Raila combined. No way. No way. He has never run a president's campaign. He has never run anything. This is his first time. By the time he realizes, come on the 9th, he will just left with UDA, Karenjin Party.
Okay, thank you, Roba. Martin, ulikuwa unasemaje? Mbio mbio.
Nikimaliza Roba.
Mwanze kunitafutia Themba.
Okay, sawa nitakutafutia. Roba, story this talking about where Ruto is getting the money, I have a very easy answer for you. Please go talk to Interpol and CIA. I think there's some cases pending somewhere. If you can talk to them, they will give you the answer where the money is coming from. Again, I want to support my brother Kip in those guys over there. They just want Waiguru to be the vice president. Stop denying them what they want. Waiguru needs to be the vice president. She's a very good candidate. That's what they are saying. They just want Girichi to be the governor and then Waiguru to be the vice president. And actually on that, we are vouching for them on that one because we think she can make a very good vice president for Ruto.
Yes, he can make a good vice president for Chicken Sarah. I get it, but not for the Kenyan people.
Hiyo ndio tunataka. I mean, your ticket ni safi sana.
That's a very deadly ticket, Bona. Allah, you will never get a nicer ticket than that.
Yeah, that would be super corrupt ticket. Corruption. People who just like, you can call it the super Arua corrupt ticket. That's the way I see it.
See, you negative plus minus negative equal positive, They cancel each other out.
And I'm sick and tired of people like Samir coming here and they are trying to divine who's going to be their senior running mate instead of them trying to clean their house. You know what? They keep on talking, opening their mouth. They are saying, oh, Kalonzo was a vice president before. I get it. What about Musalia Mudavadi? He was a president for 3 hours. Well, how about you can consider him as a running mate? How about Wetangula? He has been a minister for foreign affairs. He's been a minister for all this. Why can't you compare him for running?
Roba, by then you guys have not answered me. Is Raila going to be the 5th or the 6th?
Raila is going to be the 50th president.
How?
What do you mean how?
How many presidents have we had in our country?
No, I mean, because of Ruto, you can call him Raila is going to be the 6th because there's this man who thinks he was a president. You know what? At the same time, also don't forget this way. We are going to make history for the first time ever in 58 years. We are going to have a president who is not a Kikuyu, not a Karenjin. That's something we should celebrate. But if you have people like Samir, you ask them, they will tell you, oh, don't talk about tribal. We have to talk tribal. Kenya is a tribal country. Somebody brought up, I think somebody was talking about Tanzania not being tribal there. I think somebody brought that, so was saying about that issue. That's fine. We understand it. But I'm telling you the truth. Even the people you see on the clip, before they go to vote, the first thing they see in front of them is a tribe. That's something we cannot run away from. And that's why I'm saying this election night is going to be very tricky. And that's why I just say, Uhuru Kenyatta is going to cut the day when it comes to central Kenya. So even if Kalonzo Musyoka he wants to go to southern Sudan, or whatever he's going, he can go to the moon. He can go wherever he wants to go. But at the end of the day, it's the people who fought, not him. He was given first presidency. First of all, he ruined the country 2007. If he never joined Mike Kibaki, maybe our country could be, Raila could be gone out of state right now. But that man, Kalonzo, when he came to Asimio, let me tell you something I believed on. I thought he's going to cool down, disappear, because I was expecting to be the next president to come 2027. Because I know Raila is going for one term. But instead now, I don't think he's going to be.
Robert,
Kalonzo has messed it up.
Robert, don't say that ever again. We
Robert,
can't just assume that.
About what? I have a right to say what I just said. Keep
No,
that's the
Robert.
one thing.
No, you
I have a
can't
right to
say
say what I just said.
you can't say Raila is going for one term. Tafadhali.
Robert.
Yes, that's what he has said. He's only one term.
Look here. Hey, order. Thank you. Martin was the one talking. I think Robert was making a
hijack bwana.
Please go back to your Nini. Continue your submission, please. Thank you. Jackie,
Okay, so,
mute your mic until it's your turn to speak.
All right. So anyway, I'm a happy man today. I'm a very happy man because I've been singing here that the politics of Kenya is starting to change. You know, I came over here very early today because I was off today, and normally you all know the time that I come in. But the reason I actually came in so early because I had already seen in the comment sections about the Kalonzo, because people know my Kalonzo stands, and that's why I've keep here. Keep is not that I'm not concerned about Mutua. I'm just not concerned. Did you understand that? It's not like I'm not concerned. I'm just not concerned. The guy is not going anywhere. This is a game to bring Kalonzo to point, to calm him down. It's been played. He was being played by, let me tell you some old, and if there's a Kamba somewhere listening to me, they will tell you. He used to be Kitele, Mutunga, Mulinge, Mudhungulule, Nyiva Mwendwa. They used to play this game to tame you down. Because now he starts to look like a spoiler. And so that makes his ego go down. He is going to do the interview. And that's why you saw people doing the interview, including Madakaru. He will do it. And if he doesn't do it, he will be let down, gone, and you will see the three governors sitting together. And that's why you had Ngilu with Baba. It's a way to calm him down and make him know that he has to the line. Ukambani politics is not just what you run for. It's a complicated thing. It's played in a funny way. Because
Martin, do we need 100% of the Ukambani vote, or do we just need at least 50?
You already have at least, even without Kalonzo, you at least even have 60. That take it to the bank. Without Kalonzo. Kwani you think it's only Kambas that live in Ukambani wewe? It's not only Kambas that live in Ukambani.
We are the Kisii there too.
People that live in Ukambani come to Nairobi every day.
Yeah.
They work from Ukambani to come to Nairobi.
I'm one of them.
What are you talking about? You gotta look at the proximity of where you stay. Today, Rai, where's Rai? Rai is in Ukambani. It's counted like Ukambani. Rai, you think it's Kambas that live there only?
That's Kisii town.
Huh?
Ruai is Kisii town.
Even Kamulu going all the way that way, bwana, hakuna kitu huko. That's the story. The guy tried to defend Nanini. I still always have to talk about it, but because we are here talking and everything. A president needs somebody who they can control. And I'm saying this, and I keep on saying, I think we need to revert to where we had run away from, where the president could fire their vice president or deputy president kwa barabara, because that's the problem we are having right now. And that's why you see people running for that thing. You need to be able, whatever job you've ever worked in, you know that. Huwezi kaa na mtu mdogo wako mwenye anakusumbua akili. You will fire them that day, hata kama ni bradhako. But now when you have somebody who's disturbing, and that's what Kalonzo is trying to come into, to start looking like he's disturbing. That's why tupakini huko anaangalia, Kambani na kanikame na Mutua, huko Ngilu wako huko. Okay, wacha basi niende nifanye tu aka interview. Maybe si kabaya hivyo. That's what he will do the interview. And he will not be the vice president. He will have to settle down with what Sonko told him. Either speaker or whatever he will get. but he will not, because hatakuwa anasumbua watu. Hiyo kiburi hatutaki kwa presidency, because we've grown to different kind of politics now. Now, you guys talked about 2/3 gender. It will not happen. Tusidanganyane. Not this time. And probably not next time. 2/3 gender will not happen. You have to look at how many women, because 2/3 gender, I say dear Mama Selina Kanigonga, being a lady is not, you're not crippled. You go out there and find it. We cannot just be giving ladies just to give them just because they are ladies. You go find it, you get it, then we can have the gender equality. I mean, the 2/3 gender. And where we are today, we are fighting too many things right now that to start talking about 2/3. Sasa mwanaume atolewe mwanamke. Wewe ukikuja kama mwanaume kama kina nani Sabina Chege wamejileta, kuja utapata. Ukienda upigane pale kama toto kale huko kalienda kakapata, umepata. Lakini sasa tutaanza kuwa kwenda kuokota watu just to make the 2/3. It will not work. It's working in progress. We hope one day we get there, but not these elections. Take it to the bank, and then watu wenye wanaogopa Ukambani is intact. Wachaneni na Ukambani. We are just dealing with somebody mwenye anatusumbua huko. We're just trying to put him in line. Ukambani is intact. Hakuna mahali mtu anaenda. The thing is already done. The documents are there. We're just messing with him so that he tones down, aache kushinda nakimbia naenda kuita makanga huko Emali na nini ndio onekane anaweza sijui nini. 2 days anaenda roadshow anakuja naambiwa tuwe kamera ekeni hivi ndio tuonekane tuko na nguvu. We are just trying to tone him down and tell him that his politics of Mulu Mutesi, a kind of kingpin, is done, gone, dusted. Wachaneni Ukambani na mwache kustress. Ukambani tuko Azimio damu wote mpaka Mutua, hakuna mali anaenda, ni story. Watch this. Anyway, Bernard, sawa, asante. Acha nikutafutie themba, nitarudi. Unless kuna mtu anataka kuniuliza kitu.
Yes,
Thank you. I think that
I have one question for him. Just a final question.
Yeah, I have a question for Martin.
Okay, you're my senior. You go first.
Okay, tomorrow morning, if this man, like from the, I think the latest is according to the main network in Kenya, is saying he's leaving to go and consult some of his friends in Southern Sudan and the other Republic of Congo, where they should stay in Asmio. After this, he's not want to go to the interview. But if it doesn't go for the interview tomorrow, what do you think? Because you are saying he's going for the interview, but what about he doesn't go for the interview? What's your take on that?
And that's the whole catch right there. That's what we wanted right there. Because now if he doesn't go, na anyimo hiyo kitu, he can never. That's why we put the secretariat there purposely. So to, to safeguard Baba. If he doesn't go and all of the other ones go, including, all of them go, that's a good reason to tell him, you did not go, so you don't qualify because these other ones went. So it's a doomed if done, doomed if not. So that's the whole catch. And that's why there's rumors that he's gonna go, because he knows where it's going. It's a very well calculated thing. If he doesn't go, then you didn't go. Why should you be? Everybody else went.
Okay, let me check some tickets for Kenya Airways tomorrow to Sudan, see whether Kalonzo's name is there.
Roba.
Thank you, Roba. Evidence, substantiation. Yes, Kip.
Yeah, so my final question, it's not even a question. Roba, maybe a question yangu. I want a bet between the two of us. Me, I'm going with Roba's idea. We are Nenda Sudan. If Kalonzo goes for the interview, Martin takunulela soda kubwa. Lakini tukishinda unanunulia Roba na mimi soda kubwa. Hata Bernard anataka hiyo soda kubwa, tafadhali.
Hakuna timeline, tumesema ni kesho ama ni akirudi kutoka huko anaenda. By the way, where is he going to consult with South Sudan?
Ni kesho tutakutana tu. We'll be just here Roba apate soda yake, mimi nipate
That's
soda yangu.
exactly. That's why I was. He
Okay,
is going to
tuseme
Sudan.
hivi, by the end of the week atakuwa ameenda. Hiyo ni tabia
Tomorrow is the deadline. That's the last people going for the interviews tomorrow. Then after the interview, Papa is going to have a news conference. Okay, so tomorrow we expect in the morning, then in the evening. Karon's supposed to go in the morning. Then from there, we have other people just going. But from what I'm hearing, because Gideon Moy endorsed Karonso, him is not going because already he has started endorsement. So that's why I was telling you, this was calculated. The young people who are surrounding Karonso from Kambani, Akina Junior, Akina the other guy, I think they are trying to get rid of Karonso to get out of politics, where Karonso doesn't know. Because if Karonso gets out of Asimio, he's out. He would never. It's just right now. You know what? I hope he's going to consider his thing. I hope he's going to consider, but I stand with my. He's not going to go tomorrow.
Sorry, Bernard. This is the last one. Bernard, this is the last one. Is it confirmed Sonko cannot vie? Me, I'm very confused because it's still around Kalonzo and that one has a idea. Kalonzo is done. It's a done deal. He cannot vie for Mombasa.
Sonko, that was bound to happen. Is it breaking news? You remember when there was to be a by-election in Nairobi for governorship after Sonko was impeached, and then Waititu came from Kiambu and said he wants to vie in Nairobi, and the matter was taken to court. Can somebody who was impeached vie? Okay, and the court ruled they cannot hold public office. So that ruling is what is the threshold of public servants at this point in time.
Asante, wacha mimi niende kulala. Asanteni sana, all of you. See you.
Let's listen to this just to show you how Kenya is moving. Interesting place to be.
Ama ulie pale na Uhuru Kenyatta, nani anamjua huyu mtu zaidi? Si ni Uhuru Kenyatta? Kama Uhuru Kenyatta anamkataa na walikuwa wameshikana mikono, kumaanisha kuna kitu mbaya hapo. Na isitoshe ukiangalia historia pia, huyo alifunzwa siasa na hayati Daniel Arap Moi YK92, akamfunza siasa zile za KANU wakiwa hivi kabisa. Wakati Rais Moi alikuwa ameugua pale karibu kutuacha, alisema hataki kumuona, kumaanisha ya kwamba Rais Moi mwenyewe alijua hii ni sumu, huyu mtu ni mbaya, hata anakataliwa na Moi akiwa pale katika siku zake za mwisho. Raila Amolo Odinga, wewe ndio ulimleta kwa Pentagon. Mlikuwa hapa pamoja mkiwa Pentagon, tukaona mkiungana hapa pamoja, nikiwa kwa serikali ya Kibaki mkatusumbua sana. Wewe pia ukamkataa, ukaona kuna sumu mahali. Kunaona kuna pattern ya mtu kukataliwa, na wale ambao wanamjua kabisa kwa kina wanakaa naye chini, wanapanga mikakati, wanajua siri zake, kuonyeshana ya kwamba huyu mtu sio sawa. Na sisi hapa tumepigwa na mazingaombwe, tunafikiri ni yeye anaweza. Kwa hivyo Wakenya tujiulize, kama amekataliwa mpaka na Moi akiwa pale katika kitanda chake cha mwisho, amekataliwa na Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye anamjua kabisa, amekataliwa na Raila Amolo Odinga, sisi tutamwamini namna gani? Na hao ndio wanamfahamu.
Kalonzo Musyoka starred the political pot, so to speak. Kalonzo shared a document indicating a pact with ODM party leader Raila Odinga signed on the 30th of April 2017. Now, part of the secret elections pact allegedly bound the former Prime Minister to back Kalonzo for the top job in August this year. Well, to canvass around this development further is Makueni Governor Professor Kivutha Kibwana joining me in studio. Welcome so much, Governor, for this conversation. And it is important to point out that the agreement, as seen in this particular document that I have, was signed between the two principals who were part of the National Super Alliance then, and witnessed by both Professor Makau Mutua and yourself, Professor Kivutha Kibwana. So first of all, can you attest to the fact that there was a binding legal agreement between the two political leaders in 2017?
Thank you very much for having me. I can state categorically that there is a document that is in the possession of Makau Mutua, who was professor, who was supposed to make it public, which contained an agreement between Raila Odinga and Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo has brought out a document which I have seen, but the authentic document was kept through agreement of the two parties by Professor Makau Mutua. But it is a fact that the two principals then did sign a document, and it was signed in the context of NASA, if I can remember. Indeed, it was even headed NASA deal.
All right, and I have the document here, in fact.
Yeah.
So you're saying, and I've showed you this document a bit earlier on, you would authenticate and say this is the actual document that was signed?
I think it's important to get the copy that was kept by Professor Makau Mutua, because that was the agreement of the parties. But what I did after the two principals were able to make an agreement, I was a witness on behalf of Kalonzo Musyoka. Professor Makau was a guarantor on behalf of Raila Odinga. And I did not keep a copy. My copy, I gave it to Kalonzo Musyoka. He asked for it for his safekeeping. So the three of them did have a copy. And as I've stated earlier, Professor Makau was the one who was to keep the authentic copy in case there was any dispute.
Right. So with this agreement, and you actually acknowledge the fact that there was an agreement made between...
Yes, I do that.
Inaonekana mnanisikia?
Yes.
Yeah, inaonekana bandari yake imeharibika. Nani ajongea? Ni Levi ama nani kati yenyu wawili nani alikuja kwanza?
Nilisha submit mara ya kwanza.
Okay. Huo nani Levi ndo umeongea?
Yeah.
Okay, Andrew ulikuwa umeongea? Hata huyo amepotea. Okay, Mugambi cheze kaa wewe.
Nimeongea lakini sasa kwa kuguzia tu kidogo, mimi kama kuzungumza nikiangalia hiyo move ya Mutua.
Kama unaweza karibia mic kidogo usikie vizuri.
Hapo mnanisikia?
Kwa umbali kidogo, lakini sawa, tutajaribu tu, tutaendelea kama that's the best you can.
Yangu iko juu sana bwana.
Endelea tu, tutajaribu. Ama Levi, tutafanyaje sasa? Tumeachwa hivyo.
Anaendelea ama?
Anaendelea. Unamsikia vizuri wewe?
Yeah, but kwa mbali though najaribu kusikia.
Mugambi, jaribu tuendelea.
As far as movie ya Mutua imefanyika, na kwangu mimi ni hasara kwa Azimio namna, kwa sababu ile amewaacha ni tengo ambalo lilikuwa limeonekana na watu wengi sana. Ni vile tu wengi wataki kusema ukweli, lakini ukiangalia chenye kimemfanya akatoka hii kitu ndio kimetokea watu kama kina Kingi na wengine wengi wenye hawaongei. Nafikiria sio vizuri kama mtu wako wa ndani sana ama rafiki wako wa karibu sana atatoka na ujumbe na ndugu yako, itakuwa rahisi sana kupiga, kwa sababu kama ametoka pale atakuwa ametoka na siri nyingi sana, na zile siri kama ataenda sasa aende akaseme kwa ndugu zako kati Kenya Kwanza, itakuwa rahisi sana kupambana na wao. Na kama vile ametoka na information nyingi na tayari anajua ni mapengo yapi yako katika Azimio team, anajua ni watu wamezindiwa. Kwa hivyo kama hata ile kuisha kuhusiana Kenya Kwanza, ni kumaanisha kifupi itakuwa ni kama hasara kwao. Okay, tukiangalia kwa upande mwingine, mtu kama Kingi ambaye amekuwa mtu wa karibu sana na Raila, vilevile ana vitu vingi sana ambavyo anajua kuhusu ODM na kuhusu mpango yote ya Azimio. Kwa hivyo kwangu mimi nikiangazia tu nitasema ni hasara kwa Azimio Mutua kutoka, huenda wakapuuza, lakini ukweli sema kwamba wataadhirika kwa jambo moja ama jingine, lakini kifupi ni hasara kubwa sana. Huenda wakapuuza, lakini tunafaa tujue wamepoteza. Naam, sijui kama nilikuwa nasikika ama
no, bado unasikika, endelea, lakini uko mbali bwana.
Tumekupata. And you are chewing something.
Yeah, I come from
that is not for, we can't do that on public television, italeta kizaza. So pole, lakini it's promoting a product without buying airtime. To start with, it's not a product. When we want Baba to be president so that he gets market for it, and it's not a product. Bwana Mugambi, relax. Wewe wacha kutuzungusha tafadhali. That's a very serious cash crop, and that's why we need Baba in the presidents. Aongee na Suluhu, aongee na DRC, aongee na Somalia, Somaliland, ndio to recover hii economy. We will not recover this economy just like that. Hatuwezi fanya, msawi maneno ya bottom up. Hakuna kitu inaitwa bottom up.
Bottom up iko bwana, wacha kudanganya watu.
Kama tuta recover this economy, kila Mkenya aende kufanya kazi na ajitahidi katika kufanya kazi yake, kama ni kulima mlime, kama ni kupanda mpande, kutokana tu na hizo products. That's when we will recover. Lakini mnaambiwa tuanzie hapa chini, si hapa chini, alafu tupande juu, tukiwa juu, si kila mtu atakuwa hiyo ni story ya juu ya gari. Hakuna kitu hapo, msidanganywe. Hiyo nawaambia tu wazi. Nani huyu? Jared ni huyu amefika. So Bwana Mugambi, katika ndoa
Bernard,
yes,
wacha nitoke nikutafutie Themba, nitarudi.
Tafuta yeye, mwambie akuje. Unajua leo nilianza masafa nini kwanza itabaki na masaa kadhaa chache because nilianza earlier and it's like we have had a good response, so tutakuwa tunaanza saa 2:30.
Sawa, acha nitoke. Thank you panelists, maybe tutapatana baadaye. Bernard, nice to see you, thank you for everything. Wacha nikutafutie huyo pia nimalize vitu 2-3 hivi.
Sawa, thank you very much. All right, so bwana Mgambi, sijui ulikuwa umemaliza?
Nilikuwa nimemaliza, lakini sasa nikiongezea bando kuzia tena kwa upande mwingine, nafikiria sio vizuri kuona jinsi ambavyo timu yetu ya Azimio, ambapo wengi huenda mkoa mzii vile watu wanasema sijui watu kwa Kenya Kwanza wengi sana. Si ukweli vile. Mimi kwangu nitapigia kura yangu Raila. Na kama nitazungumza nitasema nafikiria sio vizuri kuwa wanashughulikia vitu jinsi wanavyoshughulikia. Ni vizuri waweke vitu vingine. Kama ni vitu wafanye ndani kwa ndani, wazitoe nje, sababu wakati mwingi unaona wanaingia na nje, mambo yanazungumzwa kutoka nje. Alafu
Bwana Mgambi, ngoja kwanza. Unatumia simu ama laptop?
Hapo natumia simu.
Umeweka earphone
ama ni Bluetooth?
Umeweka Bluetooth, yes, ina interfere na audio yako.
Nisikia.
Yes, that's better.
Hapo niko sawa
Hapo sasa ndio sawa. Endelea. Toa hiyo Bluetooth.
Nilikuwa nasema kuwa unaanza na mambo na nje alafu unamalizia na ndani ni vibaya sana. Vile unaona kwanza kabla mambo yatokee, unaona kwanza ni kama watu wanakuwa washajua ni nini kinaendelea pale ndani kwa ndani. Na nafikiria si vizuri. Itakuwa jambo la busara kama wataweza kufungia vitu vingine ndani, kama vitatokea viwe ni vizuri, viwe ni vibaya, ikuwe sasa ni kama surprise kwa wananchi. Ikuwe ni kama surprise kwa opponents. That is Kenya Kwanza. Lakini vinginevyo kama vile vitu ambavyo vitatokea vitakuwa vishajulikana tayari, kuna vile wengine watakuwa wamefanya, tuseme sasa the opponent atakuwa ametafuta mbinu ya kushughulikia ama ya kucounter move ya timu yetu, that is Azimio. Kwa hivyo kwa ushauri tu nafikiria ni vizuri wajaribu kubania vitu vingine visikuwe vinatoka nje moja kwa moja bila ruksa ama bila kujulikana, tuseme na viongozi kwa jumla, bila baba mwenyewe kujua. Hapo nafikiria hapo tumefeli. Siri za ndani kwa ndani tumefeli, na vile tunapoteza watu bado tunafeli kama timu. Kwa hivyo utaona vizuri, yani tutakuwa tunaumizwa kirahisi sana. Nikizungumza nitasema hivyo kwangu.
Sawa Bwana Mgambe, tunaelewa, na ningependa pia uelewe kwamba kama kuna mtu wa kugengeuza means to manipulate. Okay?
Yeah.
Like you have a girlfriend.
Yes.
And she says for her to be your girlfriend, to accept to marry you, she wants to go to the market and announce she's the only girlfriend you have. That means she wants the public to help her hold her private marriage. You understand that? So kuna watu ambao tunaongea hapa ndani lakini wanataka kwenda kuambia public ili public kama imejua hawezi badilisha hii umesema hapa, the public will riot. You get that? So they are manipulation, and that is the coalition management is not easy because people have come with their interests. But story ya Kingi na Mutua, those ones were like, especially Kingi alitoka ODM kitambo. Kingi walikuwa na Aisha Jumwa.
Naam.
Wakati baada tu ya Kitawele, after the handshake, Kingi had left ODM, went with Aisha Jumwa to UDA, even before UDA was formed. Kulipo waka moto huko ndiye akaretreat mara moja, akaacha huko Aisha Jumwa. So ni mtu ambaye he has not been in ODM full-fledged. Then kulipotokea story ya Coast Party, baba akawaambia sasa wewe umekuwa kwa ODM, ODM ndio imekujenga. The cost party did not build you. Now, what makes it necessary for you to have a cost party? He was told we have devolution. Pesa iko hapa. What you need to do is have regional leadership. Regional leadership ya kuhakikisha kaunti zote za coast zina develop equally under your overseership, because you have been a governor. Akaona lazima ajenge party. Then he said, if you want to form a party, then you have to leave ODM to go and form the party. That's what happened. So he has formed a party to try and remain significant. But in my opinion, atachomeka tu kama wengine. You don't rise with the... Okay, Bible huwa inasema yule anailipia maovu kwa mazuri aliyofanyiwa, maovu hayatatoka kwa nyumba yake. Hayatazuiliwa kwa nyumba yake. He said, he who rewards evil for good, evil will never leave his house. That means evil will permanently stay in his house. So you don't bite the fingers that ate you or pray that everything will be all right. It doesn't work that way. It was wrong for him to do that, and then now he's going a notch higher by provoking the situation. So if the ground now goes riot against him, he's no longer governor. Tamiake imeisha. Okay? He did not go for senator. At least Mandago alikuwa mjanja, aka switch. Okay, Mandago will continue being relevant. Lakini Kingi aendi an elective seat. Yeye anataka kuwa chairman of party, akuwe na elected members. After you get elected members, are you going to preside over them when you're not elected? Even if he succeeds. So he miscalculated. But all in all, hii kitu tawini tu, msijali. Hii safari tulianza kitambo na I'm too sure. I trust the leadership at hand. They know what they are doing. Lakini ile sitakubali carrying baggage. Mtu anayesema lazima afanyiwe hivi ama aende, huyo tunamwachilia asubuhi na mapema aende tu. It's easier that way. I'm a church pastor, okay? And the hardest members to keep in the church are those you bribe to remain. Hey, pastor kunisalimia vizuri, naenda hiyo church nyingine. Mimi nakusindikisha na kulipia fare. I want to be free to be a pastor, and I want you to be free to be a member. Lakini kama ni kubribe ndio ukae, hiyo siwezi. That is a relationship that is too difficult to retain. Now in politics, the same principle applies. If you buy somebody to stay with you, you have bought a burden. Na sasa vile inchi vile iko sahi, do we need more burdens? Tuko na burden ya deni ya China, deni ya National Bank, ya World Bank, tuko na deni ya wanafunzi, kuna madeni ni mingi. We have enough burdens. Do we want to add an extra burden to that? I don't think so. So let those that want to walk. We'll have few who have this nation at heart and they are able to deliver. They will deliver. Votes, I'm sure we have enough, in my opinion.
Lakini sasa
Yes.
Lakini sasa itabidi tumekuwa waangalifu kinamna vitu vingine kama vitatokea, na tunajua vitatokea, tusisubiri watu wakatoka navyo. Sasa sisi wenyewe ndio tuna act wa kwanza, na sasa wanakuja sasa, wao itakuwa ni kama tumewatema. Na sasa mtu akitoka alafu aonyeshe ni kama yeye ametuacha kwa sababu ya pengine ya jambo ile ama lile, inakuwa ni kama yani inakuwa kama sio picha nzuri kwa Kenya na kwa ujumla, hata kwa wenzetu wa Kenya Kwanza. Lakini kama sasa utaona mtu kidogo akaona uhasama hapa na pale, akaona uandui, akaona nia mbaya, si vizuri kumshirikisha. Afadhali ukajipanga na mapema, ili kama hata atatoka ukue kuna vile kidogo umejipanga kivyako, ama hata ukamtoa hata kabla kutoa yeye mwenyewe. Ni vizuri nafikiria ni vizuri sana. Sisi wote tunajua hivyo. Ukiona mtu atakuruka, wewe mruke wa kwanza, alafu utakuwa safe. Hiyo ni play safe.
Thank you, Mugambe. It's a good philosophy, but not completely applicable in political matters. In terms of siasa ni kama kanisa, okay? Hawezi kuzuia mtu kuja kanisa, okay? naweza kumtoa kwa uongozi ndio, kumzuia kuongoza ndio, lakini kumzuia kukuja in that congregation, you don't have control over that. Then we have different people. You should expect that. In the world, you will never get people who are all for you and all against you. You will always have those dynamics. And the management of those dynamics is what you are advocating for, which is good and necessary. And we believe the Secretariat is able to deal with that. But as at now, story ya nomination ya kwenda kwa ballot, watu wanaogopa hiyo decision ya Azimio ya kusema kutakuwa na poll ya kuonesha uzito wako, okay, ndio uone kama uta step down ama la. Everybody wants to go through to the ballot, waangukie huko. And then katika kufika kwa ballot, wata split votes. Votes zikisikuwa split, the weak candidate is going to win, which is wrong. So, but I believe everything will work out. Naomba tu sasa tusonge mbele. Nani, Mama Selina, you're back. The new people are Black, Jared, Fred, and Saino. Mama Selina, yes, Levi iko nini?
I don't know because you know, in the last group everybody amefanya submission yake ya pili, and I wanted also to do mine before I just go and maybe leave the new ones to continue.
So you are looking for how to leave. You are not leaving. You are the youngest here, and you should only speak when the elders have spoken.
I also wanted to comment on the other guys what they said at least haraka before. Yeah?
So relax. Wacha mama aenda alafu will come to you.
Okay,
Mama Selina.
Thank you so much Bernard. Tunafurahia na tunasikia maoni ingine ni ya kutisha, maoni ingine sijui inasaidia, lakini nyumba Bernard, kama umetenga nyumba yako, hakuna mtu atatoka nje akuja kwambia hiyo nyumba huku weka nyasi vizuri, haijasimama vizuri. Na ukweli ni kwamba mambo ya Mutua, mambo ya Kingi umesema ukweli. Shida ya Kingi alishindana na Joe. So yeye alisema yeye ni mtu wa Coast Mukiriama, na kwa sababu Joe alikuwa na ushawishi mingi kubwa sana kwa Coast. So alikuwa threatened na uongozi ya Joe, na kwa sababu alijua yeye ni governor, ameserve 2 terms, na alijaribu sana vile wanaweza shindana na governor Joe. So ukiangalia hiyo mambo Bernard, ni kwamba ni tamaa ya uongozi, na hawa watu yote ni baba amewalea, amewaweka kwa viti. But ndio baba yako ukishakuwa mwanaume na umeoa na umekuwa na nyumba yako, baba anakupatia ruhusa, unaenda kutengeneza poma yako. Itategemea vile unachenga poma Bernard. Wengine wanapatiwa mali, wanapatia kila kitu, waenda wasimamisha poma yao, na unakuta at long last hiyo poma haijasimama. So baba ametenda, na si mara ya kwanza yeye amesimama. Hii ni mara yake ya 5. Amechukua ile amechukua na wachampatia. Nilikubali vile Martha Karua alisema, baba tulimunyima, tulikataa kumpatia uongozi, and this is the right time. Na Martha Karua akasema, baba tunamunyima, anaanguka chini, anaamuka, ako na interest ya Kenya kwa moyo wake. So hata Mungu aliye pinguni anasema tenda mema nenda sako. Baba ametenda mema, na hii ni wakati wake. Na Bernard, nataka niulize, kwa sababu naona hapa ni wa baba na ni wanaume mko kwa hii, na si isipokuwa mmoja naona Aisuru anaweza kuwa baba mdogo, labda ako na mtoto moja, lakini nikiangalia kutoka Cherat, wewe Saimo, nione Black labda mtoto moja labda, lakini nataka kuongea kwa hii wasee 2 3 wako hapa. Ukilete pipi nyumbani Bernard, umelazimishiwa. Umejaribu kukua kwa ndoa na huyo mama. Dakika ya mwisho hiyo boma haitakalika. Hii mambo Kalonzo ameanza kuapproach baba na matisho, kusema hii nyumba nimeolewa na sitoki na nimesaa na ni lazima nikue. Boma kama hiyo haiwezi simama. Kalonzo chenye angefanya, kama alikuwa naona ama alikuwa ameokopa ya kwamba amefanya vibaya, angeenda moja kwa moja mpaka kwa baba, amwambie baba, tumesimama na wewe mara mbili, nimekosa kama kuna kitu amekosa ama sijakuwa mwaminifu, lakini kwa sababu hii safari ni karibu sisi wote ni ya mwisho. Kalonzo alisema ako 65 ama 67, baba ako 70s. Akasema asipokuwa rais wakati huu yake imeisha. Na shangaa Penat alikaa kando, baba akaanza PPI, wakapinga, wakaendelea, baba akakuja akaanza Azimio, akaenda round, Kalonzo akiwa kando. Sahii batu hakuna mkutano alienda moja, alisimama akasema baba tosha, tukanyamaza. Lakini wale tulianza, tuliona Kalonzo mara ya kwanza, tuliona msimamo yake haikuwa inaritisha. Nikakubali chenye mtu alisema, ukioa mwanamke asore na hauna mali ya kupatia bibi, hauna mavazi, hauna pesa ya kufalisha mwanamke akitoka nje akae kama wanawake wenzake. Shida ya Kalonzo ni kwamba alifikiria kuna cha bure ama pesa vile Mutua amefanya. Alikuwa anasema ako na candidates na candidate wanataka pesa na yeye hana pesa ya kupatia candidates. Wa Kenya tafadhali, hii ni nafasi yetu. Najua Kenya haishi, lakini tunataka kutengeneza Kenya ya watoto wetu na wafichukuu wetu. Mi naona Penat, badala ya tusumbuke, ama usuri baba hajasumbuka, usuri ni sisi wafuasi ya baba tunaanza kuhangaika. Lakini baba mwenyewe, sidhani Kalonzo alikuwa anasema sijakataa kuongea na baba, muambie baba mimi niko. Mimi nikikumbuka Kalonzo alikuwa analianga akisema anajaribu kutafuta baba atamupata, na hata nashukuru mpaka saa hii baba atakuwa na hiyo time, kwa sababu wakati huu Penat, kama umeitwa baba, si baba ya kukua baba, ni baba ni baba. Kalonzo ni maneno mawili, akienda UDA aenda apatiwe kiti, akose kupatiwa kiti, sisi hatuna shida. Shida yetu ni kwamba baba ako na constituency yake, na nimeshukuru, najua Kalonzo hata akitoka vile vile Mutua ametoka, si Wakamba wote watatoka. Kuna Wakamba wako na msimamo, kuna mama Charity Ngilu, kuna Kivuta Kibwana, na walikuwa nasema nimekuja hata labda wale makafa na wengine wananifuata. Penat, nauliza swali moja, na kwa sababu mimi naamini baba, wacha niulize tu. Baba akisimama, ni sisi anatusaidia ama ni sisi tunasaidia baba? Kwa sababu baba amefanya kazi yake, anataka kuacha nchi ya Kenya tukiwa pamoja. Na nyinyi kesho mutalia, hebu peana hiyo kiti vile mnafikiria. Na sasa wakati mutalia, mutalilia nani? Nani yako karibu? Mlisikia ule mtoto mdogo aliongea, mkiona vile Uganda iko na shida, na ni nchi hata sisi wa Kenya hatukaribii, ni nchi iko na chakula, ni nchi Mungu ameibariki. Pet, ninamaliza, usijali. So mi naomba tu wa Kenya tujue kitu tunafanya, na baba si ati asipoingia kuna kitu inamsumbua. Ni sisi, ni nyinyi, ni nchi ni yenyu mnatengeneza. Penat hii rika, kwa sababu nimeona kuna mmoja anaelewa vile nasema. Wakati ya wasee wetu, hii rika inasemekana ni rika ilifanya nchi ikakuwa red. Ni nchi ilifanya haikukuwa na chakula kwa rika, kwa hiyo rika ya Wakalenjin. This is the same generation yenye wasee walisema wakati hiyo rika itakuwa, watu wengi walisema eri wangekuwa wamekufa, wasione vile itafanyika. Na kweli nimeamini utapiri ya wasee wa Kalenjin na iendi pule. Tuna hiyo rika ilikuwa ya Moi, tukakuja ya kina Biwott, tumekuja hii ya Kablelech, watu wenye wanachipika kifua, watu wenye itamatu yetu Kalenjin they know. Ile mtu yote msima, ule mtu yote amesaliwa na amekaa na wasee. This is the generation awasikii maneno ya mtu, but wasee walisema heri wakati watakuwa na itakaa tena more than around 100 years, ndio hiyo generation irudi tena. Watapita hawa watu wameshindwa kuoa, wamekuwa walevi, hawataki kuchukua responsibility ya mapoma sao. Kuna kurubi mbili, rika mbili mbaya sana kwa Kenya na ulimwengu mzima. These people hawataki kuchukua responsibility. They don't want to marry. Hawataki kusimama na kufanya kazi. Kazi yao ni kufuruta hiyo malongi yao inaanguka, wanaenda ikikwanga kwa, unashindwa mtu ni kiwete, unashinda mtu anatembea, unaona anasukuma longi tu. This generation imekuwa cast pamoja na viongozi yao. Asante Penat.
Swali.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina. Take it easy. Pray for us. We will recover. There are many things that take place, but we are yet to reach the point of no return. I believe bado kuna sikio. In the book of Amos, it says that even if a lion has swallowed the rabbit and only the ear is the one outside the mouth, God can still deliver. So if we can still hear, we can turn. And when we turn, we can make things better. It's the turn for Levi. Levi, make your submission quickly. Question 2.
Selina.
What is the question?
Yes.
Yeah, Selina ametuambia baba atakuja kutuokoa. At the same time, baba mwenyewe amesema anafuata footstep ya Uhuru Kenyatta. So the question is, Uhuru Kenyatta amekuwa mzuri, si ndio?
Makosa Uhuru Kenyatta ni nini?
So every Kenyan is complaining about the economy, about corruption. Awoni makosa?
Bwana Andrew, you are an enlightened young person of sound mind. You should tell us Uhuru Kenyatta's mistakes is 1, 2, 3. Not that general.
In fact, they are countless.
Chorus you want to begin to sing.
They are very countless. Kama baba mwenyewe anasema atafuata footstep sa Uhuru Kenyatta. So what promise are we
Bwana Andrew, tumeuliza tu swali vizuri. Makosa ya Uhuru Kenyatta ni nini? Wacha baba. Uhuru Kenyatta.
Penat, si hivyo Penat, si hivyo Penat. Shida ya baba na Uhuru Kenyatta, na baba ni baba. Uhuru Kenyatta ni kiongozi ya Kenya. Kuna shida gani baba hata akifuata? Moi alifuata nyao za Kenyatta. Nyinyi wewe ni mtu una familia na wewe nikikuangalia sioni kama umefika karibu na baba. Kufuata Uhuru iko shida gani? Uhuru amefanya nini?
Kuna shida sana hapo, kuna shida sana. Uhuru anaongea.
Look here, Bwana Andrew, if you cannot tell us in a nutshell what is wrong with Uhuru Kenyatta, okay? Except that he had a deputy president who could not follow him. That's the only problem Uhuru Kenyatta has
Yeye
had
mwenyewe
in this regime.
sideline deputy
But
president
as
wake.
far as Uhuru Kenyatta president is concerned, okay,
at the end of the day,
he has done the best for this country in the circumstances available.
So according to you,
can I answer
President
Andrew?
amefanya the best.
Can I answer Andrew?
Yes.
Yes,
Andrew.
Robert.
Yes. Good evening. Good night. Now, Andrew.
It is morning where I am.
Okay, fine. Andrew, I want you to go to the latest interview by on BBC of Raila with in London. Raila made it very clear that he will pick up every good that Jubilee government brought along with, and he will discard the bad habits that Jubilee had. So when he says that he will follow his footsteps, Uhuru's footsteps, he made it very clear that he is not going to be taking any garbage. He is going to pick up only the good things that Jubilee has done, namely infrastructure was one of them. And so it is very clear. There is no way that even you as a leader, if you were to take over, would pick up the bad habits of of Uhuru Kenyatta. I think that is very clear.
So you agree with me that Uhuru was not perfect?
Yes.
Of course, you also you are not perfect.
Nobody is perfect.
Raila is promising us to follow the footsteps of Uhuru.
Not Raila only. Deputy President said it in Mashujaa Day, not Mashujaa, Madaraka Day in Kirinyaga, when Waiguru was hosting the public wherever holiday. So who is who here? One thing I will hold for Uhuru Kenyatta is he has done his best in the circumstances. He has made blunders. Yes, one of the greatest blunders is getting a running mate who would not follow him to the end. That was a very monumental mistake. Then the other one is he was too lenient to call him to order. So loving and caring until he let him overstay in office. If Moi was the president, or if Moi was Uhuru Kenyatta, he would have found something around the law to get rid of William Ruto the first day. But Uhuru has been a gentleman. That is, his being gentleman has cost him, costed him the second term. But all in all, let's do this. Tunarudi kwa debate, okay? Wewe nitafutie makosa ya Uhuru, unipatie list baadaye. Tunarudi kwa lady.
Lakini si ati it is not about Uhuru's favors.
Uhuru
deputy president ako hapo. It's not about favors.
It is a favor.
It's just protected by constitutions. Hakuna kitu ingine.
The constitution which your deputy president campaigned against, voted against, now is enjoying the fruit thereof.
That's all right. Hata ukivote
it
against
cannot be all right.
doesn't mean
if something is bad, it's bad. Don't mti kama ni mbaya, ni mbaya. Wewe unaenjoy matunda ya mti wakati unasema wewe mti ni mbaya. Hiyo sasa ni hypocrisy. Lakini ngoja bwana Andrew, tunakuja kwako tafadhali. We want to have the show as stipulated, not as you want us to have it. Thank you. Levi, karibu tafadhali.
Okay, thank you, sir. I can see the debate is even getting hotter. First, maybe replying to a bit haraka. You know, it's hypocrisy, just as you said. You know, this is a deputy president who has been with Uhuru for the last 10 years, and in the second term of Uhuru Kenyatta, after the handshake, that is when that rift started, and I think Uhuru was clear about it. He said that alikuwa ameambia Ruto, what you just do is that 2022 itakuja, it will be here. So usifanye ikuwe ni kama is a do or die thing, that's we start campaigning. At least let me finish this one so that ni hand over your baton as we agreed. Yeah. But now this guy was so ambitious and you know, he couldn't wait, and so he started campaigning. And I think hapo ndo alianza kuaruzana. You know, it's like sasa the analogy that the president gave at Nyayo. Was it in Nyayo or yeah, the place where walikuwa wanazindua BBI. It's like a baton. We unakimbia unapatia mwenzako. Sasa kafika akapatia Ruto akaanza kwenda nyuma. But all in all, what I always speak about here is Ruto's double speak. You know, this is a guy who at one time says that all the successes of Jubilee government are because of me, are attributed to me. He said that even most of the cabinet or PS meetings he was doing at his current home, I mean with the likes of Mosonic and all that, alikuwa anafanya most of the government projects sijui and alicoordinate, and at the same time anasema in the second term Uhuru has sidelined him. So you see that kind of hypocrisy, like trying to take out the good things and then throwing the bad things away na blame on Raila, who is not even in government, who has not been in government. We were talking about Amason Kingi, and I think when I submitted first, I didn't talk about Amason Kingi. I think I dwelt on Mutua sana. But Amason Kingi with his pa whatever it's called, sijui anapaa anapepea kienda wapi. But this is the story of the Coast region, na kama kuna mtu hapa ni wa Coast anaweza niambia na anaweza confirm that first of all, you know, these guys are doing the second term. And at the first time Kingi walikuwa wameambiana na alikuwa ameambia Joho watengeneze a coastal party. Yeah? Watengeneza a coastal party that maybe will keep them relevant thereafter, after they've finished their terms, because maybe hawako wanajua the aftermath. So Joho, you know how Joho is a very strong foot soldier of Baba. Joho yeye akasema hii ni stronghold ya ODM, so there's nothing like a coastal party, we an ODM stronghold. And that is where vitu zilienda kwenda haywire. Amason Kingi akaona yeye anaweza akaform party yake. So either way, I don't see anything about Pa or Mutua going to Kenya Kwanza. No real effect, no real shocker to us, as media always put this big blow to Raila as Amason Kingi defects to UD to Kenya Kwanza. Coming to Ruto. Ruto is a very a tactician in PR. And that is what now that's where sympathy cards come and play in. You know, I'm a PR practicing PRO, and an image is something very important in an organization. So the organization here is Ruto, yeah, and he is playing hapo kwa Kenya Kwanza. They are playing to, yani they are just showing that, you know, kila kitu iko sawa, everything is gloom in the Kenya Kwanza coalition. But save this post again, when things will erupt zitalipuka mara moja, yeah, because trust me, Mutua went to Kenya Kwanza, yes, but how many players did he find there kwenye walikuwa wamemtangulia huko? It's not that it's going to be guaranteed something big hapo kwa Kenya Kwanza, because there are very many players wenye walimtangulia huko. So again, this thing of you know, Mutua is not hata akienda Kenya Kwanza, I don't think that he'll be guaranteed something, maybe even a cabinet whatever post, even if he loses in Machakos. So again, that shows a lot that himself, he went there maybe not for a very firm reason, but maybe for his own interest that he knows. And maybe in Azimio, most of the people we have in Azimio are big players. That is for a fact. And we have many players. And that is why unaona kuna labda is kuvuta ni kuvute ya who will be the running mate. Is it Sabina Chege? Is it Martha Karua? Is it, you know, those contestants? And that's why Azimio, I can see we have an upper hand because we have many players. We are spoiled for choice. So I think whoever Baba picks for running mate, I think it won't sana haitasui sana the feeling maybe of the supporters, or maybe you want to say if he picks Mother Karua and something. I don't see any big impact because at last those things will be settled, and the campaign will hit on the campaign trail, because as I said again, Uhuru will now be joining the campaign officially. Again, let me talk about what was I talking about? It is about the am I taking
Anza
okay, let me
kutamatisha.
yeah,
Unaona line vile ni mrefu.
yeah, line mrefu. Talking about I think Martin Asha talk about, I wasn't to say that he's a great tactician. The way alicheza na hiyo psychology ya Kalonzo, I can be a very good political strategist. And yeah, that is it. And either way, Raila will also run for presidency. Achague Martha Karua, achague Kalonzo, he will still run for president. But sisi tunajua ni Raila ndo our candidate. So still Kalonzo not being his running mate doesn't mean that Raila will drop his bid. That doesn't mean that way. So either way, Raila is still our candidate and under Azimio la Umoja. Talking about the gender equality that you brought up, the issue of gender equality, I think the enforcement as on the sides of the stakeholders has not been that good. You remember the former CJ Maraga has actually said that the government, the sitting parliament is illegal because it does not, meet the 2/3 gender rule, so it should be dissolved and all that. And also there's male domination, of course, in politics. The Kenyan politics is dominated by male. After the 2010 Katiba, yeah, which introduced the 2/3 gender rule, ikapatia the women positions, you can see they still struggle to attain that to that gender role. And also more women need to come out, It's kama one of the participants say, it's not something that will be given. Yeah, you have to earn it. So I think also more women need to come out and contest in these elective posts, because you can see even Kirinyaga now, the fact that there are women only, the big wigs there are just women. So I think also women need to come out and contest for these things, because after all, the winner is the one who will take it. I think that is it. And just to a parting shot, going back to 1963, there's a great force that led Kenya to independence, the Jaramogi and this side of Kenyatta and other freedom fighters combined and led Kenya to liberation from ukoloni. Mzungu akaenda Ulaya, Mwafrika akapata uhuru. Sasa this thing, I want to say that this year it will be a moment of reckoning, because now again the Kenyattas and the Odingas have come together, and I think this will be a moment to remember when Raila Odinga will obviously clinch the presidency, and with the power of God and the power that is bestowed on the Chief Justice, I think he'll swear Raila in as the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. So help him God. Thank you, Bernard, and thank you for listening. If anyone has a question or a comment.
Asante Levi, I think that's good enough. Jared?
Thanks, Bernard. I was almost quitting.
You can't quit.
Thanks. It's been
I should leave you in the chair.
I was actually trying to hold myself so that I don't cut anybody short for what everybody is saying, but so that I wait for my chance to answer wherever I needed to. First, it's a great time to be on the show. I've been having other things, so not been able to connect, or if I connect, I'm cut off before the time. So on today's topic, regarding Mutua and Kingi, these are people who were there for their own interest. I don't see any impact at all.
You know, there is two kind of people. One, there are people thinking about Kenya, and there are people who are thinking about themselves. From day one, I believe when Mutua was talking, if you remember, some of them, these smaller parties, they join so that they can make some few cents. Mutua during the Jubilee time, he joined Jubilee so that he got funded from Jubilee so that to fight NASA. This time around, he came hoping that he will be funded. Of course, they were funded to do some rallies around when Kalonzo was on the other side. So he thought that continuing with that, he would be getting calling shots and all that. But when Kalonzo came in, of course, it was obvious that he had to be degraded down there. I liked what this guy Junet said, that Baba cannot be arm twisted to give you money. If you come as you are. If you want, you join. If you don't want, go where the money works, not in Baba's place. So the main issue with Mutua is that they needed funding. They needed the jobbers, the money, so that they can go around. They don't want to spend anything. And some of these people you have to leave. And let's face it, when you have Wiper is dominating. Maybe I can say Wiper, and then UDA would be second. So, and that is the biggest thing which is even undoing with the other guy, this Kalonzo. You know, I hear many people keep calling that Kalonzo has 2 million, and you try to look at it, there is no 2 million votes for Kalonzo. One of the undoing on Kalonzo is that he does not control Ukambani. Let's face it. William Ruto will get some votes in Ukambani. These governors will also take some votes. And then if Kalonzo is not the running mate, which he will not be, then even it makes it so worse. So he does not control the Ukambani. As much as we have tried to let him, he does not control. He doesn't have the numbers. The numbers were coming as a virtue that he was second in command in Eitanasa, CORD, and if he was to be second in command in Azimio, then he stays above the other governors there. That gives him this. And I wish he could have listened to, sometimes you have to listen even to the opponent. One time when William Ruto told him, these people, they push you, but they have no interest for you. The Kalonzo, this Mutua and not Mutua, the other senator, all these people, everybody, even in this lady from Machakos, all these are singing just to have the votes in Ukambani, that they are fighting for Kalonzo. All they care is about their win. And then nobody's challenging them there other than these small parties. So, in fact, if you, you know, I like what Mama Serena, first I didn't say hi, Mama Serena, it's been a long time. But what Mama Serena has always said, if you see a wife is whining, it's because they know that the husband might be looking another side. That's why they're whining. If Kalonzo was promised to be the running mate, he would be in the boardrooms. Running mate does not come from the public. It comes from boardrooms. He could have been sent, there were says from Ukambani, people who can influence, go to Baba, go to Huru and say, this is the person who has to be. he was clearly told that this is going to Central. So all of this theatrics is making is just to keep his side together. It's just to keep giving energy, but he knows the way it is. In fact, even tomorrow, I'm told the latest, and I said here a few days ago that Kalonzo will do what he does best, to be a watermelon. He will be in the interview. I saw the latest tweet that he will be there to be interviewed. So you wonder why he was going around making all these things and he doesn't make it. But so for Mutua, that is his case. So he's going there so that he can try to see if somebody has money to go. In fact, he was using Azimio to get some money from Ruto. I wish that they know that way, and it's good if they can go together, and then we can see what happens. For Kingi, if there is somebody who wanted zoning, is Kingi who wanted zoning so that the Krivi will be secreted for him in order to be in Asmio. You know, which Krivi is ODM zone. So again, they let him go because they know Asmio will still have ODM actually, not even Asmio, would have a say in Krivi. So we're not losing anything from there. The same Kibwana is just fighting for himself. I hope that he's a very gentleman. I hope he will stay. He's a good guy. He has been a good governor. But as a person, he has been a good person. But I don't see him moving numbers. I don't think he has even one MCA from his Muungano party or anything. But as a person, he's a very good gentleman. Now, coming to, I think they ran away. This guy who was saying about Uhuru. I can tell you this, and let's mark this one, that after everything is said and done, Uhuru will remain the best president we have ever, we might have, because of what the country, the way it is. With 5 years, I don't see Baba turning it around that much. But after Uhuru, we will come to realize how far he has put the country. You know, some people are very short term. They look only not beyond their nose. But Uhuru has put the country where Kenya will be competing against countries in Africa, where Kenya can be a champion in Africa. He has looked so much far, but many people will not see that. After that, in fact, if you ask anybody in 2013, 2012, 2013, nobody was talking about Mwai Kibaki. You know, presidents usually they are not engaged during their time. It is after another one comes, that's when you will remember. There are people who are wishing now we would have Papa Moi, but they were screaming to run away from Moi at that time. So that is the nature of it. But those of us who know where the country needs to be, I think there was somebody who was saying Bapa is following the footsteps of Kibaki, of Uhuru. I don't see why you cannot follow the footsteps in terms of infrastructure. Infrastructure which has been done in Kenya, you do not know. If Magufuli was alive today, Tanzania was giving as a land for our money in terms of infrastructure. Infrastructure is the one which will bring investments, bring jobs. Those are the things we know. This is not the 100 millions or billions you are saying you're going to give somebody. You know, if I give a Mamamboga 100,000, she will stop selling mbogas and she will go to something else. So that's not how the economy works, you know. So we have to be realistic, you know. If when I see a friend of mine, I hope he's not in UDA, he's just in the colors for today. When we hear that there is a bottom up honestly, which bottom up? Ruto thinks that bottom up is Mudavadi, is Wetangula. He thinks that border is bottom up, my friend. Unless you don't live in Kenya, as somebody who is in border is almost a middle class. He is somebody who is respected in the village because he brings food. The really bottom up is what the Papa is saying. Those who do not have any means, any source of income, that they will not go hungry. They will be given something so that we can have a country which thinks about those who don't have. That is the really bottom up. That is the really bottom of the people. If anybody thinks Mama Mboga and Boda Boda are the bottom, they need to go and check, because they are not living in reality. A bottom is somebody in a village who does not have any sort of income, any food, who goes hungry. The people who are dying in Turkana, those are the bottom, and I have not seen the UDA saying anything about it. Yes, Mama Selina.
Yes, as you talk about bottom up, nafikiri mwenye alianzisha isite nisaidie china yake hii mtu alienda
Mr. D.
kudanganya who
Ndi.
yes
Ndi. David Ndi.
nafikiri I think he's in a mission. Alienda kutupia UDM mawe msito yenye wawezi inua, awajui what is bottom up. So nafikiria alienda kutusaidia kwa njia ingine, because uwezi enda usa kitu haiwezi, unaambia watu na wana attack, alafu yeye hata yeye mwenyewe hawezi. So I think we have to thank him in some time, kwa sababu huyu ni mtu ya baba, lakini alijaribu kwenda nje kutusaidia, tusimuchape, alitusaidia kutubia hawa mawe. Na kwa sababu wanasemanga yes, unaona ile mwanamke anakubali bwana yote amekuja kumwambia mimi nitakuoa, walikimbilia kuoa bila kujua hii mama atakaa ama akai. Asante, pole kwa kusumbua. Nilitaka tu kusema huyu ndi alitusaidia. Kama angewapatia the real ile mambo alikuwa amepanga, saa hii tungelia moto. Thank you.
Thanks, Mama Selina. And for your information, for those fancy proposals of the UDA, I don't want to say Kenya Kwanza, because there is no Kenya Kwanza, it's UDA. And in fact, in a matter of time, we might find that there will be no coalition called Kenya Kwanza. You know, how will you join a coalition when you are in another coalition? So, you know, sometimes I see these people, I don't know which world it is. Mutua is already in Azimio. He cannot be able to sign another agreement with Kenya Kwanza. But because we are in a world which, you know, it's only right when it is on your side, we leave that one for another time. If you have to do the bottom up of William Samoei Ruto, the first thing you have to do is to change the constitution, because the constitution, it does not allow a president to give money as he wishes. The money goes to a consolidated bank, and then there is a budgeting process which is done by parliament, which allocates resources. So how is he going to get this without changing the constitution? He's the one who says the other people are thinking about the constitution. He might be the one who is thinking about the constitution than the other side. But let's not digress from there. Let me talk about the issue of the learning mate. And one of our friends here, I see they are running away. I don't know where this other guy ran away. I was going to tell them.
Jared, conclude.
Yes,
we have a new standing order. If you go behind the camera, the curtain, we remove you from the screen. If you arrive in the studio, you are not on, your camera is not on, you stay out. We just want to broadcast what can be viewed by those people who will review our show after we are done. Thank you.
All right, let me summarize. I'm finishing up with the running mate. I was going to say, to be a running mate of somebody, is a huge, huge favor. The people who are being interviewed today, they are being privileged. It's a privilege to be given even a consideration. So those who claim that we elected Ruto, we elected this, no. First, the candidate, whether it is a governor or a president, a presidential candidate, nominates a running mate. By nominating you is a huge favor because there are many Kenyans he could have picked. For instance, 2013, if Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta could have picked Musalia Mudavadi, if he could have picked Kalonzo, he could have picked a couple of people and they could have still won. So anybody who is saying it's not a favor, if you add today from those candidates who are going for interview or whatever it is, vetting, all of them, they were thanking for the opportunity to be even considered. So let's make it very clear. Yes, the law protects them, but first, it is a favor. And I'm telling those of you who have gone through Form 1, this is when, at least when I went to Form 1, this is what I was told. Form 1s are here to be seen, not to be heard. And that is the rule of the law for the running mate, for the debut is a spare. Your as is to be seen, not to be heard. So for today, even the deputy president, William Ruto, is scared to choose somebody like him because he knows that he will not want to work with William Ruto, a replica of William Ruto. Nobody will work with William Ruto. In fact, if it was not William Ruto, today, without doubt, Martha Karua is the best candidate to be a running mate for Baba. But she has to convince Baba that she cannot be Ruto because he has a very strong stand. So people sometimes they take that, hey, will she be like William Ruto? So William Ruto has killed so many people's careers. That's why I think because of that, they might settle for Sabina Jagger because they think that the best candidate running mate could have been is again, not could have been, even now, is Martha Karua. Because Martha Karua with Baba, I know there will be no corruption. I know that there will be no word from Samuel Ruto in Sugoi. He will be kept there. But because sometimes people are scared that we might find out that he come back to be like Ruto, that's why they might...
Chera, tumekuwa wasee, hatuna vita, usichana imeisha. Sasa sisi ni wamama ya kuchunga boma na baba.
I finished there.
Thank you,
hoping that I will finish by saying I hope Mother Karua can look for time, and I'm very sure they go to Baba and say, Baba, I might be having my stand, but I will never be Ruto. You know, that's all I need to be clear. Thank you very much. I don't know, Samuel, if you had a question, you keep raising your hand.
We have done that. Tumeambia Baba sisi ni tumefanya hivyo. Wamama ya maendeleo wamehakikishia Baba ya kwamba sisi tuko na mada na tumemwambia mama ile ukali ya samani iliisha, lakini kwa corruption tumemwambia asiruti nyuma, ashikilie Baba. So Cherat, kwa heshima ya wamama na heshima ya Martha Karua, tutachunga Baba na Kenya itakuwa na mimi niko hapo. Hata ukiniona mimi ni mama musee hapa Amerika, niko na sauti kidogo kwa huko. So hiyo ndiye mambo tunachunga. Please, mtusamee na mtupende, tutasimama.
Okay, thank you. Jared, your mic is on, muted, please.
Oh, sorry about that. I thought that Samuel was asking a question.
Okay, Saimo, tafadhali kuja dakika 2-3 tusonge mbele. It is Simon then Black. Unmute.
Yeah, I have unmuted. Thank you
Okay,
so much,
endelea
Bernard.
sasa.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have been away for a while. Mwasalimia nyote kwa jina la Yesu. Nimekuwa nikiangalia show and according to me the show has continued getting stronger and stronger, and the people that we have here, I want to say my opinion is that some of the people that we have here, they are better than the politicians that are running around in Kenya looking for different posts. We have got very sober-minded people around here. Now, nilikuwa nataka niseme kitu kidogo juu ya huyu ndume anaitwa Mutua, Alfred Mutua. Alfred Mutua had all the red signals that he was watu wengi wamefikiria vitu vingi, but he, to me, he has probably been a mole. If you listen to him like 2 months ago, alisema vizuri, and he gave a history of one Samuel Ruto. Akasema huyu mtu alikuwa na Moi. Moi akaona huyu mtu hafai, huyu mtu ni sumu, akamuodoa, akatoka hapo, akaenda kwa Kibaki, akaanza ile uporaji ya mali. He started stealing like left center. He had all the scandals wherever he went. Kapelekwa Ministry ya Agriculture, akaiba. Everywhere he was taken, akaiba. Kibaki akaona huyu mtu si mzuri, ni sumu kwa hata kwa watu wengine, akang'oa yeye. Sasa amekuja kwa Uhuru. Uhuru amekuja amekaa na yeye. Uhuru alikuwa anamuona in the street. He used to see him kwa parliament. Wanasalimiana, wanakunywa coffee, but they never spent quality time ya kujua yeye huyu jamaa William Samoei Ruto ni nani. But now Uhuru doesn't have an option. Yeye ndio amekuwa VP wake. And I think hiyo kitu Bernard anasema, the biggest mistake of Uhuru Kenyatta is having Ruto as his DP. And I think that is what Baba is avoiding now by actually vetting the candidate that is going to be the final atakuwa DP wake. Because I think Ruto was not well vetted. And I also remember we had other issues come as ICC, which actually, joined them, walikuwa wanashirikiana kwa hiyo, and they wanted that to be done. So somehow there was also personal interest. However, Mutua jana amekuja ametuambia sasa yule jamaa nimeona ni jamaa anafaa ni One Samoei Ruto. Just a few weeks later. So actually me nasema huyu jamaa, he probably has been a mole the whole time. And I'm actually a little worried, but I'm pretty sure the Baba team is smart. How much information that he has as far as Azimio is concerned. How much is he taking away with him? Juu sasa huyu jamaa is like is pretty much as sasa yeye amesema vizuri. This is not from me, this is not from any other politician. Amesema vizuri yeye ametoka Azimio kwa sababu ya pesa. So basically you are telling us you have been bought. Umeenda ile mlengo ingine kwa sababu umelipwa. We don't know how much he has been paid, but Rafael Tuju ametueleza vizuri sana, and he has told all the other politicians, they have been told. Wewe kama umekuja hapa kwa chama, umekuja hapa ndio usaidiwe kufanya campaign, my brother, fellow politician, tafuta kwingine. Baba na hana pesa kama hiyo. We are looking for people who really need to change the lives of the other of Kenyans. Tuko na watu ambao tunataka watu ambao they can be able to propagate their agendas, the people who have got the muscle. Yeah, they are not coming through for money. They want to help Kenyans in whatever the way they can, in the position they have. Ile pesa uko naye kidogo ndio utatumia. Ile pesa ikipatikana upewe kidogo unatosheka. Lakini huwezi kuja hapa na list. Niko na MP wale wanataka kusimamisha, niko na watu 20, so I need 5 million for each of them. We don't have that kind of money. This is not a money game. We don't have it. Where kanyaga barabara, where is here? Me, I'm glad that mtu kama Alfred Mutua ameweza kuondoka Azimio. And I'm saying, amesema kuna wengine wanataka kuondoka. Mimi nasema I wish they can come up like now, tomorrow, wao pia waondoke. Watu waache wale watu wako na haja ya chama, in their heart wanataka kuendelea. Wale wako na haja na kusaidia, wale wako na haja na kujenga, to build. Lakini umekuja hapa umepata something has been built and then you just want to this is very, very unfair. And sometimes I'm really worried about my country when I see people like that. Mutua ni mtu amekuwa Marekani, amesoma, somebody who has come from rags to riches, somebody who showed that he had a vision. All of a sudden, he's only looking for his own stomach. Na watu yake kidogo. How disturbing is that? The same as Kingi. Kingi ni mtu amelewa na baba. Somebody who was from nowhere. Amekuja ameonekana ni kijana ako na adabu kidogo, ameambiwa kaa hapa. Chukua hii kiketi. Hiyo haikutoshi. Ingia hapa nitakuonyesha vile utapata nomination ya uwe governor. Ameingia kwa governor. Amesaidiwa kihali na kimali. All of a sudden, it's actually even very hard to know who you can trust. All these politicians, I think they have got I don't know how to explain. Labda tumbo zao is that bottomless pit. Haiwezi ja. It cannot even feel. Oh my God. Why are we going to get people who have the love of the country at heart? When our freedom fighters were fighting for the country, they were not fighting for them. They were fighting for their kids and the generations to come. My grandfather told me, wakati mimi nimetoka Mount Kenya, aliniambia wakati walikuwa wanapigania uhuru, wao walikuwa hata ufanyiwe nini, you gonna still remain useme we want our freedom. Na akikufa ameona amezingurwa na mubeberu. These 10 officers wamemsurround all with guns. He knows he's gonna die. Alikuwa anachukua mchanga, anainua juu and he blesses the country. Watu na ndio wametuzaa, kwani jinsi zetu zilienda wapi? Where did they get lost in between? Ukiangalia watu kama wa kwetu Mount Kenya, I have been talking to them. Leo nimeongea na wao, jana nilishinda nikiongea na wao. Wao wengi, sio wote, lakini ile portion kubwa bado wanasema mtu ni Ruto. Ukimwauliza ni kwa nini, they can't tell you. Ati hiyo ndio atasaidia hiyo kitu mnasema mnaita bottom up. Yule mtu wa chini ukimuuliza how, they can't explain. Hiyo swali huyu jamaa mwingine alikuwa anaulizwa hapa. Huyu wa UDU, wa UDS sio anaitwa aje. Alikuwa na wauliza Ruto Uhuru amefanya nini? Tell us what he has done. They just open their mouth. Amefanya maneno baya, alituachilia, hata tufanyia kitu. Okay, you wanted Uhuru akuje kwa kila boma akiwapatia pesa ama chakula. Is that what you really want? He has said.
Malizia muda ndio huo.
Baba amesema vizuri sana. Anataka kugawanya in 3 categories. Kategori moja kuna zile vitu vizuri Uhuru na Jubilee government wamefanya, zile vitu vizuri. That one is gonna build on it. Na ataiendeleza. Na ile kazi wameanza atamalizia. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza baba amesema. Kitu ya pili, baba amesema ile maneno mbaya ile kazi mbaya kama ya kuchagua DP mbaya, kama maneno ya kudish money to people, ile maneno mbaya imefanywa na Jubilee government. Hiyo maneno yeye hatafuata. Hiyo ni maneno mbili amesema. Ya tatu amesema kuna vitu hawajafanya mbaya na hawajafanya mzuri, lakini hawajaanza. They have never started. We gonna start that. Kenya hakuna industry hata moja. Hata ya kutengeneza kiberiti hakuna. We want industries. Our people are intelligent. Tuko na watu wa kila aina, hata ukitaka nuclear itengenezewe Kenya inaweza tengenezewa. We have got very intelligent people. We're gonna build on our people. Wale watu tuko nao wengi wameenda kufanya kazi zingine za nchi za kigeni, and these brains we need them at home. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Thank you very much. I would say this even as I hand over to Themba to proceed with the remaining hour of the broadcast. It was the handout economy of Mzee Moi in the name of Harambe that got our economy to collapse, that Kibaki received when it was in its negative. Kibaki, having been the Minister of Finance and having known how bad Harambe was destroying the economy, he banned Harambe. And after the Harambes were banned, CDF was launched, developments began, the economy began to recover. Jubilee came in 2013. They restored Harambe. They started the economy of handouts. We are now having a negative economy again by the same handouts economy. Now, when UDA proposes bottom-up, which is another name for handouts economy, all they are looking for is to bury us as a nation. I don't think that is a direction anyone wants to take. Let us put to use the resources that God has given us as a people and chart the way forward with proper understanding of what is workable when. Kenya being placed on the competitive status by the heavy investment by Uhuru Kenyatta government, it was a right step to take. The only thing that the Uhuru government did not put in consideration is a sustainable subsidy of basic needs. That's the only thing that they oversighted. But the other projects, perfect. We need to be on the same level with the rest of the world for us to remain competitive. And anybody who finds fault with Uhuru's infrastructure programs that have been pushed, he pushed it through Corona, pushed it through hard. That's why I'm saying in view of the current circumstance, Uhuru has done his best. That even Corona could not stop him from the push that Kenya should come to a level whereby it will compete with the rest of the world. That we will remember him for the same, and anybody finding fault with that, either any mgonjwa ama anaona tu maisha ni kukula na kulala na kuamka na kulala. Lakini kama tungependa kuwa na nchi ambayo inaitwa nchi, ni lazima to develop. Na hiyo development will come at a cost. One of it is the rising of the cost of living, which we must battle through until we recover. Mr. Themba, you take over. Black has not submitted. Andrew has not submitted. Robert has not submitted. Cheraisi tumekuwa hapa tangu tufungue station pamoja. Okay? Asikusumbue sana, ameongea sana leo. So,
Bla Bernard uende, niko na swali kwako.
Uliza, mimi unaenda. Jared, mute your mic. Jared, mute your mic.
Asanteni sana.
Kindly.
Hold on. Everybody mute your mic. Let Black ask the question. Me now, nangatuka.
When you say that Uhuru and Ruto came up with the handout in 2013, hapo nimeshindwa kuelewa. Perhaps maybe if you can give me an example of a handout that they gave.
Who restored harambee za makanisa na shule na kila kitu zile zilikuwa banned by Kibaki? Kwani wewe ni mgeni?
Don Mouliza, when you said the government brought it, I mean, were there no fundings before?
There were no fundraising during Kibaki's time. Politicians were banned from it. If you did it, you would be banned from even buying. It was that serious. That's what recovered the economy. You seem to be a visitor in Kenya. But Jubilee, as soon as Jubilee took over, the first job was to restore that. Na hiyo ilikuanga avenue ya corruption. Okay, wewe unaenda unatumia parastato kukusanya pesa ya kwenda kudistribute ya basi hapa, ya wamama hapa, ya bodaboda hapa. Na hiyo ndio economy ambayo imesababisha where we are now. People receiving money that they're not working for, money circulating without productivity. There's money circulating with no productivity. That doesn't grow an economy. And then you are telling us you're going to be giving 100 billion for people to come and collect. I mean, what kind of reasoning is this? The economy grows by productivity, people being made productive, and by their production, they get paid, rewarded for the same. Now, if wewe ni kwenda tu kwa office ya ward, then they give you 100,000, you go open business. If the business collapse, ndio hivyo hivyo. I think we need better reasoning and better approach towards the recovery of this economy. If what UDA is offering us is that thing they are calling bottom up, we are doomed as a nation. We are doomed. We will not even survive the first 2 years. That is it. The only thing that will recover this nation is when we go out full-fledged, go for food security, go for industrialization, let people get what is due for their sweat. That vijana wameenda kufanya kazi yao, na kwa kufanya kazi yao wamelipwa mshahara, na huo mshahara nao wameenda kununua chakula. So mama mboga anapata pesa kwa sababu mtu amefanya kazi, akalipwa mshahara, akatumia mshahara kununua mboga. Lakini ukipatia mama mboga pesa, please, let's rethink. Let's not just run. Yes, Andrew.
Yeah, the reason Ruto anapeana kwa mama mboga, anataka manage the cash flow. The moment we have the cash flow from the bottom, then the economy will grow.
My friend Andrew, I did banking. Banking was part of my schooling, beside pastoral. Okay. Financial flow is managed by Central Bank of Kenya. It's not managed by the president. Any president who want to manage financial flow, huyo either ni mwizi ama anataka kusabotage the process of economical growth. That is it. Hata kanisani, okay? Kanisani si watu wa church, okay? Huwezi kusema pesa vile zinaingia kanisa ziende zikuwe managed by the pastor. I mean, haifanywi hivyo tafadhali. Tusidanganyane. There is the systems that have been set, how economy grows, and central bank exists for that very reason. And when you come with foreign currency, central bank needs to get that foreign currency, give you local currency, to monitor how much of the foreign currency comes in. Why? If too much foreign currency comes in, it will affect the strength of the shilling. If too much foreign currency is held within the country, it has come in, but it's held within the country, it has not been translated into the flow of the economy. That still is a problem. So central bank needs to watch that. But if the president, the one doing that, hey, watu wa UDA mtatubeba. Jared, malizia mimi naondoka tafadhali.
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka niambie Andrew kabla hujatoka usitize kwamba he was saying that the president has some flaws. In fact, the only flaw the president, which is that to go to the record, is where in the world that he came up to pick Ruto from. I think that is the most floor we can put for the president, having picked Ruto as his running mate. And Andrew, I said before you left that a running mate is a favor. But Andrew, if you believe, I want to know that because you guys want to do the bottom up or wherever, can you imagine? Can you tell me the economic value of giving a church millions? Does the millions to church give employment, or does it stop people from stealing? Can you tell me if he could have taken that money from the church, giving to church, and put it in some few industries, even in few counties? What will be economic impact? There is no economic impact in giving money to church. You know, it is a social moral impact it should have, but we have not seen that impact morally, because now there is more people who are stealing than even when before we were building these churches. So let's put it very clear. 5 years you are giving churches here and there, and you're telling us that you're improving the economy. He didn't know that there was Mama Mboga at that time, or he was passing where when he's going to church. Bwana, tumekatuka kidogo.
Okay. Thank you, Jared.
Okay, for the church, that is personal contribution, my friend. See at the economic impact, man. But for Mama Mboga,
Bwana Pemba, you are in charge. Let me just play 2 videos.
Mnataka mtu anawapigania, mnataka yule anataka kuwakula mkiwa hai. Mtu wa kuwakula tukiwa hai anaitwa Ruto. Jana nilimwona akiuliza, mimi ni namba mbili ya serikali ya Kenya, deputy president. Anasema ati President Uhuru hujanipatia kazi, nikakataa. Nauliza, ni nani anapewa kazi na anaenda kuuliza ni kazi gani unanipatia, na yeye anajua kazi ya deputy president? Then if you don't know kazi ya deputy president, then you should resign, and resign immediately. Resign now. Lakini najua, naweza kuwaelezea ni kazi gani anajua. Tulikuwa pamoja na kila mtu siku hizi anauliza, na ndio yeye mdomo yake anauliza, ati bei ya fertilizer imeenda juu. Alikuwa minister, alipewa kuwa minister wa agriculture, na huyu baba anakaa hapa na kila mwaka ananunua fertilizer. Nyinyi wandu wa Kajiado, mliona fertilizer ikifika hapa? Ilikuwa inaenda wapi? Ndio hii sasa anatembea na pesa kila mahali na anauliza bei ya fertilizer. Yeye unauliza mambo ya mafuta, ati mafuta, bei ya mafuta imeenda juu. Nataka niwaelezee mafuta imefanyika nini. Na nilikuwa hapa mimi, na tulikuwa pamoja na Mheshimiwa Lelengo. Ni kwa sababu tu hawataki kusema. Alisema mimi nitataka serikali ya President Uhuru Kenyatta nusu. Akasema nusu yake kwanza ni mafuta, energy. Kutoka siku hiyo alikuwa minister yeye in charge of energy, ndio mliona bei ya mafuta ikienda juu, na pesa yote ndio anatembea akitupatia wheelbarrows. Sasa ni nani anauliza? Tafadhali baba, ukituona vile sisi tumekuja pamoja ili tukusaidie wewe na sisi uokoe nchi yetu, hii si mchezo. Hii si mchezo, watu wa Kajiado na wale wanacheza na nchi yetu. Tafadhali, na vijana wale wadogo ndio wanakimbia wakipewa hii pesa. Na wauliza, hata mkipatiwa kuleni, lakini kura ni kwa Raila Amolo Odinga.
Najua mimi napenda Masai kwa sababu nasikia nikitembelea rika yangu naweza kupanda nini? Si namna hiyo? Ama namna gani? Hiyo mumeambiwa mimi ndiyo kiboko ya huyo Ruto. Na mimi ndio nilianza kusema prepare for the 5th president ni Raila Amolo. Eburudia tena ni nani? Raila. Na nikasema Mandela moment. Do you know what is the Mandela moment? Ni mtu ambaye anashikanisha nchi. Mandela alitoka jela 26 years. Akaja akashikanisha wazungu na Waafrika. Ama sio namna hiyo? Jacob amefungwa miaka ngapi? Wakati alitoka akasalimia Moi. Akaenda akasema Kibaki tosha. Wakati walimhadaa akasalimia Kibaki. Tukang'ang'ana, ikasemekana uchaguzi ilikuwa mbaya. Kenya ikawa na wasiwasi, akasalimiana na Uhuru. Huyo ni mtu anajipenda ama anapenda nchi yake? Na kwa hii transition ndio tunasema baba ndiye wachani niwaambie, kwa sababu nyinyi mnajiona hapa Mount Kenya, hiyo mnasikia. Sisi tunafuata Uhuru. Uhuru ametuambia ni nani? Na Uhuru anajua baba na anajua Ruto, si ndio? Na anaangalia hawa wawili, anatuambia ni afadhali gani? Ni afadhali nani? Si ako na sababu. Ako na sababu. Hii raundi hii hatubahatishi. Hii kitu tutachukua asubuhi. Tumeelewana? Na wale wa Kikuyu muko hapa Kajiado. Nasikia eh? Nasikia. Mujue muko mikononi safe kwa baba. Wacha muko mikononi safe na baba na Azimio la Umo. Kwa sababu na amesema hapa Sankori, baba ndiye one person ambaye atapigana na ufisadi. Na shida ya Kenya ni nini? Shida ya Kenya ni nini? Ni ufisadi, corruption. Wale watu mumewahi kusikia wakiongea maneno ya corruption? Huyo jamaa niliwita yeye Alibaba na the 40 thieves. Si mnajua ile waizi wa 40? Hakuna mtu wako hapo karibu na baba ambaye hana kesi kotini. Mnajua hiyo? Kwa hivyo mnataka Alibaba ama mnataka baba? Mnataka Alibaba ama baba? Twende kazi.
Tunataka baba, tutaki Alibaba.
Asante. Thank you, Mama Selina. Themba, take it.
Okay, karibu Black.
Safi sana, mambo vipi? Wote kwenye panel na wale ambao wanatuangalia wherever they are. Hizi topics za leo inakaa ni moto, yani zimewalemea leo jamaa wa Azimio. Mambo inakaa mzito. Sasa to start with, ya kwanza tunaongea kuhusu Alfred Mutua. Now, as to why he left. Well, before that, I would like to say, I mean, the essence of any agreement by parties is usually to put everything down formally on paper, whereby they could always refer to them whenever they have any grievances, perhaps if someone is in breach of contract, to remind them of the responsibilities in the agreement which they had. Now, among the things that is standard when you sign an agreement or a document or a contract for that matter is the parties in that agreement are supposed to have a copy of that agreement. I believe we all agree to that. Now, when you have one part of the parties that was in that agreement refusing or failing, let me not use the word refusing, let me just say failing to give a copy to the other party, it brings suspicions to the other party that is not receiving their copies. Now, when Alfred Mutua comes in and says that among the reasons why he left Azimio One Kenya Alliance was that they failed to give him a copy regardless of the countless times, let's say 5 times is the number of times that he said he wrote a letter requesting to have a copy of that document. When he says that was one of the reasons he left, I hear people insulting him, saying the roughest of things to him, when in actual sense, I believe he made the right decision. Just like, I mean, in politics, yes. But sometimes when a wrong is done, let's call it a wrong. Even if it was in KKA that would have been the case, I would have said it's a wrong. Believe me. I'm on record here many times, mambo mengine ikiwa naona ameenda wrong upande wa KKA na hapa mkitupiga vita nazo, I accept, I say yes. Now, equally so, in this case whereby Alfred Mutua went into an agreement, wakasign makaratasi na nakosa kuwa makaratasi, I believe we should take responsibility as Azimio One Kenya Alliance into agreeing that yes, indeed, mulikosea, you are in error of that. Now, when you see someone like Junaid Mohammed, a very respectful, politician, mtu ambao namconsider as being a right-hand man wa Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga, going as far as insulting Alfred Mutua of his wife having left him just because the issue him leaving Azimio, it is unspeakable. I mean, why would you go in that deep to kuingilia paka mtu mambo yake ndani kama hiyo just because he's left? There's a reason why Alfred Mutua in his public address, the media, when he was thanking the parties or the people that were in Azimio One Kenya Alliance, whom he's regretting to part ways with, among them being the President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raphael Tuju, for their humility in handling him and even in his departure when he was alipokuwa pale ndani and now that he's departing. Ukiangalia vizuri, he didn't mention Raila. You see, and when Junaid speaks, it's basically Raila speaking. Just like upande wetu watu wengi wanasemanga saa zile Sudi akiwa anaongea kama ama sijui Gachagua akiwa anaongea ni kama Ruto anaongea. At times I tend to agree with that statement. At times. Nevertheless, even though at times the things that are uttered by the individuals I mentioned are not so cool, I totally agree with that. You see, sorry, I lost my internet. So in the same breath, I believe Azimio One Kenya is in era of that, and it's gonna be a very big blow to the Azimio One Kenya, losing Alfred Mutua for this. Now, we should go in record that Alfred Mutua has won the gubernatorial seat of Machakos twice. There's a population of around 620,000 people there. And there's even one time I had one Martin Deto here on the panel telling us how the 3 governors in the Kambani would be taming Kalonzo Musyoka in the event that Kalonzo would leave Azimio One Kenya. and Alfred Mutua was among the 3 governors. So this goes to tell you that he's influential in the Ukambani politics. So now that he has left, there will be no point of undermining him by underscoring him just by the fact that amewatoka. No, that would be perfectly wrong. Now, as to why there's this tendency of people, once they quit the Azimio One Kenya alliance, they tend to, not all, they tend to abuse them, it's totally wrong. In calling them corrupt individuals, calling them names, it is wrong. Because I recall there was one MP of Sirisia, Waluke. When he was with the KKA, having been found guilty of embezzling funds by a court of law in Kenya and being bound to pay a fine of close to 1 billion shillings, at the time he was a bad guy. But when he crossed over to the Azimio One Kenya alliance, all of a sudden he's a good guy, to the event that even Jubilee poached him and made him turn into their, to get into their political party, which now he is gonna vie on a Jubilee ticket. So here is the question: why the double standards? Do the standards change regarding on which side of the political affiliation you're in? If you're corrupt, you're corrupt. We agreed here before that a corrupt person should, is wrong regardless of whichever side he is. So, but why is it that they're always painted in the negative when it comes to the KKA, but never painted the same when they entered the Azimio and Kenya alliance? Probably this is a question that we could it's a rhetorical question. So with that, I don't want to say much because I'm still here. We'll still keep engaging. So I'll just give the next chance to perhaps whoever next, Mr. Temba, you decide to give the chance to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Black. And thanks for highlighting. Now, do you want us to speak to what do you want us to say about Mutua right now? Now that he has left Azimio, what do you want us to say?
Sorry?
If it were you and Mutua has left your camp, what would you want? What would you say?
What would I say in which aspect? Me being in KKA or me being in...
If you're in Azimio and Mutua has left your camp, what would you want? What would you say?
I would have said what Tujus probably said. We cannot force anybody to be here. It's a coalition of the willing. If he chooses to leave, we cannot force him to stay. Just let him go. We wish him the best. That's all.
So you know,
just
one
like
thing
when you have a
surprising.
lady akikuacha, that's not mean amekuacha unaanza kuongea matusi unamtukana. No, you let them go. Let them walk away.
That's good. I hear you, but you haven't told me what, you haven't spoken nice about Mutua as far as his place in Kenya Kwanza. I think that will be more significant to your, that will be more significant to your cause as a Kenya Kwanza person, that we have got enough player and these are the things that is coming to do. Because I think there's no wisdom in repeating the obvious. You know, you have repeated the obvious. You'd have added value to the debate on placing Mutua on his role in your Kenya Kwanza, because when you say, well, you've just repeated what,
let me say.
Hold on. You've repeated what we've been told several times. What Azimio has been, has talked about. Oh, they shouldn't talk about Mutua. I mean, they will. That's an obvious thing. The role of Mutua, you haven't given his role, placed his role. You haven't placed his role where he's coming.
I have.
You haven't even told us. Hold on. You haven't even told us. Okay, fine. The agreement is open to you guys. Do you know what the agreement is signed? What it is all about?
Again.
Do you know?
Just to address the first, I do not know. Just like he doesn't.
So you don't know the agreement that is signed with Ruto, where it is where what he
He has
says.
not.
Okay, number two.
He has not
Number two.
officially gone into record into saying that they have signed an agreement with
No,
KKA. It is tomorrow they're
are you
supposed to
sure
be
of that?
addressing.
Are you sure of that?
It is in the public domain.
This is what Mutua came
Because
and said today. Wait, let me
yes,
inform you. Mutua came and said when he was giving his address of leaving Azimio, he said, I'm leaving Azimio because there's no transparency about the agreement. We have asked for it, we have not been given. I've moved to Kenya Kwanza. I even have the agreement. It is here. He actually showed some paper. It is here. So how is it that he was able to leave Azimio yesterday, gave a presser today, and he had an agreement already? You get that?
no.
Number two, just calm down. I gave you time to talk. Just calm down. You'll have your time to respond. Yeah. So he came out today and gave. I mean, yesterday he leaves. Yesterday was. I think it is already yesterday in Kenya. So he's going to give a press in the morning about leaving Azimio, and he's already holding an agreement that he has signed from Kenya Kwanza. You see that leaves a lot to be desired. Now, another thing, you are coming here telling us that you are purporting that you need an agreement and everybody needs to have it. Keep a copy. It is you
Is that
who
not
is
the
now
truth?
selecting.
How it's supposed to be?
Temba, let me come in. Huh?
No, hold on. Black knows how you debate. I gave him time. He talked. He finished. So I just wanted him to allow me to finish. Akiandika maswali, then he will respond. Black, why are you starting to heckle? So Black said here, and you had him, Adam, and even Selina. You heard what Black said, that in any agreement, you sign a copy and you give the other person a copy. Those were the words of Black. Now, that in his case, he's trying to suggest that in Kenya Kwanza, all the agreements have been signed and everybody has a copy. If that was so, how come Malala was still able to come up and say that we still want Mudavadi to be given the deputy president? If that was so, how come all the other parties that are in Kenya Kwanza have not come to display the agreement they have signed with the Ruto? If that was so, how come Mrs. Ruto went to, I think, Kericho and still says that we want you guys to vote suit in this place? So this supposed agreement that has been put public is which one? What agreement is there between the parties? None has been displayed by Kenya Kwanza parties. None. It has not even been deposited at the Register of Office of the Register of Political Parties. It has not. There's no agreement that has been deposited. The same Ruto said that as we are gentlemen, we just talk and we agree. But today you are saying if you agree, the copy has to be given to you. So there is still an agreement that has to be signed. This opaqueness that is being, pointed as transparency. You're opaque, but you're trying to pretend to be transparent is one of the most pretentious kind of thing that we are seeing in Kenya Kwanza. At least you're able to argue that there's an agreement that has not been given. Now, are you aware? You might not be aware. It has already been found out that one Mutua had been meeting with the deputy president's side since last month. And one of the things they'd been told is go look at the copy, see what is there, then we offer you better. That's why they have been looking for it. How come out of 26 parties, only him and Kingi who left have been looking for that document? So I will want you to respond to those ones, and then I'll allow Adams to now come in.
Number one, we agreed here in this house, since it's the house of records, that for most of the things we say, especially when it comes to allegations, you must substantiate. So how can you substantiate that Alfred Mutua was actually meeting with Ruto while he was in Azimio? And number two, that the number one thing that he was sent by DP Ruto, KKA, was actually to check the contents of the agreement which they had in Azimio One Kenya Alliance, and so that he can reveal the same to Ruto. How can you substantiate that 100% conclusively that that was the case? Please do.
I can substantiate that by what he said himself, and two, I can substantiate. You see, listen. How do you tell that your wife leaves you today and tomorrow he comes up with a marriage certificate from another person? What does that tell you?
That she's very beautiful.
Oh, really?
No,
Na pendeka. I mean,
wait.
but point is,
That
point
one
is
tells
this.
you infidelity.
No, I mean, listen here. Come on. Let's deal with facts as they are. Unless you can substantiate conclusively, beyond reasonable doubt, that indeed Alfred Mutua met with DP Ruto, and one of the main things that he was sent to do in Azimio One Kenya Alliance was to provide a copy, or at least relay the contents of the agreement which he had with Raila Odinga, or all the principles that are in in Azimio One Kenya Alliance, should relay those contents to Ruto. I mean, can you substantiate that conclusively with a proof, or evidence, or at least something that would stand out? Did you hear it somewhere?
You see.
Did you read it somewhere in a newspaper cutting?
I'm
Please
surprised.
substantiate,
There's no rocket science in understanding that there's no way you can live a marriage today and tomorrow you come up with a contract of another marriage.
Does that mean that
that thing was written before the presser today? So I mean, if you're looking for me to give you evidence of where they met and when, I might not be able to do that right now.
So at this point, very minute right now, by your own words, you cannot substantiate that. For that reason, let's withdraw that, correct?
Which one are we withdrawing? Which one?
The fact that the one that you're saying that Alfred Mutua was sent to do that task which you said he did. So until that point that you can substantiate, for now, let's just withdraw that.
Okay, go on.
Good, thank you. Now, moving forward. Well, as you rightfully said, that Alfred Mutua came with a copy, or at least showed a document purporting to be one of the agreement of KKA. I mean, is that wrong? Nothing is wrong with that. And then secondly, when you say that KKA has not deposited the agreement to the register of the political parties, I would say that's in error, because they did just last night.
No, they haven't.
Kindly, they have.
They haven't.
Please check. Please check. Then revert back. I'm still in this show. I'm not going anywhere. Just confirm.
By yesterday they hadn't. Okay, maybe if they deposited last night.
That's what I'm saying. Last night they did. We're having this show after that, so of course.
How would you know? And you didn't even know that Mutua had
because the register of political parties was being interviewed on one of the leading national TV stations, the early morning Kenyan time, and that was one of the questions that she was asked. And she even went as far to reveal the other coalition parties, or coalitions for that matter, that had also reposited. Among them, there was Eagle Coalition and so forth, so on and so forth. But key to our discussion here, KKA, was among the coalitions that...
Wait.
Yes.
I will check that.
Yes.
I will check that out. My bad if I didn't check that out. But I was aware that up until yesterday they had not deposited anything. But I'll check that out. If I'm wrong, I will withdraw that. But allow me to check that
Thank you.
out. Okay, go on.
I'll be looking forward for it because you'll withdraw that in just a few minutes once you check that. Now, when you talk about Malala,
No.
why
You see,
he said
you haven't
that
answered the other question.
I'm
Okay, you listen.
responding to all.
Okay.
I'm responding. I wrote all the questions down, all the questions that you asked. So I've addressed the issue of Alfred Mutua, and now I'm going to the issue where you mentioned why Malala was fronting Mudavadi, yet there was an agreement in your mind. I mean, the way you're putting it, that there was an agreement by KKA for Mudavadi to be the DP. That's what you said. Unless I'm wrong, maybe correct me if I did not get your question well.
Yes,
I
you
don't
got
want
me
to.
wrong. I said
Okay.
I said
Okay.
this, and you need to get me right. I said,
okay,
if
yes,
there's an agreement and everybody is keeping a copy, as you suggest, because you're the one who suggested that.
okay.
So
Is that not what we do?
my interpretation of that is when they were coming together, ANC and UDA, there was an agreement that had already been filled. So
Which agreement?
how come Malala was coming out saying that they are demanding for the DP? Was that part of the agreement?
By any means. Sorry, by no means. At any point, did Malala refer to any form of agreement anywhere with the DP, current DP, our next fifth president, that kuna agreement walielewana kwamba Mudavadi should be the running mate?
No.
He was demanding.
Black.
He did not refer to any agreement.
Black.
He demanded.
You're running
Yes.
from the question. Answer
Tell
the
me.
question.
Okay.
You said that any marriage coming together, the agreement,
Correct.
a copy is kept by both. Was there an agreement? Okay, let's say, was there an agreement between UDA and ANC? Was there an agreement?
There is, and that's what was deposited to the Register of Political Parties just a few hours ago.
Good.
Isn't it?
So how come at that time Malala was coming out to demand for the deputy president?
He was demanding that in favor of his party leader. But that would not mean that it was part of an agreement. He was just making his demand. Let me tell you one thing, perhaps that you're not understanding. KKA is an alliance of parties. Azimio One Kenya is a coalition party. That's the more reason why Azimio One Kenya Alliance has a structure of a chairman and so on and so forth. Whereas in KKA, it's a coalition of parties whereby each and every party, just listen to me, I'm coming, why I'm coming.
You see, I can't listen to you. I can't listen to you. No, listen, I can't listen to you when you're running away from my question.
No, I'm coming to that question as to why Malala said what he said.
Answer the question. The question is this. There was an agreement between ANC and UDA.
Mutual agreement. We don't know whether it was written or verbal.
The agreement should have included what position Mudavadi will be given.
And that is why...
A point of order, Mr. Black. Just a point of order.
Yeah. Yes.
According to your wisdom, what is your understanding of the meaning of coalition of political parties and alliance? What is the difference?
Coalition of political... It's the same. It's
so,
listen, the alliance, the name alliance, sorry, the alliance is a name. It could be Kenya Kwanza without the name alliance.
Adams, you're taking him away from my question. Black, I wanted to answer the question, and please don't run away from it. The question is, you said there was an agreement. Do you know the details of that agreement?
That's why I'm trying to answer you in my
yes
way,
or no?
But you want me,
okay,
as long as I arrive to your answer. Sorry?
No.
Do I know the contents of the agreement?
Do you know the contents?
I don't know the contents.
Good.
I don't know the contents
Now,
of the agreement,
so
just as you don't
would
know the
you,
contents of Azimio and Kenya Lands.
is it therefore possible
Yes.
that even the people themselves don't know that's why Malala was making the demand?
Now again, if Malala would have referred to the agreement as the base to his demands, then that would have been a different thing. You would have been asking me these questions, and I would have been able to answer you as per that. Because
So
Malala
there's
at
no
no point
agreement, right?
Malala did not say,
there's no
tulielewana
agreement.
kwamba utatupatia DP. No, he did not say that. Had he said that tulielewana, kwa ile maelewano yetu, utafanya hivi. Now that, if you would have asked me a question based on that, then your question would have had
Okay,
sense.
move on to the next. Okay, move on to the next question so that we.
But since he
finally-
did not say that
No,
tulielewana
it's
hivi
okay.
lakini
But
ukafanya hivi, that's
let's
now
move to the next question if there is. Yeah.
okay.
I think
Okay.
Malala was just bargaining.
The next question. Wait, Andrew. The next question ilikuwa gani? Black.
I think that was it.
That was it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and my point was what you've come and done is you've spoken the obvious. You've not said what agreement is what is it that is being offered Mutua in your place, like the value that is adding to Kenya Kwanza. You've not said that.
I already told you.
It's okay. You know, sometimes when someone is going through a loss, it's okay to pity him. You have pitied him, and you have tried to make sure that we don't speak bad about him because he has left.
No.
But you have said nothing about where you're going to place him. That's okay.
I mentioned that he comes from a county with 620,000 registered voters. I mentioned that. And of course, him being a 2 times county governor of the same, he's adding value to that. Number 3, I also mentioned that you were here present in this panel. And I believe Mise was here. I think maybe Serena was here. Adams was also here yesterday. And days before, that they were saying that even if Kalonzo fails to stick in Azimio and decides to leave, you still have Alfred Mutua, Kivuta Kibwana, and Charity Ngilu who are gonna tame him in the Ukambani.
Yeah.
I mean, let's call a spade a spade. Am I right saying so? I mean, yes, we say that here. Now, if Alfred Mutua is one of the people that you are relying as a backup plan in case Kalonzo Musyoka decides to part ways with Azimio and Kenya Alliance, so it means he has value. Now, this value that you believe he has is what we've taken. So it is a blow.
Okay, thank you. Now
thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on to someone else. Next is Adams. Adams, karibu. Toa maoni yako.
Asante sana. Oh, Mr. Black, I like your energy though. I was really interested in knowing which in terms of compass direction, which the direction of your village, your village in Kenya. Mine is from the southern west. I know you're not going to answer me, but it's okay. All right, now you really mentioned so many things and mixed them up, and you could not really substantiate them. Let me use your words. You could not substantiate them because I don't know, because Themba mixed you up with so many questions. Some of them you tried though. You know, you said like now you're saying Mutua left Azimio, he went the other side, and according to your wisdom, he went there with the value, like, and you're also mentioning that he was having a backup of 600,000 voters. So according to your explanation, he moved today, Alfred Mutua moved to KKA with 600,000 voters. That is what you believe in your head. That's what your head tells you. And again, you really feel so much sad and offended because Honorable Nunet told a rally in Kajiado that Alfred Mutua was left by his wife, Lillian. And you feel so bad that is an insult. And you're forgetting so soon that your demagogue, Mr. William Ruto, used to tell Moses Masika Wetangula all the time in public that huyu jamaa pia anapigwa na bibi pia anaongea. He used to tell Alfred Wetangula all the time that all the time. You never read any offense about that. But now Wetangula is there hanging on his coat, and that is so good. That was so sweet and nice for you. But now Junet just mentioned that Alfred Mutua was left by his wife, and you feel that's an insult. It's not an insult, it's the fact. Yes, it wasn't why. Actually, she was not even his wife, it was a girlfriend. So I don't know why you feel so much offended. So that said, you're talking about the documents. I really wonder, according to me, I read a mischief in Alfred Mutua's lips. When I say mischief, this is what I mean. Mutua says that he has been begging for the last 1 month to be given a copy of the agreement. Up to now, he has never received it. But the question is, Azimio is a coalition of parties up to around 27 parties. And Chama cha Maendeleo Chap was one of them. And Mutua is the party leader of Maendeleo Chap, founder and party leader. When you are going into a coalition with somebody, with people sign agreements before you get there, before it was formalized. They signed agreements. So, what did Mutua sign? Does it mean that he lost his copy? So he was demanding a photocopy? I believe Mutua had that thing. Both Mutua and the Kilifi dude, they have a copy. These people have copies. It is just politics 101. You don't be deceived, Mr. Black. I wonder why you talk so nicely, but why are you getting deceived so fast with a euphoria? Just a wind deceives you, it confuses you. There is no way Mutua is not stupid. Amason Kingi is not stupid. He's a senior lawyer. There is no way these people would get into a coalition in Azimio without signing. Even Kalonzo Musyoka told you very well the other day. You remember when he joined? He said, I signed, but I did not read the contents. Kalonzo signed, but he did not read the content. But at least he said he signed. At least on his part, he was transparent. Mutua signed and he has a copy. Forget about all these theatrics he was trying to say. There is no way he could stay there. How was he part of it? How? All the parties, the big ones, the medium ones, and the small ones, all of them signed a pact and they all got the copies. So don't be deceived with whatever he's saying. It's just politics. Another thing, now that Mutua has left one camp and he has gone to the other camp, and you feel so bad when the people in Azimio talk ill of him. Now, if you're left by your wife, if you're in a relationship with somebody and he left or she left, do you expect the other person to sing praises, how sweet you are? Or just say the bad things about you? The only time when somebody speaks good things about you when you are departed is when you're dead. At death. Only a dead person is being praised at death, even if you are a killer. But when you're alive, don't expect good things to be said about you. Even himself, they will go into public rallies so many times and he will start speaking. He's a good dancer. He knows how to dance in the podium. He knows how to talk. He will start talking. I don't know whether when he start talking, you'll be coming to the forum here to tell people, he's talking, but he will not. You won't. So let's face it. Alfred Mutua and Amason Kingi dumped Raila to Ruto. That was expected. I think it was on Thursday last week when I came here and I told you guys that Amason Kingi is going to dump Azimio and is going to UDA, but Mr. Themba said no, and he asked me how, why? It's not making sense, and he cited things like the dates or has passed, I don't know what, but I told you, Themba, I told you this guy is going to UDA. You remember that on Thursday last week, if you can play it, and he's gone. And The other person in line is Kivuta Kibwana. Kivuta Kibwana will join them so soon. Those three people will joining them. So it's not a big deal. This is the window. This is a window period. Let them cross. People are crisscrossing. Survival. It is survival for the fittest. If you can't survive here, you try your luck the other way. But rumors will come, a lot of propaganda. We can't really come to the show here, which is being watched by so many people. Then you ask somebody, Mr. Black, you asked us to verify, to justify. How do you justify a propaganda? A propaganda is a verified, it's unverified rumor. How do you justify? I cannot justify a propaganda because the right now as you speak, word on the air has it out there that Ruto actually bought him. But it is not verified. I can't verify that. Those are things which are there. Okay? And when I came back, when somebody talks about somebody ill or badly about politics, don't feel so offended. How many times has Mr. Ruto called Mr. Dinga Amganga and Amchawi in all your rallies? You know, the people who popularized Baba than any other person is your people. It's the UDA. Because your rallies, 60% of the talks on the podium is about Raila. Raila this, Raila this. So you are the people who popularize this guy. But though you do it in a negative way, but you call his name all the time. So don't feel offended. We can't really come here to verify propaganda. We cannot. So me, Mutua, Kingi, and Kivuta Kibwana is on the way. We'll be joining them. That is it. It's okay. But let's not cheat ourselves that Governor Mutua crossed over to UDA with the 600,000 voters, registered voters in Machakos. No, he went by himself. Same case applies to Mudavadi and Wetangula. It is Mudavadi and Wetangula who crossed over to UDA, not people of Kakamega or Bungoma. Let me rest there for now. Yes, you can ask me a question, mister.
What is it, Black?
Again, like I always say, you're very double standards when it comes to Azimio. Eh? Now, when Alfred Mutua crosses the line, he's crossed himself. But when you're addressing matters to do with Martha Karua, Sabina Chege, and Uhuru Kenyatta, you say that they're coming with around 5.9 million voters in Mount Kenya, whereby they at least they are assured of a large number of people. I mean, why can't you also say that when they have crossed to Azimio, they have crossed by themselves and not with their people? I mean, I see double standards there. So, of course, when any politician goes to a particular outfit, he goes there with a certain value, and that value is numbers, right? Currently, with IEBC substantiated records, around 620,253 or 254 are the currently registered voters in the IEBC register in Machakos. Now, what I said was this. Let me try to put it in a slightly easier term, or easier way. This is within his basket as the county governor of Machakos. In the previous election, he won with around 299,000. That's close to around 300,000. That's about half of it. Now, he has won 2 terms. Now, it is good to know that, or worth knowing that, a county governor is very influential when it comes to numbers. That's why they're governors. Be it whether they're in KKA or whether they're in Azimio. I'll give you an example. Oparanya. Oparanya is a 2 times governor. His value, he has numbers. He has influence. He's a very big plus to Azimio One Kenya Alliance. Very big plus. So having him in your team assures you of a volume of numbers. Equally, in the same breath, Alfred Mutua has numbers. Those numbers are valuable to us. So you cannot underestimate him or try to undermine him just for the fact that he has crossed, and you say that he has crossed alone without his people. No,
But
let's be fair.
undermining it is what we will do. I mean, don't expect us to come here and start talking. You don't
I
tell
know,
us
I
you
expect
didn't.
that from
Yeah,
Azimio.
yeah.
I expect it's okay. It's fine, I understand. It's okay.
Listen, Black. You don't
Yes,
come.
yes.
You don't try to gag us to not talk about badly about him. You talk well about him, and as we will bash him. So don't tell us that it is unfair. There's no fairness in politics.
I'm not saying unfair.
Politics
I just said it's double standards.
I mean, that's what politics is, all right? That's why Ruto right now, when he goes everywhere, one time he's saying, but I'm the deputy president of the country. But another time he said, hakuna kazi zimepewa. So you see, those are the double standards we are trying to address. So when you talk about double standard, the one person who has as much double standard is one deputy president, William Samoei Arap Ruto. He tells you, in fact, there was a time he even said that we don't even care even if Oburu Odinga is the chairman of IEBC. But the next time they're busy writing to the IEBC simply because of a statement by an ICT, CS. So those are the double standards. At one time, he's saying that we have the successes that we have achieved as Jubilee. The other time, he's saying Jubilee has failed because of the handshake. So those are the double standards. If you have to be consistent, then be consistent all through. Be consistent all through that we don't want this double standard. Anyway, we leave that to you. He's your guy, so you fight for him. But for us,
now
this is where
Adam,
we are.
okay, sorry.
Wait. This is where we are. Adams will bash Mutua. I will bash Mutua. Makiadi will bash Mutua. It's up to you to prop him up if you want to. If you think he has come with 600,000, that is up to you. Don't tell us that it is unfair. We will do it, and we will call him out. We will call him out the way he came, and he actually insisted on getting the agreement so that he can see how to negotiate with the deputy president. The agreement had already been drawn. It was just waiting to be signed. That's why immediately the next day is coming out to sign it and telling us, I have it here. That is transparency.
It is very absurd and quite unrealistic to believe that Mutua has crossed over the 600,000 vote.
Now, Adams, do you possibly think that he just moved himself with his cats and his dogs and possibly his neighbor? No.
Hold on right there, Black.
Not with the 600 votes.
Adam, hold on right there. Let me hear Selina for a minute, and then I bring Makiadi. Selina.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Temba. Nini mbaya tumewapatia Mutua? Why are you asking us? Oparanya ni vice president ama deputy party leader ya ODM. Baba kama Joe Oparanya ni watu ya baba. You cannot tell us ati Oparanya ako na numbers. We know. Na ya pili, what is the problem? Sisi Mutua amekuja kwenyu na kura sote yenye ako naye. We are not crying for that. So nyinyi mufurahi na hizo kura na msituambie zaidi kuhusu hiyo. Because why are you telling Azimio about somebody who has left? Kwani kama umesema mtoto na amekufa, unarudiwa kuambia kila siku unajua mtoto yako alikufa. You move on na ukuwe na mtoto ingine. Temba, these people wanatakanga tu kuklik. Mtoto amesaliwa, amekufa. Mama is ready to have another baby with the husband. So wacha kutuambia story ya mtoto ameenda. We don't care about it. Hiyo ni kusema dunia ijaisha. We are ready to move on, have another children in our house. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I think what you have said is fine. Wewe kaeni na Mutua si amekuja na 600,000. That's what you are saying.
No, kuna kitu Adams amesema.
Black ngoja.
Okay.
Mutua is a very important player. Mutua is a governor for 2 terms. Mutua has been a spokesman for Kibaki government. Mutua has built Machakos White House. Mutua has Machakos People's Park. Mutua anakuja na 600,000. Clap na muendelee na maisha iendelee. Mchukueni. relax.
Kuna kitu Adams amesema juu yako Temba. Ndio nataka niseme.
Nini?
Adams ulisema kwamba yani siwezi kuexpect ati Temba substantiate vitu ikiwa ni propaganda, so hawezi substantiate. So what basically you said in a nutshell, Temba ni propaganda alikuwa anasema. Adams, in your words, that's how I can put it, isn't it? That's to Adams.
Sijakuelewa unasema nini?
Umesema that kwamba ati ile Temba could not substantiate whatever he said because it's all about politics, so it's about propaganda. He cannot substantiate propaganda. So in short, what you're saying is Temba anaongea propaganda, ni propaganda anasema. That's what you say in your own words.
Sijasema hivyo. Wewe acha mambo yako. I didn't say that.
I wish it is now. Can you? I wish there would be a way. I wish there would be a way. I wish there would be a way. Ndo kazi yangu Mama Selina. Lazima ni venye nyinyi mnatuchokora, ndo kazi yetu kama tuchokore. That's why we're having this debate. Tuwagonge. Nyinyi mkitugonga tunawagonga.
Ngoja Mama Selina ngoja. Ngoja Mama Selina. Ati Black unasema nini?
Ukonge Temba na facts. Ukonge Adams na facts. Jina propaganda. Na usishike maneno ya Adams na yenye Temba wamesema unataka kukonganisha. Hapana.
Si ameshindwa yani no, Mama Selina
sasa niulizeje Mama Selina? Nauliza swali Mama Selina.
Umeshampatia Mama Selina, unajua umeshampatia Mutua ambaye ako na 600,000 for free. Sasa unaona anatafuta kitu ya kusema. Wacha tuone unasema nini.
First of all, Mr. Temba, you were supposed to revert to us and tell us whether KKA had deposited the agreement to the.
It doesn't matter. I mean, you guys
matters here because this is a house of records, Mr. Temba.
You see,
it's a house of records.
Have you ever listen? Have you ever had me even ask here what agreement KK has with each other? I've never asked yet because for me it doesn't concern me, and I don't even want to know because even them they don't know. Mudavadi doesn't know. What's the other guy? The other party, Kiunjuri doesn't know, and even if they know, they don't. Yeah, they don't know. Hata huyo alinunuliwa kama huyo hata hakujua kwamba kuna kitu. So why should I even bother? At least I should be concerned with Azimio. We have deposited ours. Let me go to Makiadi.
Naona mtu anainua mkono hapo anaitwa Cheraisi, sijui kama ako na swali. Ndemba.
Wachana na Cheraisi amekuwa hapa. Makiadi unajua ukishachukua time. Wewe ongea.
Wacha niongee.
Wameogopa.
Makiadi ongea. Cheraisi asikia
sawa basi. Kwanza ninawasalimia wote. I think topic ya leo nitaongea tu juu ya mambo ya Mutua. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed by what Mutua did. Mutua amekuwa akisema ya kwamba Azimio ilikuwa imesema itakuwa na zoning na yeye hakuwa anataka zoning. So alikuwa anataka candidates wake wa participate kwa election. Leo ametokea akasema kwamba hakuona document ya coalition document yenye walikuwa wamesign. So I think Mutua is being dishonest. Article 35 ya constitution inasema every citizen ako na right ya access any document ya public from anywhere, from any office. So kama Mutua angekuwa anasingizia kwamba hajaona document, hiyo article inasema ya kwamba ana uwezo wa kwenda kwa office of registrar of political parties na kudemand ya kwamba anataka kuona hiyo document, so he was lying. It is so unfair for Mutua to have been in Azimio for that long while in the background alikuwa anapiga some other shoddy deals with a partner. It's the same as you know, being in a marriage and then you have mpango wa kando somewhere, na jioni unarudi unaonyesha bwana yako ama bibi yako ya kwamba you are still together. It is so unfair. Hizo politics za deceit ndio zile huwa tunaongea hapa kila siku. Now Demba, there's one thing I want to say here, and nyinyi watu wa Azimio, mimi ni mfuasi mmoja wa Azimio na nitasema namna hii. When you're going to war, you need every soldier by your side. Every soldier means you have a gun, and every gun means you have bullets, and every bullet means you have an enemy down or you have an enemy injured. What we are seeing right now in Azimio ni kwamba people are living. For the perception of it and for the strategy, we are failing. We are failing because we are showing our opponents ya kwamba our house is distracted, our house is not in order, our house has no target. Mutua kuondoka, hata kama Black anasema hapa ya kwamba alikuwa governor, there's no way Mutua will carry the 600,000 people from Machakos County. But then he has supporters. When you go to war, you need these supporters, whether it is his family, whether it is his friends. These people unawahitaji wakati unaenda kupigana. Hii vita yenye tunaenda kupigana August 2022, we needed Mutua. Si kumbembeleza, but we need, I'm just taking Mutua as an example. We needed people who will stand together with Baba. Wakati tunaenda huko nje, tunaenda kujipiga kifua tukisema ya kwamba anaweza kwenda, we are losing it. We are losing it because tunaonyesha watu tuko na kiburi. Right now, we've seen this thing go before. Tumeona hii kitu ikienda, na hii kitu inaendaga kuharibikia, nyungu inavunjikanga mkifika kwa mlango. So mimi, and I was looking at the comments that bloggers na some people ambao wana support Baba walikuwa nasema, people are saying that this technical committee yenye Baba alikuwa ameappoint ya kuran Azimio affairs should come back to its senses. Inafaa kurudi kwa default, because as much as we say here that Kenya Kwanza Alliance is a house under dictatorship, we have given people too much freedom mpaka watu wanafanya ile kitu wanataka. Tunaonekana kila siku tunapigana, kila siku tunatukanana kwa podium suko. Hata watu kama kina Kalonzo, you see people that are supposed to be sitting down na Baba waongee vitu za maana, wanaenda kulia huko Mombasa wakiwa wamefuatana na akina Sonko. I think it's time that we sit down and put our house in order, because if we continue saying that anaweza enda, alikuwa mwizi, wakati alikuwa pande yetu, we were not saying ni mwizi, tulikuwa tumemkubali. So we should be fair to ourselves also, that as we move forward, we try to put our house in order, because we are losing people, and it's true, people are being bought. I don't have the evidence, but I know money changes hands, because there's no way unaweza niambia Mutua alikaa tu namna hii. There's been a period where Mutua has been working with Azimio, and when he comes out and says he was not facilitated, it means these guys are looking for money. Whether we have the money to give him or not, that's another issue. But then I think it's time that we put our house in order. Otherwise, tutaendelea kupiga kifua tukisema waende, kesho mtu mwingine anatoka. Those are kura tunapoteza. Sahi tunahitaji each and every vote from all over the country to win this election. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Makiadi, for that. Number one, I want to tell you, when you go to a war, you don't focus on the battles, you focus on the bigger war. You can win the battles but lose the war. Sometimes you focus on the bigger battle, the bigger war. Those who are to live will still live. Politics is not a place where you can unaweza chapa mtu mwambie nyamaza. You never have that. And that's where we are coming from. It should be the coalition and the partnership of the willing. There shouldn't be anywhere where people are forced to stay or to be quiet. Being quiet and following certain orders, and even me, I wouldn't like such a situation where people are being told that you either be quiet so that we look we look or we seem peaceful. This is what happened to us in the Jubilee coalition. Jubilee coalition seemed organized than NASA in 2017 and 2013. Look what we have. Inside they had a lot of issues, because you can pretend that all this is okay, then you go form a government. What about after you form a government, then people start bolting out? Then you have another 5 years of Ruto. Actually, for me, what I'm seeing right now in the eyes of someone who has gone through Ruto government, this is a perfect thing that should happen before even we hit the ground running on campaigns. Because, of course, after they choose their running mates, and then they submit to the electoral commission, then IBC now announces the official campaign period. Now, if you can have those fights and those who want to bolt out right now before that official campaign, calendar time starts, the better. Then move with the people who are unwilling to stay in whichever coalition, whether it is Kenya Kwanza or Azimio, and you're just staying, pushing the thing, then come in, immediately you start campaigns, then now you start seeing people saying, or maybe you go form a government, then day one after forming the government, then you start seeing people saying that we didn't know what we did, or we start walking away. That's not what we need. We don't need another Ruto government for 5 years. We don't need. So for those, I was actually telling some people that if you don't have the political spine, this is the time that you need to stay away from political news. Because it is that time when there'll be movements, there'll be shaking, people will move from one side to another, somebody will come out, will join, politicians will move according to the interests that they are whatever, and that is what is going to happen. But at the end of the day, I think for you and I and for us, we detest a government that is going to have trouble and squabbles like Ruto government that has been there. So I don't think, in my view, there's anything out of the norm. I would also be so worried when people are pretending to be at peace like they did the Jubilee government the second time, and look what we have now. So there's no, especially for politics, there's no problem in this. Secondly, you started by saying promises. All these people are coming and saying that I was promised. One thing that happened in Azimio, there was the idea that they were told, they came and said, actually they said themselves, we were told there'll be no zoning, right? But now look at it, politics is about getting the numbers. Now you are going to find someone who is in Azimio and is having a party like, say, for example, Maendeleo Chapchap. And maybe the person who has been campaigning there is probably, let's say, Wiper, and he won. If you campaign together, this person is defeated, you guys lose. And the other guy gets the seat. So even if you'd say that, okay, we are giving you guys to compete, and then you still end up losing, how does that matter? So those are the things they're trying to do. And when they realize that now, Baba even said, if you remember, he said last time when he was, I think, in Moranga or somewhere, he said, we are going to allow you guys to campaign for 1 month. After that, we do a poll. The person who is popular, we are going to allow him to step down for the other person, so that Azimio does not lose in numbers. UDA on the other side, you hear them saying you want six piece. So they are actually calculating pretty well. They are zoning some places. They are putting their people, and they are putting no competition. So they are disadvantaging you. When you bring that this side, people are saying that, oh, you guys are disorganized, you guys are doing this, you need to look organized. I mean, that's for me, it's hogwash. Let's have the person who wants to leave, so that we can move on with those people who are willing to leave. If Kenya Kwanza, according to you, is pretty organized, go there. Yes, Selina.
Yes, nashukuru vile Rachi anasema, lakini nauliza sisi, nafikiria pena 26 parties, no Temba, Mbolea Party, Charity Ngilu, and the rest they are quiet na KANU. Why it is two? Nafikiria hii watu ya UDA walikuwa na agreement na watu yao ya kwamba nyinyi muende mchifanye muko Azimio, alafu after nomination mufikirie munaama, ndiye Kenya nisiwafikirie. Unajua people are very clever. Why only 2 out of 27 or 20 what parties wanna complain they want this, they want this? In the beginning, hawa watu hawakukuwa watu wa Azimio. Walitumwa tu ndio wafikirie bila watatoka. But it is little too late kwa sababu raia, unajua pena Temba, ukishaonyesha raia mahali muko. Sahi Kenyans wamedecide. Wale wanapiga Azimio watapigia Azimio. Wale wanapigia UDA watapigia UDA. Wale undecided. Na hii mambo mingi inaendelea Kenya. Let me tell you. Hawa watu ya UDA wanalia Matiangi, wanalia sijui nani. Sisi wanakuja kutulecture. Sisi Azimio hatuna shida. Baba achalalamika, baba achatafuta Kalonzo atitafuta ita. Why? Wacha watu waondoke. After all, barabara ya kwenda mbinguni si pana, ni nyepamba. Hiyo nyepamba ni ya ukweli. We have a lot of people. Can you imagine the way Matakarua was marching kwenda kufanyiwa interview? Can you see the way Sabina Cheke were going and all those other people? Ni watu wanaamini nchi yao. Hatutaki sisi. Welcome kwa this panel, lakini black. Amujachoka tangu na uongo tangu siku ile. Yani endeleeni tu, after that tutawamaliza, Kenya itaendelea. Mchipange 2027, Kalonzo atajua kama ataritaya ama anawachia Ruto ama Mutua anakuja kuwa running mate. Wacha wakuje wasanyane huko kwenyu. Wacha waone kama watawachia Mudavadi. We will be fine in Azimio. Baba atapik mtu moja na tutaendelea na nyinyi. Sasa vita itakuwa kwenyu. So hatutaki kuwa na vinonda. Wacha tumalize hiyo maneno ya vinonda. Penat kabla hatujaenda election, kinonda itakuwa inaponya na Wakenya watakuwa na msimamo. Hiyo tu, muende na watu yenu. Tafadhali mulituletea, tukafikiria wako na sisi. Now you can take back your clothes. Hatutaki, chukweni hizo maviraka zenyu, wacha sisi tuendelee na vile tuko.
Alafu one thing maybe to put out for these people, we need to understand this is politics. Number one, Mutua, if you remember, if you have been following what he had been said, there was a time he said he qualifies to be the deputy president. His name was not considered. On the issue of zoning, he hoped that even you remember there was a time walipoona Kalonzo amekuja juu sana, wakajiform pamoja, wakasema wataform the fourth leg. Governor Kingi, he wanted the zoning, especially Kilifi County, awachiwe yeye. ODM iende ichukue Mombasa, yeye awachiwe the chama chake Kilifi. That did not work. Sasa when it did not work, ajazoniwa, ajawachiwa hiyo nini, akaona hapa, this one is not working for me. So if he's not being served what he wants and he's a politician, he has a new party, what does he tell his members? The guy who has come, the chairman of ODM in Kilifi, amempeleka Kingi mbio. So Kingi alikuwa anataka ODM imwachie Kilifi. He has not been served that. Wewe unataka aendelee kubeba kama nini ati ndio tukue na some nini ati kwa sababu hataki kwenda. Let him leave. If he goes to the other side and they tell him that, okay, fine, we are going to protect Kilifi, we are going to give you a senator, we are going to leave certain constituencies for you, that's okay for him. But ODM, you remember the last time Kilifi was full ODM. The guy who has come in is taking ODM. Now, Governor Kingi wanted that. And you see, definitely with that in mind, it is not working for them. So unataka kaya hapo, they have interests, they have parties, they have to go where they think their parties are going to benefit the most. So if they move, let them move. It is politics and the coalition of the willing. History ya kusema ati, we need to look like we are organized. Let us not look organized. Lakini we remain with those people who have the interest of the country. You can't say today that this other side kuna wezi, then the next day unaamuka unajoin hiyo team ya wezi. Now is that organization? Kubeba watu wajinga, huyo mwizi unaenda kumjoin. The other time someone anasema tukikunywa maji kibota map ni huku, the next time huko na yeye. So I mean we need to have some sense of, alafu you look, mtu anakuja anasimama anasema ati that is something to be emulated. How do you emulate this organization? Hata nyinyi mna saa zingine Makiadi.
Ndemba, nataka unisikie vizuri. Mimi nikiongea mambo yangu sichukui measuring standard yangu is not from UDA. My measuring standard, my metric of measurement is not from Kenya Kwanza Alliance. What I'm saying is this: when you guys don't agree that there's confusion in Azimio, you are also not being fair to us. Today, Raila Odinga was in Kajiado County. Today, Kajiado County, campaigning for ODM candidate. Who is he fighting against? There is a Jubilee candidate in a very strong candidate in Kajiado County. Okay, these people can sit together and decide who they are going to support, because Katole Metito is also not going to be, a pushover. Let's go to Mombasa. Mombasa, we have a very strong candidate in ODM, Abdul. And then what happens? Kalonzo goes and picks somebody from the dump huko, mwenye amekataliwa mpaka na koti na amekataliwa mpaka na Senate na amekuwa ametupwa nje mpaka na County Assembly. Kalonzo anambeba anaenda kutudampia Mombasa. Abishane na nani? Abishane na ODM. And you guys are saying here we have no problem. You know, all these things we are talking about here ni speculation. When you tell me that our watu ni kama walikuwa wametumwa wakuje kuchunguza, those are innuendos and speculations. This guy called Mutua alikuwa na Ngilu na Kivuta Kibwana. They came first to work with Baba. No one said they were walikuwa wametumwa. We were working with them together. Now that they have raised some demands ambazo hazikuweza kunini, instead of sitting these people down, waambie this is how we are going to do it, this is not what we are going to give you. So that
do you force them? Do you force them?
No, hold on. Let me finish. What I'm telling you is this: there are things that you don't let go that far. Okay? When it comes to when you come to a party where everybody goes to the media to cry, then it means there's a problem. These people, hizi mambo ya kukaa chini kwa boardroom ilipotelea wapi? Why can't people sit down and agree on issues?
We don't have the money. Ndio ulisikia tuliwaambia hatuna pesa.
Hatuwezi ngoja.
Kula ya Ruto, baba ana time ya kurutishana.
Hatuna time ya kupeana pesa.
Hizo vitu zote tunasema hapa. Unajua?
Patie pesa, nirutishe Ruto. So kama baba hawezi rutishiana pesa kwa sababu baba hajaifanya siasa ya kulipia mtu moja, wacha yeye aende mahali alikula pesa. Kwa sababu
hata Makiadi, what you don't understand about Kajiado. Kajiado, what happened? Kedienye was in ODM. This guy ambaye yuko saizi was in Jubilee. Yes. So what happened? This guy akakuja akasema ataenda kudefend nini yake na ODM. Kedienye refused to step down. Akaenda akajoin Jubilee. So unataka ambiwe nini? Ambiwe nyamaza.
But Ntemba, Jubilee still in
Azimio. Temba.
What are you telling me?
Alienda Jubilee wakuwe na Ole Sengu kwa Jubilee. Kwa sababu yeye alikuwa ODM. Badala ya kusimama na ODM akaenda Jubilee. Sasa vile alienda Jubilee na hakukuwa na watu na watu ya ODM wakasema huyu mtu pia hakukuwa na msimamo. Wakati Kitena alikuwa na baba, aliruka akaenda Jubilee. So wakati yeye alifuata huyu Olenseku, watu ya Kajiado wakamwambia Olenseku, sasa sisi tuko na baba kwa ODM. Na akaulizwa kama anaenda ODM. Yeye akasema sawa, akarudi ODM. Sasa Kitenye ako huko peke yake. Haya, unatuambia ati tuko na shida. Wewe unajua Kalonzo ajai kuwa alisema baba tosha mara moja, akaenda campaign moja Temba, Mombasa, Nairobi. Tangu siku hiyo Kalonzo akaanza story aendi na baba, akasema anataka sijui Kenya Kwanza, sijui uwekwe, sijui iongeze Azimio Kenya, sijui nini. Akang'ang'ana, hiyo ikawekwa. Kalonzo as never, usiseme tuko na shida na Kalonzo. Kalonzo amelalamika wakiwa KICC, akasema nimetafuta baba, jameni munitafutie baba tukae chini. Temba, was it right? So baba hajakuwa na time na mtu mwenye ana msimamo. Na kwanza Kalonzo kwa Kasarani akasema, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, unisaidie, sitaki kwenda kwa baba direct, mimi nataka kukua saiti ya Jubilee, uninegotiate from Jubilee niende Azimio. We remember all these things. Sasa Kalonzo akiwa na shida, hakutaka baba waongea aseme nitakuwa running mate yako. Aliambia Uhuru, I want you to negotiate for me. Uhuru naye ako na nyumba yake Jubilee, na ndiye sababu amepeana watu wangapi? Wawili. Kalonzo sasa hakuenda kwa baba, alienda kwa Uhuru. So hata leo Kalonzo akitoka, ndiye juzi akasema kwa Mombasa, munitafutie Uhuru na munitafutie baba tukae chini, principles watatu. Yeye Kalonzo ni mtu ya Wiper, ndio tunakubali, lakini amesimama na baba twice ama mara tatu. Nini ilifanya Kalonzo atuambie kwa TV, siamini baba, mimi naamini Uhuru? Sasa acheze kamba yake na Uhuru, na Uhuru amenominate watu yake. Mnakuja kuweka huyu msee kwa shida bure. Kalonzo ajai kaa chini na baba. Baba ametafuta running mate zake yeye mwenyewe. Kama ni Martha Karua aliingia huko, kama ni Peter Kenneth yeye mwenyewe baba ametafuta, kama ni Sabina. Lakini Kalonzo alisema hawezi fanya deal na baba wawili direct. Sahi asilie. Sijui kwa nini Temba hatuwezi ambia watu the truth ya kwamba alisema Uhuru amsaidie.
Alafu shida ya watu kitu moja I wonder what unataka baba achape watu viboko. If someone has decided that for me I'm going to campaign in the coast even if I'm part of Azimio, unataka baba aseme nini? Don't go. I mean, wacheni something, you need to understand this is politics. Politics, if politics is in a sense that, okay, fine, we have agreed to make a, if possible, look at what has happened in Azimio. They have had meetings, they have set structures. There's already a structure of how you're supposed to communicate. There's already a team that is the organizing committee in Azimio. There's already, I mean, kuna structures, kuna council. Kalonzo is a member of the council. Will you gag him? Mumeenda mkakutana kwa council, mkaagree ya kwamba we have a panel that is supposed to nominate a deputy president. The next day he goes to a podium, he addresses the same council. What do you want baba to do? Amke kesho amwambie we toka enda. You know, some behaviors are individual behaviors. You cannot wake up in politics and start gagging someone. And you see, even the same thing happened in Kenya Kwanza. They sat and they talked. The next day, Malala was in Kakamega, saying that musipochagua Mudavadi as the deputy president, hiyo nini tunatoka. The next day alienda akawekwa governor. So unataka tuamke kesho, tuamke tuambie Kalonzo, okay, we ni deputy president. I mean, that's not how you manage things. Let's be honest. Azimio, as at now, has a management committee. Azimio has a council, governing council. Azimio has NEC. They are meeting. Azimio has a planned calendar. If you see right now, Baba has been going around consolidating the votes. Anaenda mahali anakutana all aspirants, anaongea now. He was in Kajiado to set up Azimio, Azimio campaign team. You can't expect that now all of a sudden people wamenyamaza. These are politicians. Politicians must talk. You can't gag people. Ati sasa tusione wakiongea. Let them talk. Let them bargain harder. That is part of what is it. If they don't like what they see, let them move out. That is what politics is. Politics is not about being forced to stay in a corner just to look like you are nice. We don't want a repeat of Ruto, because they looked nice. They dressed the same. They were walking like, now this is it. Look at what we have had, a disaster. Is that what you people want? No, let's have it boil right now, so that by the time tunaenda kuform, even if it is Raila or Ruto, you have already sifted whichever person. I mean, you don't have to come like, oh, we have to look like we are working together. Let them bargain. Umwambie sasa we corruption cases zenyu zitazimwa so that wakae. Then ukifungua corruption, government ianze kusambaratika. Wacheni bana.
Hebu fungulia black.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Ngoja Makiadi. Acha nilete Mr.
Fungulia black ako nyuma. Black.
I'm not bringing people. Time is up, man. Acha tukae na hawa hapa. Yes, Mr.
Yeah, thank you. I had a few pointers that I wanted to redirect to Adams. However, Adams has left, but it's important that I mention that for the purposes of this debate. But before I say that, good evening to every one of you, and it's good to see you again. So I just wanted to mention, first of all, when Adams left, he asked the difference between an alliance and a coalition. And this question was directed to Black. I think ulichanganya Black, and Black didn't get a chance to answer that. And I thought it's wise that, you know, because I subscribe to what Black subscribes, I kind of come and help him out. So I wanted to say the coalitions the alliance I formed prior to elections, and afterwards coalition governments are formed after the political alliance has come to power. So that is what I wanted to bring to attention. So the next thing is, it's interesting that how you, the people of Azimio, have debated. You've debated yourself for the last, I would think about 10 or 15 minutes.
Wait, Mr. Go straight to your point. We don't have much time.
That is my point. So that actually proves the point of Makiadi, that indeed there is a problem in Azimio, and Azimio should, it's a high time that Azimio should stop being in denial and work towards it. For example, you've been asking about the agreement, and I looked through to look at the elements of an agreement, and some of the agreement between now one Alfred Mutua that you most of you seem to dismissing is that you know, Alfred Mutua is a very charismatic person. He might not move with the 600 votes, 600,000 votes, but he might woo. He has the capacity of wooing more votes. So I think that is a loss. And if you look at the tactic, you know, UDA is using, or Kenya Kwanza is using, is UDA, Kenya Kwanza, you've always asked, what is it that Kenya Kwanza is up to? Why are they not saying? Why are they not allowing people to talk? Yesterday, I came in and I argued that they are concealing their intention. You know, like we said, law number 3 in 48 laws of power. And you argued here before that Mama Selina was talking about, and I think...
Mister, that's not true. We have been hearing noises in Kenya Kwanza. Why are you lying?
And so, but we have not put our cards on the table, just like...
no, we know, we've been seeing them.
So, the other thing I wanted to say is, you said that Ruto has been buying people, you know, and you say that probably, on a balance of probabilities, Governor Mutua has been bought. No, there's nothing wrong with that. If Ruto is using money as a bait to lure people to his side, and these people will form a government because we know their abilities, they are able, I don't see anything wrong with that. You know, it could be that, and you know, I like looking at the laws of power, and I see that reflected in law number 8, you know. And also, Mama Selina said that
So you don't see, wait, Mr. You don't see anything
When
wrong
you are
with
giving people for free,
with
why are
being
you
bought?
complaining? Tumewapatia for free of
but
charge.
but you're contradicting yourself, because you're saying on one hand you give for free.
Look, muko na 600,000 mumeletewa bure. Why can't you be happy?
Mama, on the other hand,
Azimio, we are not complaining, we are not crying, we are saying thank you. We have given you Mutua, mukitaka wengine tunawapatia, na sisi Azimio tunasema tuko sawa na wale watasimama na baba. That is what we say. Temba,
Mama, don't you think that is double standard when you are saying?
No, let me hear this right, Mise, and you can repeat that again. You are saying you don't see anything wrong with a politician being bought to follow a particular side?
I mean, this is not something that you can confirm. These are assertions or allegations that you've made.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Assuming that's I want to hear you again. You're saying that assuming it's true, you don't have a problem with that?
I mean, if that is the bait that he's using to, I mean, your argument here has been.
How can a corrupt house deny corruption, Temba, even you? What ya corruption unataka wafanye nini? They will not deny.
You see the tactic with the Azimio people, when we talk, they will disrupt you until you want to lose what you want to say.
Wanakuwa na corruption, wanataka kununuliwa. Unafikiria Wakenya watasikia aje?
Salina, si amalize kuongea kwanza. Why you just jump on? You cannot even finish talking.
No, I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it when someone have always respected you. I mean, as a very progressive guy. But if you're coming here to actually, rubber stamp and agree that it's okay for a politician to be bought.
That's not what I'm saying.
He didn't finish his submission. Let him finish, then we can understand.
Thank you. Thank you. I think,
no. You see, you're not going to unmute and tell me that. I want to interrogate what he's saying, and so you just relax. So, Mise, I want to hear you tell me that you're okay with a politician being bought.
I will make that in my conclusion. I'm at the premise.
Really?
Can I proceed? So you guys have come here and have always emphasized that politics is about interest. So which means regardless of what people do to achieve their interest, you agree with that. That has been the agreement. On the other hand, you've argued here that, Alfred Mutua, on the other hand, we have given him to you for free. On the other hand, you are saying you bought him, he was bought. And I'm looking at it like, if indeed you are arguing I'm using your argument, if indeed you are arguing that Alfred Mutua was bought, which you cannot confirm authoritatively, but I'm using your argument, then, and Ruto has succeeded to lure him to his side for his victory, then Ruto must be a very smart person. That is my argument. And the other thing,
using money smart?
I cannot confirm.
Is that smart for you?
I'm just using your argument that you said is buying people, right? Then if he has succeeded in that, then it means he's a very smart person to convince people of that kind to bring him to a side. And also, Themba, you know that law number 12, it says that use selective honesty.
Go read law number 1 first. Read law number 1 before you read law number 12. I mean, you climb a ladder from the first step. Read law number 1. Once you finish with law number 1, then go to law number 12. You can't read law number 12 before reading law number 1. Robert Greene. Read law number 1. What does law number 1 say? This is what law number 1 says. Let me read for you so that you start there. Law number 1. Please don't.
I can read law number 1.
Yes, what does it say?
It says, do not outsmart your master. Do not outshine your master.
Who has done that?
very many people in the political
No,
arena.
no. In the context of what you're saying, who has done that?
I don't know from which point you are
No.
arguing.
Stop,
It is
stop
said.
lying.
It is said that the argument is two-way. One way you can argue is
Mr. Watch, stop looking for words. Stop being wordy. Who
okay,
has gone against law number one? Since you like Robert Greene so much, let me give you several laws that will refer to what your guy has done, so that you stop being selective. Law number one, Robert Greene. Law number one, it says, do not outsmart your master. There's another law I can give you right now, ambayo uta just say right there. Unasoma Robert Greene na badala uanze mwanzo, so that if you don't qualify in law number one, you should not read the other laws.
Okay, so but you see, law number one, basically, basically, law number one, people argue that Ruto wanted to outsmart his master, his Uhuru. But on the other hand, you could also argue that when they came to the government,
is it true?
They had an agreement. What are the elements of an agreement? So this is something, and this points to what Alfred Mutua came out and said. All Alfred Mutua was asking is inclusivity. He was asking also for fairness. Now, when you look at law number one, applying it to Ruto and Uhuru, you will see that there must be offer, there must be acceptance, there must be consideration, there must be intention, capacity, and legality. Those are the elements of an agreement.
You're going too far. You're going too far, and we just want one thing. Law number. You have read so many laws. I want to read for you laws that refer to your guy that he broke, that you are running away from. Right? Law number 46. Law number 46. Never appear too perfect. Your guy wants to appear too perfect. That he's the one who is better than Uhuru. He's the one who can do everything. Law number 46. The other one, you come and you give us selective reading of the. Think as you like, but behave like others. That's law number 38. Now you see what I'm trying to tell you, Mise. Let's not be selective. Let's be fair. Now I want you in 2 minutes, so that you can bring these other guys. Yeah.
Yes.
Argue your case. Tell us the benefit of Mutua in your camp, and tell us how you are going to use him, which part you are going to play him, what agreement you have signed for him that is a better deal than what he was going to get in Azimio that you don't know. And of course, we know that you are mourning with him. And for us right now, we don't need a lot of sympathy. At least you guys need to celebrate. It is Napoleon Bonaparte that says that do not disturb your enemy when he's busy making mistake. Do not disturb us. We are making mistake. Don't tell us what to do and what we should do. We are your enemies. Do not disturb. It is good for you. You will win on round one. You have gotten Mutua. So tell us which part. Just talk about that, so that now we move to this other guy.
Yeah, and I think I was actually at law number 12. Where I said that we are using selective generosity, right, in disarming our victim. And our victim here is one Amolo Raila Odinga, and we are using every tactic to make sure that by the time we are in law number 15, we will crush him completely. That is why if you said that indeed there are people like Alfred Mutua were spies, then it means we succeeded in posing as friends, but we were acting as spies. So that means we are shrewd. That means we were the UDA should be understood as a as a party that has good strategies in place that will bring victory come the general election of 2022. I want to stop here because I know I can see Jerais Samuel wants to come in as well. But
hakuna kitu amesema, hakuna kitu amesema. Haya, Chiraisi, dakika mbili.
Gambili for sure, because my power is running out anyway. So
Uache tu basi, uache tu kuongea basi.
On Alfred Mutua, what we gain as a Kenya Kwanza coalition, we gain a lot. We gain in politics. There is a big part is perception, and then we've been telling the Kenyans that kuna utapeli huko kwa hiyo kambi yenu sijui inaitwa Azimio. Yes, so that one, by him bolting out and testifying to that, he just does it for us. That perception game alone is done. Whether he comes with 600,000 people, whatever, or even one person, mtu mwenye ako uko Turkana who is watching TV and Mutua is testifying to the utapeli that we've been saying, then it does it for us. And then what else? We gain also. He's an authority. He's a governor, outgoing governor. He must have a lot of following. It might not be as many as we want, but he has some numbers. The numbers.
And what are you giving him? What are you giving him? What are you giving him?
Oh, what we're giving him is
that
exactly what he's saying. We're
No.
giving him a freedom on the chap side to run his aspirants the way he wants. That's what he was screaming about.
So
If he wants to run, if he wants to run a governor, let him run.
So you have told him you'll zone for him Machakos?
We're not zoning. We are giving him. He didn't want zoning. He wanted the freedom to run his people. He didn't want zoning.
Also, he's going to. You guys have told him that he's going to field in anywhere he wants, right?
Yeah, he can do that. Yes.
Okay. So that is what made him go, yeah.
That's what he said, based on his press conference.
Okay. And so you told him that you come, you will field anyway.
Yes, we are not going to block him to say, okay, hapa ni ya UDA or hapa ni ya sijui nini. He can chap anyway.
Yeah. So he can even field in Kericho
if he wants.
Okay. And hey, okay. You guys have very attractive offers. Many are coming. Just wait.
Tomorrow Amazon King is on the way.
Yes.
And then let me address the rule number one. The rule number one, which you were emphasizing on. You said never outshine your master. We have to put in the context. Uhuru is not master to Ruto. He's not a master. That's not even the context. So let's just not.
Why are you going against what your deputy president Ruto has said? He has said, "Ask my boss."
When you say a boss, it doesn't mean a master.
So even you don't even support your own deputy president. What he's saying?
It's not his master. He didn't have a master relationship.
But he's the one who came and said that Uhuru has not given him any work.
It's a constitutional position. It's not a master-servant relationship.
And the constitutional position puts the president ahead of the deputy.
As I said, it's not a master-servant relationship.
No, I mean, of course, it is. If you have a boss, that's the master. If you have someone ahead of you, that's a master.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, you contextualize it.
Are they equal, Jeraisi? Is deputy president and the president equal partners? Are they all of them the president of Republic of Kenya, so that there is no master and there is no deputy? They are equal ones. We need to know that, because if he's not a master,
they are not.
Both of them are president. Then.
they're not equal, but their roles are defined by the constitution. So the
Okay,
constitutional offices defined
so the
differently.
constitution, the constitution gives the president the executive cabinet secretaries. They are appointed by the president, and the president gives them work. Are they equal to the president?
They're not equal. Nobody talked about equal. I say they're different positions defined differently by the constitution. They're not
There's a boss.
master-servant relationship.
There's a boss, right?
Yeah, they're not master-servant relationship.
No, it's a boss. You know, it's semantics. It's a boss ahead of you, someone ahead of you. So
Sure.
if there's someone ahead of you, it's just semantics. Master, servant, never outshine your master. Look at it in terms of there's someone ahead of you. Never outshine. If there's someone ahead of you, never outshine them. That's what number one. I mean, we are just reading Robert Greene's, you know.
If you don't want to say master, if you don't want to say master, you can say you don't outshine your boss. Simple English like Selena can understand. The masters we don't understand.
Just complicating a simple thing.
Someone gave them the de facto and de jure. That is the context that is given. The de facto and de jure. That's the context which you can argue the relationship of the deputy president.
It doesn't change anything, man. Those are legal terms that do not change. What
no, it does actually. Legally, the president appears to be the boss to the deputy. But when you go back, they brought together, they came and worked together. They came and presented themselves as equal, as brothers. They dressed the same. That was de jure. De facto is when the law now defines, or the constitution defines, this is where you stop, this is where you begin. But in actual sense, when they were looking for votes, that is de jure. They became as equal. But
no. Listen. You see, de jure de facto doesn't change the fact that the president is atop of the deputy. My friend, what's wrong with the two of you? Okay, let me leave that. You guys are trying to change semantics just to look complicated, but there's not. I mean, it is simple. Never outshine your master. Ruto broke that rule. Never outshine your master. And when he tried to outshine his master, then you see where we are in the country. I don't know why you guys don't see that. That's okay. Let me bring Robert. Okay, Robert.
Yeah, thank you very much, Themba. It's my first time here, and I must say this channel is very addictive, as people have always mentioned before. I've been following, but today I'm privileged to contribute. Now, on to the happenings today. It has really confirmed that our politics is surrounded with a lot of tumbocracy, as Ngilu mentioned today, because if we get an opportunity to elect leaders, we are talking about the future generations. But I think the populace and the citizens of Kenya have been captured by the political elite, because currently what we are seeing is us having been arrested by these politicians. And we're seeing photos of politicians sitting on the roadside, sitting with beggars on the road, and trying to paint a picture of being pro-people. And this is what we are seeing now. We've been held captive even by Azimio, which I support, and we are glued to our screens watching who is getting which job and who is not getting which jobs. Maybe what I would like to say, because of time, is that Kenyans should know that this is an opportunity to appoint people who will take care of our resources. And Kenyans should know that we are the bosses now. I know there has been a debate about who is the boss and all that, but we are the bosses, and we have been given this opportunity to choose leaders. And we are acting as if the leaders are still stepping on us and still imposing leaders on us. Because even if you have a farm and you're choosing people who will take care of your resources, whom would you choose? You'll choose somebody who is suitable. But all of us know that Kenya Kwanza camp is full of corruption. But somebody is saying something.
It is Themba who is referring to Kenya. So
okay, so you realize that when we have leaders like Mudavadi, leaders like Malala, leaders like Mutua, who have told us how the other side is full of people who cannot take care of our resources. And then because their interest cannot be met, they run to that side. Are they selling this country? That is a very, very serious thing that we need to ask ourselves. And what do our leaders stand for? That's the next question I would like to ask. And maybe as opinion polls are going left, right, and center, we also need to have a question where we are asking electorates that what really do they look for when choosing leaders? I know we are saying Kenya is a tribal nation, but apart from that, do we really have standards of who we want to take care of our country? Or we will just go out, say, kumira kumira, go to the street with half loaf, full loaf, and say all these shenanigans that we've always been having during elections. And then in the next years, we cry together. We cry on how our money is being looted. We cry about policies that are not pro-people. Themba, I would like to end there, but today's action by Mutua proved that our politics is not up to standard. Thank you.
And then I want to say this. This is the hypocrisy that sometimes I find. Makiadi is a member of Azimio. He supports Azimio. He is coming here to criticize Azimio on a platform like this. Then he's saying those Azimio people are going everywhere talking badly. You see, now you're doing the same thing that you want to see a change on. So what difference does it make? It's the same thing. You're doing the same thing you're trying to correct. You see, when you're coming out, this is what they say. When you have even issues that need to be corrected, you go back down and you call someone and say, hey, we need to work this and this. But when you speak and you're just saying, hey, hata sisi tuko na shida, hey, hata sisi tunafanya hivi, unasema hao watu wanaongea huko wanaongea. How do we gag you? That is now the democracy. We can't gag you. And that is what is there, even them, they're experiencing that. There's no way Raila can come and tell them now, you don't speak tomorrow. Sonko will go and speak, because if he tells them don't speak tomorrow, hey, tumeambiwa tusionge. Kalonzo has the constitution, gives everybody a right to speak, and that's the constitution we have. We cannot go back, and nobody should be forced. And I think Tuju said that. He said, if you join an organization, and even a marriage, if you marry today, and tomorrow you feel like you don't want to stay, walk out and go. What you say after you have walked out, you cannot control. You can't control what Kalonzo, Mutua will come and tell out here. And Kalonzo, they go, they sit. Why ain't anybody asking Kalonzo? You guys have a system of communication. Why aren't you communicating through that? Because that is supposed to be the thing. But what we do in this, you know, there's a structure in Azimio. You know, they have a neck. You know, they have these meetings they're supposed to be having. You know that. So what else do you want everybody to be tied? Wafungwe nyororo kwa shingo, akitoka inamwambia we nyamaza? No way, we can't do that. Makiadi, alafu tuanze kuchukua closing remark. I'm not adding people because we need to start winding up.
Okay, Themba, mi nitasema namna hii. The reason why I can come to this forum and criticize Azimio is because I'm not running for any public office. I'm a voter, just like any other voter. And when we see things that don't impress us, we are allowed to talk openly. Now, number two, I said a few minutes ago that when Ngilu, Mutua, Kivuda Kibwana were working together with Baba, nobody mentioned that they had corruption cases. So let us not come out here when this person leaves and we start saying that ameenda huko kwa sababu alikuwa na corruption case anataka. Hold on, give me time to finish. I gave you time to finish.
Makiadi will do that.
Give me time to finish, Nemba. I listened as you speak. So we cannot come here. You cannot come here to tell people ati wakati ameenda alikuwa anataka those are political statements. The truth is, and I'll repeat again, the truth is, we are looking at a very disorganized house. That is the truth. Let me ask you a question. Mama Selena, just give me a minute.
Kama Mutua mwenyewe anasema munisaidie, niko na hii kesi, baba niko na hii, malisia mimi hii, na baba anataka kumaliza corruption. What do you want baba to do? Na Mutua mwenyewe anasema yes, I'm ready to stay in Azimio, but niko na hii vitu imenifinya, baba nisaidie. So kama ameona baba amesema yeye adil, we maliza mambo yako peke yako, na hiyo ni mtomo ya Mutua ya kwamba I have these cases and I have this and I have this. Alafu ninataka pesa ya candidate sangu kwa sababu nimechukua pesa ya pande ile, munipatie nirutishe. How do you want baba to respond? Hata kama wewe ni mtu ya Azimio ama wewe ni mtu fota kama mimi Selina, how will you respond? Baba leo akipatia Mutua, ngoja baba akipatia Mutua peke yake pesa. How about the 27 parties? Baba alisema kama umewin nomination, weka picha ya baba, tengeneza pesa inakuja kwa kila candidate. Nafikiria baba anasema hivyo. Vile amekuwa leo Kajiado, amesema pesa inakuja kwa candidates wale wamewin. Lakini wewe Temba, kama ulianguka ama wewe sasa ni mkubwa yetu ya Mutembei TV, uwezi patiwa pesa kama Mutembei TV. Tunapatiwa candidate Selina na huyu na huyu na huyu, twende tufanye campaign. Sasa Mutua asimami, lakini anataka pesa yeye mwenyewe tu, ni mkubwa. Na baba akasema hapana, ninakuja county, ninatoa pesa, watu waende campaign. So what do you want that msee afanye? Hata kama wewe ni mtu ya Azimio ama hapana.
So Mama
Okay.
Selina,
Makiadi, you've made your point. Azimio iko na shida. Move on to the next point.
No, I was just finishing. I don't have another point. I was just finishing what I was saying before you guys interrupted. I wanted to say this. Mimi sijasikia mtu akisema ako na kesi ya corruption anataka asaidiwe. Unless you play the clip here, I've not heard that statement come from his mouth. Number two, when we had an issue in Nairobi, with the Team Wanyonyi wanting to run for governor, we also had Ngatia, and we had Igadhi coming in late. We saw these people coming out of a boardroom, and they told us this is the direction we are going to take. They said Igadhi is going to run for governor, his deputy will be Kaloki, and that's finished. That is the kind of issue address that I want to see. That is the kind of tackling issues that I want to see. And if they were able to do that, then I believe there's nothing that can stop them from doing it. Otherwise, when we stay here and tell ourselves that watu waende tutashinda hata bila wao, we are lying to ourselves na tutashindwa.
You're right, Makiadi, but that was Nairobi, and those are different people. They are dealt with differently. You realize that walipotoka hapo, people came, wakaenda wakaikutana. You deal with different politicians differently. Kuna mtu kama Kalonzo, mtakutana leo, kesho unamwona kwa rally, anaenda kuongea. You cannot control certain people. Kuna mtu kama Sonko, mtaongea, akitoka hapo, anaenda kusema what you are talking for your meeting. They have always been there. I mean, it is a normal political process, and there's what we want to see, but there's a political process that has to continue. So, unfortunately, it might not be that easy. So, and unajua hata wale wanaangalia huko chini. By the way, it's clear which side is you know, they are all competitors. And it's clear which side unaona kuna wezi wengi. Tuseme ukweli. So even if nobody should think that if Ruto wins, you are punishing Raila or you are punishing other. You will be punishing yourself. So ule Mkenya ambaye ako na voter, you see the way they're organizing themselves across board. Defending Ruto is so hard. Hata mimi hapa anajaribu inakata. People cannot defend a thief. It is so hard. So the only thing we cannot influence is the person who is having the vote na mahali utaenda kuiweka. But for now, there are things that like Mama Selina is saying, some demands are so unrealistic. There are 26 parties. How come only 2 or 3 parties were saying we want that, they want to see what was signed? Instead of even going, Ata, don't you find it funny? You are busy asking for a document, badala ya kwenda kwanza kutafuta hiyo election. When last was even that Mutua on a campaign trail? When lastly was he in a campaign trail ya Azimio? Tuseme sasa DAP Kenya, the moment walikuja wakasema ni Raila, they went to the ground. Wameshinda kila siku wako kwa campaign trail huko Western. And nani, the other party in Kisii, they are on a campaign trail. You see every day, this is what they were doing. They are not on a Nairobi some boardroom meeting to say that tupatiwe a contract. When lastly did you see pa kwa campaign? Wana campaignia Azimio. When? The other day when Kalonzo was on the caravan, akienda whatever, akienda coast, he never mentioned anywhere Azimio. So they are busy saying, I want this position, but they're not. Martha the other day alikuwa kwa ground, in fact, door to door in Kirinyaga, not asking for any, I mean, hizi vitu za nini. So these are the people, mtu anashinda kwa boardroom, baba ashinde, badala aende kwa campaign, ashinde anakaa na watu akisema, okay, this is what is happening. That is what you want us to do. I think you guys are being not genuine and even not you cannot, hawezi gawa kitu bado hujashinda. And then kwa ground mtafute kura. Kama nani atasikia huko kama ni hiyo karatasi. And in fact, Mutua is very selfish. There are people who had decided they are going with maendeleo chap na wametengeza poster kwa sababu anajua maendeleo chap iko na baba. Na kuna mama alikuja akamwambia, tafadhali, nilikuwa nashangaa ukinipeleka kwa Ruto nitakampeniwa namna gani. He didn't even consider that person. Very selfish. I mean, let's be honest. You can come, gloss it, say sijui nini, but it is as day and night. One side you have a collection of thieves. The other side you have a collection of people who want to change Kenya. Decide. You are not punishing anybody. Kenya saizi petroli imepanda kwa sababu watu wa Jubilee walipandisha tax 8% 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Inauma hata watu wa Jubilee wenyewe. Na hiyo time wakipandisha tukapiga kelele, ODM ikasema isipandishwe, wakaipandisha. Hata huyu jamaa anaitwa Sankok ndiye alikuwa anasema hata nilienda nikadunga mtu na nini yangu ndio hiyo kitu ipande. Si wanaumia saizi kila mtu 8%. Security laws walipozipandisha tukapiga kelele, hao ndio wanaumia tena, kila mtu Kenya anaumia. Mkileta serikali mbaya ya wezi vile Selina amesema hapa ya kwamba nani alichukua one side akachukua zile nini ziko na plum, energy minister alikuwa mtu wa Ruto, oil ikapanda. Saizi unaona where are we? So you can think that, oh, we are going to punish Baba by not electing him, we are going to punish Uhuru. Never. You and I, no more Kenyan, ndio tutasuffer. Mtabaki hapa ukiongeleshwa. Nobody knows the jure and de facto. Mimi hapa nasema, you know, it's nice when they are bought. The jure and de facto only makes sense in courtrooms, but real life is not lived in courtrooms. Real life is lived na mwananchi huko chini. Hao ndio wanasafa. Wewe utabaki hapo ukiangalia nice words, the jure de facto. Oh, he has done a good thing, is strategic. How do you say a politician ambaye amenunuliwa tumbo yake ati sasa hiyo ni strategy? What kind of strategy is that? Kenya tulikosea Mungu nini mpaka learned people like Mise can praise mtu amenunuliwa ati sasa hiyo ni strategy. Surely. Can't we even have better people? Yani Kenyans, we cannot produce a nice generation that will argue well for Kenyans. Alafu unaona vile anasema hiyo kitu ambayo ni uongo na ni mbaya, anajaribu kuisema inakaa mzuri. You know, like 48 laws of power. 48 laws of power, a Kenyan does not eat 48 laws of power.
Generation yenye wanafungia suruali hapo chini inaanguka. Which generation, Temba?
Sasa this generation mtu anakuja kwa platform like this, una praise ya kwamba politician ati amenunuliwa, ati that's a good thing, that's strategy. Surely.
Sasa yeye usuri amesoma, suruali yake anaweka juu kidogo, lakini weekend anafungia chini kama ile vijana ingine. Hata kama ako na BAT anasahau, anaenda kuweka hiyo suruali yake inaanguka. This is the generation inamaliza watu. Mchana amefunga suit tioni, akienda ile mateti ya tioni hawa kidogo hawa. Hata yeye mwenye ako na degree, suruali yake amefungia kama ile kiweta ana kiuno. Hasa inaanguka huko chini wakitembea hivi. This are the generation wanafanya vitu kama hiyo.
Mama Selina, mimi nataka kuuliza swali. Wakati Mutua alikuja kufanya kazi na baba, alikuwa amenunuliwa?
Sasa unajua, wacha nikwambie. Mutua, Ngilu na Kivuta Kibwana wamefanya kazi na baba. Kalonzo mwenyewe, hii sasa mnataka tuongee. Wakati Kalonzo alipika kelele na kuingia, hii shida iko Ukambani, na shukuru mama Ngilu kwa sababu ni mama. Muweke huyo mama kando ya hii siasa ya wanaume ya utoto. Hawa watu wanapigana. Sijui baba anaiwekwa kwa shida ya Ukambani kwa nini? Kalonzo akaingia akasema mimi ndiye Ukambani. Na wakati Kalonzo anasema yeye ni Ukambani, hana cover na hata moja ya chama ya Wiper. Huyu Mutua ni chap. Ule Kivuta Kibwana na Ngilu wametoka. Sasa Kalonzo ndiye ameleta hii shida yote. Sasa baba amenyamaza. Hao wenyewe wamepigana ndume za Ukambani. Ndume nyanya ile imeseeka iwezi panda ng'ombe, na ndume ingine kidogo kidogo zinaanza kukimbisha ng'ombe. So Kalonzo analia. Mutua ametoroka, ameenda kwa Ruto. Kalonzo ndio huyo ako kwa ukuta, hata achaingia ndani. So mkisema baba, hii ni shida ya Ukambani. Hiyo ndiye wanataka kung'ang'ania uongozi. So ukiniambia watanunuliwa, walitaka walisikia uchungu tu, walikuwa nafikiria Kalonzo akuji. Naye Kalonzo amekuja, Mutua ametoroka. Naye Kalonzo ndio huyo pia hawezi pata hiyo running mate. Sasa sijui wataenda kuishi kwa hiyo nyumba ya Ruto aje. Nani atapiga mwingine? No, don't laugh. Tuseme ukweli.
Alafu Mama Selina.
Yes, Mutua ametangulia. Kalonzo anamfuata. Hiyo nyumba ya Ruto itakaa aje? Kwa sababu hiyo vita wametoa Azimio, itaenda kuingia huko.
Alafu Mama Selina, umesema vizuri. This thing that you are seeing is Ukambani fight for supremacy post 2022. Number 2, Makiadi, you need to know, when Mutua came to Azimio, he didn't come through Baba. He came through Jubilee. Remember when Mutua was vying for Machakos governorship, the person who was then amesimamishwa was this lady from anaitwaje? Huyu alisemanga ndwele sipite. She was the one who was on a Wiper ticket. Wavinya Ndeti. She was the one who was in NASA then. Maendeleo Chap was associating with Jubilee. So when Mutua came to Azimio, alikuja through Jubilee na through in the conviction ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Hakukuja through alikuja akaingia kwa baba na akaingia nini huko. But even that, having said that, there was at that time when they were signing the agreements, they signed the agreement. No, but several things have happened from then up to now. It is from the admission of the same. Ya kwamba even when Baba brought them together, you remember when they came and they formed that thing they was trying to call sijui our fourth leg. They were trying, first of all, remember Ukambani politics has affected Azimio la Umoja, Ukambani politics, because you don't see Kisi politics affecting Azimio la Umoja. You don't see, for example, Mount Kenya politics, because Mount Kenya people came in and they have come with one, whatever we have decided, we are here, we are here. It is Ukambani politics that is affecting Azimio la Umoja. And it is because they are fighting each other, the three governors plus Kalonzo. So you see, it's bigger than just, you see, when you're saying Kenya Kwanza is organized, ako na watu wawili ambao wametoka Western wote, wamekuja pamoja, wamewekwa kama co-principals. Now, how do you expect to find drama from two people who have no followers?
And then
when you come to Central, if you have followed closely, there has been problems kwa sababu ya tujibebe na chama cha whatever, chama cha kazi. Wamekuwa wakifikiria sasa nani tutaacha. Ulisikia the other day Moses Kuria alienda akaambua he steps down for Kabogo. So there's fights across bodies only because maybe sometimes you are too open to this is Azimio. Now, one thing we need to appreciate, managing coalitions in Africa and in Kenya requires is usually a tough process. And that's why Jubilee had issues. Baka says we are facing the problem we are facing because of Jubilee coalition. If managing a coalition was easy, then right now we'll be talking about a Jubilee government. We are giving it a scorecard so that we can remove it and we bring another coalition. NASA coalition didn't stand either. Who left? The three guys, Watangula, Kalonzo, and the other one. So our country generally, we need to appreciate managing coalitions require a lot of tact. We are yet to get the right formula. Code coalition, you remember there was code coalition, there was TNA and URP. Then they came, they merged. They thought it will hold. It hasn't held. So for those of us who are interested in political management and organizational management, as you move on, we are trying to see which is the correct way to manage a coalition, because their interest in political parties and individual political parties. So I think we need to appreciate the competition. But again, you don't come and then, your side, you're busy criticizing your side, you're saying, you have not talked anything about Kenya Kwanza. And you are pretending to be Azimio. The other one here is pretending to talk, so waxing lyrical about how de jure and de facto. My friend, when the corruption comes and hits your government and you see what is happening, you will start wondering what hit me, because you are seeing strategy. Talking about strategy. Let us take our closing remarks so that we can end the show and we can meet again maybe tomorrow with new news. Probably Kalonzo will have left because he will not have attended. Maybe you can give a prediction for the news today. I'll start with Makiadi. Miss, give a prediction of what you hope to see tomorrow for our whatever. Miss, then Selina.
This is my closing statement, and then I don't think I have any prediction. What I would say is, as I close, I think I've been on this show for a long time, and I've always given praise where it deserves. I've praised when Azimio has done a good thing. I've criticized Kenya Kwanza Alliance when they do something wrong. What I'm telling you today is this: when we see leaders on our side, people joining us, and we don't criticize them, but we criticize them when they leave, then it shows we have a problem. And I'll want to say this, because Azimio is built on a structure of understanding and working together. We have worked together with the likes of Mutua since even before Kalonzo was in the picture. And now that this guy has left, sasa amekuwa ni mtu ambaye akona corruption, ambaye anataka protection. Tunasema wacha akwende, we can do without him. What I want to say is this: we have a problem. If we don't sort out this problem, then we are going to lose an election.
Mr.
Thank you, Mike. I cannot agree. I think these are very turbulent times for Azimio, and it's high time they recognize that and start working on how they can mitigate that kind of turbulence in their house. That very selective fighting of corruption, labeling one person to be the grand corrupt person, is the very same approach that when we praise people when they join Azimio, but we don't criticize them or interrogate their integrity or their behavior when they are joining us. When they are joining us, they are good. When they are not, when they are joining Azimio, they are sanitized and they are perfect. But when they leave, we start looking on their side. So that governor from Nyanza who steals from Mwanainji and takes 5 million and brings to Baba in Orange House and says, Baba weka mafuta, he's sanitized and he's not followed and is not called corrupt. But we have found a way that we labeled one person to be the only corrupt person in our country. So if we have to fight corruption as a nation, we have to hold everyone across accountable in a way, as a way and as a genuine way of fighting corruption. And those are my remarks tonight.
Before I bring Selina, I like the pretense. Mudavadi alikuwa ni mtu mbaya sana before join Kenya Kwanza. Alipo join Kenya Kwanza akakuwa mtu mzuri. William Ruto, according to Mudavadi, alikuwa ni mtu atakunywa kila kitu ameze itoke huku chini. Alipo join Mudavadi akakuwa mtu mzuri. Hiyo ni siasa, my friend. So welcome to politics 101. Usianze kusema ati sasa kwa sababu hata Ruto, the people ako now, he criticized them. Alicriticize Wetangula, akamuita wale majamaa wa kukunywa chai kwa hoteli. Hao bado nakunywa chai kwa hoteli wakimaliza sijui nini. When they joined him, they became good people. So it is politics. You don't speak well of someone who is not on your team. Akiingia kwa timu yako,
Don't forget what you say about
Waiguru aliambiwa mtu wa catwalk na kizungu mingi. Alipo join, catwalking iliisha, akakuwa mtu mzuri. So hii ni siasa. Msianze kusema
are you going to disown Makiadi for saying the truth from Azimio? Now,
I mean, it's both sides. I mean, talk about Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza also, when someone is not with you, is a bad person. Akiwa join anakuwa mtu mzuri. That's how politics works. Kwani mnataka sasa politics si kanisa ati sasa tumpraise Mutua ati nini, tutamgonga tukikuja hapa, tutamchapa, tutatoa hizo manini. Yani ukikaa na sisi tuko sawa, ukitoka tunakugonga. That's how politics work. Mutua alipokuwa huku tulikuwa wazuri, alikuwa anasema Ruto ni mwizi, alikuwa anasema Ruto ni atakula pesa yetu, lakini alijoin Ruto. Saizi Ruto ndio mzuri, anaweza kuokoa Kenya, ndio. I mean, that's how politics works. You don't expect saizi Mutua ako na Ruto aanze kusema ati you know Ruto ni mwizi. He can't. He won't say anyway. So you guys bana, wake up. Welcome to politics. Selina.
Yeah, thank you, Penat. Nataka niseme kwamba yes, mambo imefanyika na wakati, na unakumbuka Temba, tulitetea Mutua, tulitetea Gavana Kivitu, tukatetea Charity Ngilu. Wakati Kalonzo tulikuwa tunasimama na Mutua every day tukitaba Kalonzo. Sasa wakati unasema ati sisi tunaanza kuongea kuhusu Mutua, can you imagine Mutembei TV vile watu walikuwa karibu wanapigana wakichapa Kalonzo asikuse Mutua, asikuse Kivuta Kivwana na asikuse Charity Ngilu. Na tulisema tukaita machina Kalonzo. Wakati Kalonzo amekuja, na ndiye nikasema sasa wamepigana. Sisi watu ya kabila ingine ama baba hawezi pigania mambo ya Ukambani. Sasa wamalize shida yao. Kama Kalonzo ameseeka na kuna ndume ingine inataka kuchunga ng'ombe, akubali. Kama inasemekana Charity Ngilu ndiye anashindana na Kalonzo, hiyo ni yao. Sisi wenye tuko hapa tunasema ukweli. Mutua tunakumbuka akiwa na delegate akitaka kuambia anaenda kwa Ruto, alikataswa na akasema mnyamase, baba ameniita. Saa hii tunauliza hawa wenyewe peke yao tu, Mutua peke yake ndiye alishindwa kusoma hiyo barua. Kwa nini watu wengine wajalalamika? What is that special? Ama angepatiwa akimbilie Ruto alipwe vizuri, kwa sababu kuna siri temba. Saa hii hakuna watu wanaaminiana. So ukiwa na chako, baba alisema hivi, my 10 program, my 10 manifesto siwezi onyeshana kwa sababu nimejua hii watu wanataka kuipa. So kama kina Mutua labda walikuwa wanataka kupeana, ndiye bottom up na bottom down waanze kutumia pati mbaya. And it is true, baba alisema atasema hiyo the last minute. He has a program for Kenyans, but hawezi tambua ama apeane sahi kwa sababu amejua ile kitu alipanga inachukuliwa na upande ile. I'm telling you Temba, huyu Mutua na Kingi waliambiwa fanya juu chini kupata hiyo sahi, naye baba alisema no, atatoa hiyo. Baada wamenominate president na election imetangazwa, ndiye sasa baba atarelease. So hiyo agreement yote imewekwa na inanishangaza. Huyu mtu anaitwanga Makau Mutua ni Mkamba, mkubwa ya baba ya campaign. Chameni, baba ni mzuri aje mpaka hata sahi Wakamba wanamtoroka, lakini mkubwa ya campaign yake ni Mkamba. Kwa hivyo baba ako na trust na Wakamba. Mmoja akiondoka kuna wengi. Na hii shida tunataka kuambiana ukweli. Sisi wenye tuko hapa, hata kama tunateta, ile kitu inanishangaza kwa watu ya Kenya Kwisha, Kenya Kwanza, I don't know the name. Kwa nini msikuja hata na ukweli siku moja? Yani nyinyi wote mnawekwangwa maneno ama mnaokopa ama kuna nini? Sema the truth will set you free. Kesho baba akichukua ni sawa. Kesho baba akianguka, mimi Selina nilisimama na nikaongea, siwezi tabataba, nitakuwa hapo 5 years. Nikikaa opposition, ningoje Azimio itafanya nini. Temba, nilianza kuambia nyinyi mimi ni mtu ya Martha Karua kitambo. Hata kabla nasema naokopa, sijui huyu rafiki yangu atafanya nini. Uwezi kaa na mahali huko. Mimi nasimama na baba, natetea baba. Akipita naambia Mungu asante, umekuwa pamoja nasi. Chochote ikifanyika siwezi kuja Mtembei TV niseme hata niliona Azimio wangeita Wakamba. No, tukue na ukweli. Wewe mise, simama na ukweli. Ukweli itakuset free. Hapana okopa. Mimi ni mkale nchini. Watu wengi wameniita machina. Nikawambia nilikuwa kwa Kibaki, ile serikali ya Kibaki tukiwa na Martha Karua. Sijai change na siwezi change. Wakale wakipigia Raila, mimi nilikuwa napigia kura Kibaki 206. Mimi nilikuwa na Kibaki PNU na sitaokopa, and they know that. So wacha tuseme ukweli. Shida hii tuko naye Azimio. I wish atungekuja I wish baba si baba ni Uhuru. Uhuru ndiye ameliletea sisi hii tabu, kulete Kalonzo karibu. Haya, naye wenye walikuwa na baba kumbe pia walikuwa na mkuu moja ndani na mkuu ingine nje. Lakini nashukuru mama, msiweke Charity Ngilu. Charity Ngilu alinegotiate na baba, hakunegotiate na Uhuru. Na ndiye mnaona Charity Ngilu amesimama. So hii shida tuko naye. Gideon Moi Kipchele alipeana china ya Kalonzo ateuliwe. Rafiki yake amekataa kwenda kwa panel. Naye KANU ikapeana china ya Gideon. Hii watu wanaokopana temba. They are lying to each other. Kalonzo akatuambia ninashika safari ya kwenda Mombasa. Umesahau kusema hiyo. Akasema but especially mimi nataka watu ya Wiper na tutakuwa na Gideon. Gideon akuonekana. So Kalonzo ameenda safari yake akasema nilibarikiwa, nilingojewa, nimepita nini interview kwa sababu Raila iliningoja kwa barabara. So hawezi kuja kwenda kufanya interview na ile wase ile Wekesa. Heshimu Wekesa, alikuwa minister na ni mtu anaheshimiwa na Wakenya. Heshimu the retired bishops. Wewe ni Mkristo, unaomba Mungu, wewe ni mweupe kama pamba. Why are you not even, kwa nini huwezi heshimu hiyo wase bishop, retired bishop kama wewe? Basi wewe ni Mkristo. Kwa nini usiheshimu msee kama huyo Wekesa? I want to thank those wale walitajwa, walikuwa 20 wakachuchwa mpaka wa mapaki 7. Nataka ni washukuru. Awachaona wale ni wase, achaona wale hawana uwezo ya kuwafanyia interview. Whoever ameattend hiyo interview, ukichakuliwa tunaambia Mungu asante. Ukishindwa kuchakuliwa, kwa nyumba ya baba ina kasi mingi. Otherwise cheuri wacha apaki, kwa sababu wase wawili wawezi ingia kwa poma moja. Na sasa tuliambiwa hapa usi outmaster your master, usipite mtosi yako. Sasa Kalonzo ni equal partner. Wanasema nini? The equal. Ile vile Watangula anasemanga saidia mimi, unajua masomo yangu ni mzuri, ile kidogo ya wamama. So the equals, Kalonzo anaonanga baba kama the equal. Na hatuwezi chakua the equals tena. Tulichakua the equals na Matai na Masud na kuweka kama Obama na Joe Biden. This time round tunataka kuchakua mkubwa na shingo. Ule atakuwa deputy president ya baba. Tunataka achakuliwe akichua hawezi kuwa na decision kupita baba. Atafanya kazi ile baba amepatia. So the equal Kalonzo na baba, I don't know even how can he be a running mate for real. How will you bring another mtu wako na chama kubwa uongeze na mtu mwingine wako na chama kubwa kama vile Ruto na Uhuru walifanya, alafu sasa mnataka akue running mate? Wacha tutengeneze Kalonzo 2027 yeye atulie akue chairman ya Wiper, atungoje baba aende retire, alafu na yeye aingie sasa fresh aombe kiti, na sasa atakuwa na equal kina Wambua, sasa ndio watashindana. So nafikiri ni hayo nataka kusema Temba, ya kwamba Kenyans msijaribu kutupatia two equals. Tumeona inaenda namna gani. Kumbe hii watu equal, mwingine hataki kukua mdogo, wanataka kufanana. So msipatie baba equal ya kufanana, mchakulie mtu atatii na atakubali kukua deputy president. Na mimi nasema kwa hii yote constituency ya kina mama, kwa hiyo constituency ya wamama tuko na wamama wawili wamefanya interview. Tuko na Martha Karua, tuko na Sabina Cheke, wote ni wetu. Kuna wale wana support Sabina Cheke na kuna sisi tuna support Martha Karua. Lakini sisi tunasema aje, mkitupatia Martha Karua kwa sababu ya experience na mambo ya corruption ndio inaua Kenya kwisha, hawataki kusikia, tafadhali baba patia huyu msichana yetu Sabina Cheke kasi kubwa hapo karibu na wewe, ndiye atachunga huyu Martha Karua na kuchunge baba, tutakuwa na mama katikati ya deputy president na president ya Republic of Kenya, ule ni baba, na Sabina Cheke atakuwa msichana, anatumwa na mama na anatumwa na baba. Temba, nimemalizia hapo nikiambia Wakenya tuende namna hiyo. Wangari Martha Karua,
Haya.
tafadhali uchunge baba, chunga serikali ya Kenya na Wakenya watakuheshimu, na kwa sababu najua ulisimama kwa serikali ya Kibaki, hata ya baba KICC ama mahali watapeleka, lete hiyo bendera nyumbani mpaka ile watu wanakutout waone tuko na mama na anatosha na ni kangari na atasimama na baba. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Now, I want to say two things just for Makiadi. Makiadi, it is the time for nomination in the democratic democratic primaries. And the nomination, the campaigns for democratic primaries are very heated at that time. And Obama is one of the favorites, and the other one is Hillary Clinton. Now, what happens when Obama goes to campaign against Clinton? This is what he said. We cannot trust Clinton because she's been part of the Washington. Her hands are dirty. She cannot be part of it. Then he won the nomination. What happens when he got the power? He actually made Clinton one of the secretaries of state. When you are in the opposite side, we don't say anything positive about you. That's how it goes in politics. And you can go back to several other primaries for different Democrats. When they were working so hard to get the ticket, you don't start babysitting your opponent, and you look for what will hit them hard. That's how it's gloves off. So the same thing, when you are part of us, we keep quiet on your bad side. When you get out of us, we open it. And Ruto pia kosawa, anagonga isha nyingine. When he was with Uhuru was a clean guy. Ruto voted for Uhuru in 2002 when everybody else was voting for change. He voted with Uhuru. Uhuru was a nice guy. He was not part of the so-called dynasties. In 2007, Ruto was with the Raila. Raila was not part of dynasties. In 2013, Ruto voted with Uhuru. Uhuru was not part of dynasties. In 2017, Ruto was with Uhuru. Uhuru was not part of dynasties. But now 2022, what happens? Uhuru is part of dynasties. That's how politics works. And so you can't say that now you expect Ruto to come and start saying the way Raila is good, the way Nini is good. That's not politics. Siasa ni kukarazana. Secondly, yeah, Harris and Biden, actually, remember Harris and Biden, during nomination, walipelekana mbio. So go check out about some of that. And something else I wanted to say is escaping my mind. That when we will move on, as we move on towards the day, the process of someone said there, I remember someone said there that Ruto has already outsmarted, Azimio. You can't know whether a strategy is successful until it wins you the prize. You cannot know if someone is outsmarting the other unless they win the prize. So it's too early to say Ruto has outsmarted the other side, but it is a good thing for you to say that whichever side you are. I want to bring in Makiadi to just give us, we are doing Article 50, right?
Yeah.
Just say maybe ulifika na mangapi?
Article 50. Kuna mtu anasema kwa comments hapo Themba is becoming mise. Anyway.
You can do, we'll go ngapi J or J. Mise mtatuombea leo the first answer.
50 tulikuwa tumesoma 1 mpaka 4. So leo tulikuwa nasoma 5. An accused person A charged with an offense other than an offense that the court may try by summary procedures is entitled during the trial to a copy of the record of the proceedings of the trial on request, and has the right to a copy of the record of the proceedings within a reasonable period after they are concluded in return for reasonable fee as prescribed by the law. Number 6, a person who is convicted of a criminal offense may petition the High Court for a new trial if A, the person's appeal, if any, has been dismissed by the highest court to which the person is entitled to appeal, or the person did not appeal within the time allowed for appeal, and new and compelling evidence has become available. Number 7, in the interest of justice, a court may allow an intermediary to assist a complaint or an accused person to communicate with the court. Number 8, this article does not prevent the exclusion of the press or other members of the public from any proceedings if the inclusion is necessary in a free and democratic society to protect witness or vulnerable persons, morality, public order, or national security. Number 9, Parliament shall enact legislation providing for the protection, rights, and welfare of victims of offenses.
Thank you so much. Hiyo ni article 50. Tunaenda pole pole. Of course we are moving. That's the Bill of Rights. So you're getting to know your rights. Right of person detained, held in custody or in prison. Sometimes you suffer because you don't know your rights. So you need to know your rights. Polisi akikuuliza umetoka wapi, you have a right to remain silent. You don't have to answer. That is the law. You don't have to answer. Lakini kwa sababu hujui sheria, sijui nilikuwa wapi, whatever you say will be used against you in a court of law. Now, Mise, tafadhali tufungie kwa maombi. First answer of the national anthem.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Asante sana Selina, asante Mise, asante Makiadi. Tupatane tena kesho, masaa yetu kama kawaida inaanza. Sisi unajua Selina anakuja hapa mapema. Sisi tunakujanga hii masaa ya jioni. Makiadi, Mise, tunakuwa pia na Ndeto na Julia amepotea, sijui ameenda wapi, but tunakuanga at least tunakuja tunamalizia pamoja, na hivyo ndio tunafunga. Asante sana. Remember the guys on the ground. Asanteni sana Gigiman, Duke, Moses, Ben, Nagaka. We really appreciate. Naomi Spidel, I think I pronounced it right. Asanteni sana. God bless you. Tafadhali subscribe
Ujapeana link ya Ndemba and Lulu show.
Yeah, I'm saying my kindly subscribe to Mutembei. Na pia msubscribe kwa Themba and Lulu show. Tafadhali muende pale kama uja subscribe. Niko na channel yangu with my daughter. Najua kuna wengine bado hamja subscribe. Asanteni sana, mnatupeleka vizuri sana. Karibu mnatufikisha 600. Tafadhali jaribu mtufikishe 1000 before the end of this month. We really appreciate and thank you so much. It is a journey between my daughter and I. Go there to Themba and Lulu show, you will see my daughter and I tukiongelea mambo ya life skills, vitu za kawaida. It's an African daughter and an African dad, and how they live and stay in America. Siwende tu hapo tuangalie tu tafadhali. Na utupigie tu like na pia utusubscribe tafadhali. Hata kama wewe ni wa Kenya kwanza. Hata kama tumewagonga hapa Mr. na wengine.
Mimi niko ndani, Mato nilijua tu ange niwacha tu.
Themba kitu mzuri, tunapishana lakini tunaomba pamoja. Unatupatia na wametuombea na tumekubali, nyumba ile inakawanya na waende walale kama wamekawanya ni mbaya, lakini nyumba ile wanapigana, alafu the last minute tunasameana na tunakuja kwa Mungu, anasikia maneno yetu. So mimi Themba nashukuru kwa sababu unapatia kila mtu nafasi, na mtu ya Kenya kwanza akituombea tunaitika, mtu ya Azimio akituombea tuko pamoja, mtu ya Kenya Kwanza akitusomea katiba tuko pamoja. Hiyo ni kumaanisha hii station inafunza watu na wangekaa kama sisi, hata kama tunapishana kwa mawazo na mambo, lakini end of the show tunafunga tukifurahi, tukicheka, na wale wanatutusi tunamwambia pia hiyo ni baraka, kwa sababu Temba, kuna kitu inasemwa kwa Kiafrika, kama wewe Temba mpaka leo uchaitajwa ama uchaisengenywa, ujue wewe si binadamu. They don't talk about nobody. Lakini ukisikia watu wanakusema na wanakutaja na wanakutusi, ujue you are among the people in the world. Mtu mwenye hajaisemwa tangu asubuhi, tangu kusaliwa kwake mpaka aseeke, okopa hiyo mtu hakuna hesabu. Yes, good night.
Thank you so much. Good night. See you tomorrow, masaa kama haya. God bless you.
Good night, everyone.